in the little.
Yeah.
So you're sitting on the ledge, and Don Barris was saying crazy shit to me, right? And in the way Don does it, we love it. We love it. But I'm dying, and he's saying like horrible shit, right? But we're crying, laughing, and then and Jimmy was like just taking it in, like, what the fuck is this? And you looked at Don, and you go, Don, look at his calves. Rethink what you're saying, because Jimmy has these ridiculous calves, and he's like Popeye.
And he was wearing shorts.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Jean shorts, I'm positive. He's an idiot.
But I was like, Don, you're about to get smashed.
Yeah, he's like, dude, calm down. And you're like, Don. And it just made me laugh so hard. Like, every time I think of that. But Jimmy was in a lot.
Men who don't know or understand dangerous men are hilarious.
And Jimmy walks on his knuckles. He's got giant hands. Like, everybody always sees his hands and they're like, oh, God.
Well, he's also from a different part of the world.
Right.
It's basically like picking a fight with a Russian. Like Philadelphia dudes, they're fucking different animals.
Yeah, they're not.
They fight way more often. It's like Philly, Boston. There's like a few cities like that, parts of New York where you better shut the fuck up, man.
They'll just take it in.
They'll fucking hit you quick, a lot quicker than you think. Like, you're not gonna have any room for talking your way out of this. You're gonna get hit.
It's not gonna help Don Barris. I remember Don's face, like, what?
I remember thinking, like, oh my God, what happens here? Your brother's gonna beat the fuck out of poor Don Barris.
And Don's just saying,
Well, that was a thing, though. Like,
we play those
Don
games.
would do that to everybody. He would go on stage in the later spot, the last spot in the OR. And that show was done. It was done 2 hours ago. And somehow or another, there's still people in the audience. So those people in the audience, they're the strangest of people. Like, some of them are just ne'er-do-wells. Nothing's ever worked out for them. But then finally, at 1:30 a.m. in Hollywood on the Sunset Strip on Tuesday, they found their tribe.
Yeah.
They found their tribe. And it's just them and a few other fucking scragglers and Don Barris. And Don Barris is telling you how big his dick is. And he's like... and he's put his foot on the table and staring people in the eye. He's developed this style to do like kind of anything to get laughter out of people that have seen everything.
Everything.
You have to understand, for people that are listening, how the Comedy Store works. You get there, the show starts on a regular night, starts at 8 o'clock. What is it? Potluck. What nights does it start on Potluck?
Potluck's Monday now. It was Sunday and Monday,
right?
For a while. It was Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for a while. We were dying.
Tuesday too? Yeah. What time? When does Potluck start?
I think it starts at 7.
Okay, so that might be Don Barris might go on at the end of all the comics who go on after the end of all the open micers. So there might be people that are on fucking all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, and they're
methadone,
just
like fucking Adderall.
How many drinks they had?
Their whole life's a mess. They've been texting their ex through the entire show, and she's not texting back. These are fucking lost people at the dregs of society. And Don Barris would have them left over.
Yeah, and I've seen people like women walk out on their guys because they're just. Don's like, let me spit in your mouth. It's what? I'm like, you want another rum and coke? Like, I'm trying to sell drinks. It's so crazy.
He was just trying to, I mean, he essentially developed a style.
Oh, yeah.
To just
the king of late night.
Yeah. Well, he put on a show, right?
Right.
It wasn't just his stand-up. Like, he had a show.
Yeah.
Like, he'll play music sometimes. And, yeah. There was a lot going on. He was entertaining you, which is interesting. It's like he's an entertainer.
He's truly the freest of entertainers. Like, when I go up, I still get nervous. I don't know if you get nervous at all.
Sure.
You do? Okay,
yeah,
good.
Sure.
Because sometimes I feel like an idiot.
If you care about something, you're going to get nervous.
There you go. Yeah.
That's
and so I panic a little. But Don Barris just doesn't, he just walks up like, hey, it's me. Like, he just, maybe it's from years of doing the warm-up as well.
I think that, too. I think it's a reps thing. It's reps. How many reps do you put it on stage? Like, some of those guys in New York that were hosts, they would get better really quick, especially at their delivery. Because if you're hosting these nights in New York where people are doing 7 minutes,
Uh-huh.
you're going on stage, you're interacting with the crowd over and over and over again. Yeah, and you find a way to be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the inauthentic thing that a person does on stage. You feel it while you're doing it. The audience feels it. And they might laugh still, but you know that you're not really. But then when someone figures out how to be just them, for whatever reason, like Sebastian, he had to figure that out.
Sure,
you know,
and it took him a minute.
But he did. Mm-hmm. And when he figured it out, it was like instantaneous murdering.
It's the best.
It went from a guy trying to figure it out to, oh, I got it. Joey. Do you remember the early days of Joey?
Joey Diaz?
Yes.
Interesting.
Would you remember?
I do. But
Joey used to bomb. Joey used to bomb.
Okay.
It was crazy. It didn't make any sense. He was the funniest guy in the parking lot. And then he would get tense when he would go on stage and he wouldn't have a good set. It just wasn't him.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was like more jokey joke. Like he was trying to be a comedian. He was trying to be some guy that's on late night television or something.
Maybe because I saw him in that light, the parking lot light, or he would fuck with me if I was waiting tables. So it would make me laugh. I didn't judge what he did on stage.
The funniest guy of all time talking to people. If
you would scream.
If there's a few of us hanging around and Joey came over, all of a sudden the life of the party was there. And everybody had a big smile on their face. Oh, Joey's here. You know, and it would be fun. But it took him a while, and what it was like getting his heart broken by deals that didn't happen, agents that didn't follow through, managers that fucked him up or fucked him over.
Yeah.
And then he eventually is like, fuck these people. And he just brought that energy on stage. Like, he thought it was over. He thought, I don't have a career. I'm probably going back to prison. I just got out of prison. Like, when I met Joey, he was not out of prison very long.
No. I mean, 90. When did he come to L.A.? 96? 7?
Somewhere around that, yeah. I know I was on news radio. Because Joey would come visit me on the set, and they would be like, who's this fucking criminal that's eating all the shrimp?
Like this, leave him alone.
He was doing the VIP, because the VIPs had their own separate, like, green room.
Yeah.
And they actually could watch the performance from the green room, I think, at one of the sets. And so anyway, they had, like, really good food, because it was, like, network executives, and so they had shrimp cocktail. And so
Hollywood was alive?
You got Joey Diaz, this fucking savage, and Joey was like built like a football player back then too. Like, but Joey wasn't like big belly Joey. Joey was like 235, 240 pounds, jacked, big Cuban dude. He was kind of street, kind of sketchy, a little scary. You know, like high energy, 35-year-old Joey. You know, and so they were like, who the fuck is this guy?
It's so funny. That's a great image, though.
It just took something happened to Joey. And it was right around the time we got big too. Or his belly got big. It's just like he just didn't give a fuck about anything anymore. And he figured out a way to just be that guy who he was in the parking lot on stage. And he did it like that. Theo Vaughn did it like that.
Theo Vaughn. I remember that.
Did it like that.
Now I remember his... Yeah. I remember his break, for sure.
In the beginning, it was like, God, this guy's funny, but it's so weird. The act is weird. He seems awkward, but interesting.
He was trying to please too many people or something. Or trying to be something he wasn't. And then once he started being himself, unbelievable.
It was just finding that authenticity, you know, and that's like exactly what we're talking about with like these hosts in New York. When they do all these sets. If you can get a job hosting, I know it doesn't pay anything and you're committed to it all night long. Like if you're a comic, you could definitely make more money on the road.
Sure.
But there's something to that in terms of like training sessions.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to start the show, which is
the worst.
Death. I always tell those guys at the mothership, like you for the first 5 minutes, you're doing a job.
Yep. A real job.
Like for the first 5 minutes, you're massaging people's feet. You know, you're like fucking washing. You're washing hair
that way forever.
You're fucking polishing people's nails. You're doing a job.
You feel good?
It's not as simple as like you just doing your act. You got to get the audience hypnotized.
Yeah.
You got to get them hypnotized to laugh.
when I open for Dice, that's how it is.
Mhm.
It's a cold. You just go out there, and sometimes people are like, "Are you going to introduce yourself?" I'm like, "What kind of assholes?"
Callan was at the Irvine Improv once, and I opened for him just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Just
that's
cold
awesome.
open.
Yeah.
Just went out there
It's hard.
and opened for him. It was fun. It was a good time. It was fun. But it was like, whoa, we're jumping right into this.
Yeah.
It's a little easier because they were happy to see me.
Oh,
But
right.
if it was not that sort of situation, and you're unknown,
right,
and you're not the person that people came to see, they're like, all right, what do we got here? And if you're a chick,
forget it.
that is, I've always said this, and I think this needs to be recognized. Like, women are limited in the way the audience is willing to perceive them right off the bat. Just willing to. You have to break through boundaries in order for them to take you even remotely serious. Like, you start off. If a man starts off at 0, a woman goes on stage, she starts off at -3 minimum. Immediately. If a guy sees a girl go on stage, how many guys like your brother? If he sees
always
sees a girl walk on stage, they're like,
oh, with Dice, what they look at me when I come out, they're like, "Is this a sacrifice? What is this? Who's this guy? Who's this?" But now they know me.
But once you're proven, they're like, "Oh, okay,
cool."
But it's a harder gig.
Absolutely,
it's a harder gig for a woman. And then women have these 2 other boundaries. If you talk about sex, then people like think you're a slut and they disrespect you, right? Or like, you can talk about how men suck. You can talk about a few things. You can't talk about politics. You start talking about politics to a bunch of men, like, shut the fuck up. I got opinions too. They'll just start yelling at you. Bullshit.
It goes back to
fucking Russia collusion and the Steele dossier. They'll start yelling at you like facts and things. You can't talk politics.
It goes back to the 50s. Like, who are you? Why are you speaking? What is wrong with you?
If you're a guy, you can do political humor. There's not a lot of female political satirists. Like, think of all the Mort Sauls and the Lenny Bruces. It goes back to the 60s. How many women would you put in the political satirist category?
Right. I mean,
0.
now Roseanne.
But Roseanne was kind of like forced into that. They forced her into that.
True. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's not. Well, it's political in that we talk about like abortion and stuff like that. And
I shouldn't say she was forced to that, because that was one of the issues that they had with her when she was on that show, is that she loved Trump.
Well, right. She got fired for it. She got fired for her opinion.
She got fired because she was Ambioned up. In the middle of the night. She made some tweets about the lady from the government that looks like the lady from the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she didn't know that lady was black. She thought that lady was Jewish. And she talks about it on stage. She's like, I thought that bitch was Jewish. And if you look at her, you get it. Like, she's very light-skinned, and she has straight hair. And, unfortunately, the joke that she was making, the only reason why she could make that joke is because it kind of works.
Right.
Like,
it's pretty accurate.
Right, but it's not. She was just an old lady who has mental health issues, who's on Ambien and a host of other drugs, and people wanted to ruin her life for something she didn't even fucking remember doing.
That's the crazy part.
Bro, they dope people up with all kinds of wild shit, and then they make you responsible for what you did when you're on that wild shit. That seems so crazy.
Ambien's the fucking scariest to me.
Kevin James made a turkey. I think it was a turkey. He made a meal and then woke up in the morning, saw the plate of food. It's like, what the fuck? He thought someone broke into his house and cooked. He didn't remember anything.
I was living with Dice when he was on Ambien. It was brutal. He would move the car in the middle of the night. Like, we thought it got stolen one time, and here he parked it in front of somebody's driveway, so they towed it. But he moved the fucking car. I'm like, dude. He would wake me up as these characters. He would. Listen, it's enough to live with Dice. I don't need extra characters.
He would wake you up as characters.
He would do this black guy. I forgot his name. He would do this military guy.
But
it was always, hey, wake up. And I'm like, like my father's back. What? Like crazy.
That's so funny.
Oh, yeah.
That's so funny.
He would do some crazy shit. So I believe Kevin doing that. But Andrew would eat wild stuff. Like,
oh, yeah. People do that. There's people that have been in like shootouts with the cops.
Mm-hmm. He got off it. Thank God. Is Kevin off it? I hope.
I do not know.
Oh.
wasn't there someone who like drove to his in-laws' house and killed them with a crowbar?
Oh, Jesus.
Like something crazy. Some guy did something crazy on Ambien.
That's Ambien and anger mixed together.
Well, yeah, the thing is, it's like you could take a person who's not that smart and maybe has a real problem with their in-laws.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right.
maybe the father and him have even gone to blows. You know, that shit happens.
Sure.
You get a picnic, too many Bud Lights. Next thing you know, dudes are duking it out. Here's Sleepwalker acquitted of murdering mother-in-law after 15-mile drive. What the fuck, dude? I look how we're so ghetto. We can't even look through the LA Times.
Well, just they nickel. They're nickel and diming everybody. You have to pay for everything. It's like
Toronto man was acquitted of murdering. It's Canada. It's Canada. It's basically they live in Narnia up there.
Yeah.
A man was acquitted of murdering his mother-in-law after saying he was sleepwalking when he drove 15 miles to her house and hit her with an iron bar and repeatedly stabbed her. Ontario Supreme Court deliberated 9 hours before finding Kenneth Parks, nearby Pickering, not guilty on Thursday. More, they try to hit you again.
Is that what he was drinking? Joko, whatever that is?
Does it say Ambien or does it say it's just sleepwalking? It's just says sleepwalking, right?
Oh.
Because he's in a sleep state.
There is my nephew's a sleepwalker.
But was this guy on Ambien? Does this have anything to do with Ambien or is it a different story?
That's what I typed in. That's what popped up. Let me see.
Yeah, there was something about a guy.
That's so crazy, though.
Drove. Maybe I fucked the story up. It seems like that's pretty similar.
But
that's so similar.
You
it
would
seems
assume.
Like I might have fucked the story up.
Well, also,
this happened in 1987, so was Ambien even around?
Oh, wow.
No, this is not that story then. It's definitely a more recent story.
87?
Yeah, because no, this is a story while I was a grown-ass man.
Okay.
Living in Los Angeles, I have to remember. I don't remember what I thought it happened in America. It might have been Canada. Canada is silly. They are silly. It's like if you let your cousin, who's like 17, run the house while you go out of town for a week, and then you come back home and like, what the fuck are you doing?
What?
That's Canada.
What? Oh, shit.
Local cases involving man who shot at 5 people test Ambien defense in court. That's a recent one, huh? Yeah. That's 2023.
Oh, shit.
So what is this guy trying to say?
He said
he shot at 5 people when he was on Ambien.
No member.
Oh, wow.
He said no member of the shooting 2 random cars in the middle of the night 4 years ago. But he's probably telling the truth. And I know Roseanne is telling the truth. I know she's telling the truth.
Yeah.
She was on Ambien and she was smoking weed. I don't know if she was drinking alcohol, but listen, Roseanne likes to party.
Well, also, you get like
she likes to party. And
she's drinking and doing it.
Yes.
That's a real dangerous combo.
And look, everybody should understand this because you kind of know, but you really need to know.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one of the reasons why I had Roseanne on my podcast right after she got in trouble. I wanted everybody to know what I know. Roseanne got hit by a car when she was 15 years old, and she spent 9 months in a mental health institute when she was a child. She couldn't count after that. She had straight A's in math. After that, she couldn't do math.
Wow.
She was fucked up. And that wild impulsiveness led to an amazing career as a stand-up comedian. It probably came, at least somewhat, some part of it obviously came out of her creativity and her performing and her work ethic and all the good things that are.
She's funny.
She's awesome. But that wildness is part of that injury. And that wildness exists in football players, it exists in former fighters, it exists in. There's a lot of people that are running around out there that have brain injuries. And if you get someone a brain injury and then you dope them up with Ambien, and then marijuana, and then who knows what the fuck else. You're taking ketamine and Fox News. And she just mainlining Fox News. She just fucking Tower 7. She's just taking it.
You have a device that you can tell everybody what you're feeling in that moment. Right. That's crazy.
And it's like you're trying to get responses out of people, see what the people think. It's almost like testing an audience for some people. If they don't understand how to manage it, like psychologically,
right?
How many comics have we seen just get addicted to like being on Twitter all day? Like, get out of there, man! You're losing your life in that box.
It's insane.
It's insane.
I don't know how people do it.
It's so bad for you.
I'm a little addicted to TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok.
Is this a intervention?
No, it's not. But I wonder if TikTok is. I wonder if it's better for you to just scroll at videos of things happening that are nonsense.
Sometimes there's news,
but maybe that's better because that doesn't like. I don't have TikTok, but I have Instagram, and Instagram does not make me feel the way that Twitter makes me feel. Twitter makes me feel like I'm watching a fight between cats. Like it's a cat fight in a house. Just, I just want to get the fuck out of here. I don't want to be a part of this.
Yeah.
And it's also like a very poor, it's a very clearly poor management of time and resources. If you're using your time and resources to argue constantly on Twitter, your life has to be a mess. It has to be a mess. It's impossible for you to only be disciplined in this area where you like contain yourself in this area. The rest of your life, though, everything's locked down. You don't have any problems. But when you go after Twitter, it doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect the rest of your life. Bullshit. Bullshit.
You're fighting with the invisible man, but that stuff is out there forever.
It's out there forever, and it's also it's a 100% proof that you are engaging in a foolish waste of your resources.
Exactly.
100% undeniable proof.
Dice would have been in as much trouble as Roseanne if Twitter was. It might have been a thing, but he probably didn't know how to use it. But no, because it's been 20 years. How long has Twitter been out?
He'd been so many controversies.
But I'm saying with the Ambien.
Expected from Dice, though.
Maybe, yeah.
Roseanne was like America's blue-collar sweetheart for the longest time when she was on TV.
Yeah.
Right? She was beloved. And then she grabbed her pussy.
I was going to say, she did some shit. The national anthem.
Who knows what she was on back then?
Right.
Yo, Pimps, next up it's Hey, It's Rough.
They've been
I fucking love this guy.
Left and
Let me
right
say
her
this.
whole life.
I see everybody's
And
setup.
she's
Coast to coast,
like,
Atlantic to Pacific,
right this time. let's move
south
around a little.
to
so good.
Arctic.
A lot of money.
There's like a southern ocean. There are like 5 oceans now. Yeah, that's the thing.
Like,
It happened in like the early 2000s. Anyway,
that if she kept talking about
Hey, It's Rough has the best setup of anybody, and I'm going to show it to you right now. Hey, It's Rough is an amazing streamer. Here he is. Check this out. He's amazing. I don't want to fuck him up. I just want to follow him. Watch what happens when you follow him. It's amazing. He has the absolute best setup. Look at this setup, people.
Old sitcoms. I'm sure like Netflix
Rabbi
and
loves
streaming
you.
sites.
I'm going to tell him.
They could do. But if they just decide,
Rabbi loves you.
We don't want Roseanne on the platform.
And
like, there's shows you
is making
like 90 sitcoms.
a personal
Grace Under Fire. Try finding that show.
No,
video
and I love that. I loved her. I should say she used to work in the store.
Yeah,
she was wild,
Right.
but she was funny.
I think towards the end of her tenure there, she might have fucking lost the plot.
Rabbi loves you.
I remember her showing up.
And is making a personal
She
video
was
for you.
crazy. She was,
And they deleted it.
A little nuts. And
That's cool.
But she was so
Everyone
fucking
hates
funny.
me.
Yeah, you could tell.
No big deal.
Yeah,
You'll love me.
She would
You
call
got
and
How?
ask me to do her like bizarro
Cool.
favors at the store.
Look at all your
And,
stuff. You can
Yeah,
donate
like just to see if
your
certain
affiliate,
comics
your
were there.
YouTube, your TikTok. Let's take a look at your
She would have, like,
TikTokers,
crushes on
y'all.
certain comics, so she's like, "Hey,
that's funny.
so call me if they come in." I'm like,
Dude, look at this.
But I was like, "Are you
Amazing.
coming in? Because you're like hilarious. You're one of the ones that
Instagram.
laugh
I'm even
at.
gonna
Are
look at
you
your
coming
Instagram,
in?"
dog. You have to understand, like I don't do this for
She just
everyone.
stopped coming, but I think
But
she did have some.
You're an amazing
But there's a
creator.
thing called
You have the
TV
best setup.
Land, which goes way
Rabbi
back.
is envious of your
'Cause I have,
setup.
like,
Look at all your
nieces and
stuff.
nephews that are like,
You're
"Lucy,
amazing.
I love Lucy. I'm like,
I wish I had more
yeah,
time to
reruns.
devote
I'm
to
like,
you.
that's my
but I
favorite
don't.
show. But they watch it.
Let's see if you have anything else
on,
up
like,
here. Do you have a
TV Land.
Discord?
TV Land.
Have I
I
missed
think
your
it's a
Discord?
channel, or it could be.
I have
on an
eagle
app.
eyes
I
for
don't know.
Discord, dog.
I can't keep up
Maybe
with
it's
the kids.
both. I think
Discord.
most-
I still have
Nope.
cable,
All
but I
right.
don't own a house.
Well, that's Hey, It's Rough.
It's very expensive.
Most
So,
things have to
I
be
want
both
everybody
now.
to know.
Like, you can't just be a channel.
Rabbi just means love.
Yeah.
And
You're right. Yeah.
If you're
Hey,
just
It's
a
Rough
channel,
has
They
had
merged with
a lot of
the
my
years.
bots
Yeah.
come in.
Yeah.
So,
He's had
yeah,
some
I mean,
follow bots, a ton
the
of them.
oldest
He's
shows,
had
and,
some
you know,
vocal.
I don't see like nobody comes up and says like
like
bunker,
I call them
called?
focus spots.
All in the Family.
That's when they
my
all attack
favorite,
you at once.
But people don't say
And
that one to me. So
he's
I wonder
also
if
had
that's
a bunch of
available,
spam
but
bots.
it's
So
definitely
he should know I stream my life for world peace, and he's gonna say, dude,
You see
I
the
know you don't
clips
have to
on
fucking
TikTok.
spam me. But I want everybody to know about it. I want this to be a revolution.
Okay,
Dude,
I will get
guess
out
what?
of it.
My spyware to be American.
Demi Sucks followed me
Good
on
for
a
you.
social media
Yeah,
platform,
this
which is
country.
huge. I didn't even want anybody to follow me. I'm just making this. I'm just
so
doing
lonely,
this
I
so
want
that
them
every
all to
single
know
person
where
on
I'm
Kick
at
knows who I
every
am
moment.
and knows that I'm not a bad person
Let's go.
behind all my
Bring it
spam.
on, bitches.
I'm really trying to bring
Yeah, it's just weird. It's TikTok. My nieces were like, yeah,
visibility
so I
to
did, but I
the
stink at it.
World
I
Peace
don't know.
movement.
I don't
People
know how
used to
to
talk
excel
about
at
World
it.
Peace.
I do watch
Hey,
the
it's rough.
videos, though.
Well, you gotta be trained.
I know you remember there used to be a time when people would talk about World Peace. Kids talked about it in school. You made art about it, and people wrote songs about it. Dude, there you are again. Dude, there you are again. Let's take a look at you.
And
Here is Hey, it's Roth. I just followed him.
Oh, I would
He's
be
gonna be
halfway
pissed.
somewhere, at
It's
least,
cool,
if I was
dog.
a kid now.
It's
Yeah,
cool.
I'd have one nut,
Dog,
maybe, half a
you
kid.
love it.
We'll see.
Every
I'm
time
saying,
this
like,
happens, you
I
need to
begged.
celebrate it.
I told my
Everyone
mom I
needs to
wanted-
celebrate
I
it.
took a picture
Why?
of a male
Because, like,
bodybuilders magazine.
why not?
I ripped it out and I was like, this is what I want. And my mom
One
was
day
like,
I'm gonna
"Are
be
you
fucking
on?"
really famous,
I like,
and
I wanna
it'll be
I
like,
wanna
wow,
be
that
a
was
male
when Rabbi was
bodybuilder, and
in
I didn't know transition.
my
I just said I
chat
want to be a
spamming
boy.
me way back
And
then.
she
Let's
was so
celebrate that
mad
fact.
because she had
So hey, it's
4
rough.
boys in a row.
I
and she
know
begged for a
that
little girl,
you
and
have
then
a
I
soft
came
spot
out,
in
and
your
I'm
heart
like,
for
"What's
my
up?"
strategy,
You know, like,
and you know it's gonna work, dog. Just the more and more I do it. It's the summer
sure,
Rabbi,
just around,
baby.
I didn't know.
Take
any
care, my
difference.
friend.
Yeah, of course. Because
I
my
hope
little
all is
sister
well.
Edie is.
Shout out
she's-
to Hey, it's
she's
rough.
not
Everybody
girly
follow him
by
on
any
Kick.
means, but
Everybody
she's not
follow
as
Rabbi Rothschild
butchy
and
as I
everything
was.
else.
But she still played the sports and stuff and fought, whatever. But she didn't. She wasn't. We were just surrounded. You know, the two of us. If we had dolls, they'd rip their heads off. You know, so I'd be like, "Oh, cool, it looks better," and then we color it in and just do dumb shit. So I don't remember girly stuff. I know my mom would beg me to do it or wear a dress, and then I'd play Grumble Fumble in my cleaning dress.
Well, there's just the amount of boys in you're trying to fit in, and you're the youngest.
Yeah. And then, well, I'm not the youngest.
Well, at the time.
Yeah, and then I remember this boy saying to me, because I liked boys, but I was very boy.
How many older brothers do you have?
I have 5 older brothers.
Okay. Yeah. So when you were born, you're born into a home with 5 boys.
So round.
Yeah. So that's the early developmental time where you're kind of like forming your view of the world.
Yeah. And if you
Like,
don't,
there's no evidence that girls are even real. For years,
My
like,
sister said talk to me.
why am I not like these?
I had to share a room with my sisters, and my mom put this big like canopy bed in there, and there's a little tiny row home in the middle room is like a glorified closet, and so she put this canopy bed in there, you could barely open the door. And then when I slept in it, I wet the bed for a long time, so they kicked me out. So I had to sleep in my brother's room. So there was 7 of us in the front room. I don't know where I'm pointing, like it's over there, but you know what I'm saying. Like, so I'm in the room with that, and that's all I know. That's it. So I'm doing everything. I'm playing football. I'm outside with a helmet. She's slow? No, she's got a gait. And you know what I mean? Like I was joking on the I did the Are You Garbage podcast with those guys. They're so funny. And I remembered a story because they were asking questions, and I remembered when I would play like handball or stickball, I'd take my shirt off and tuck it in the back of my pants and sit. I was like, no shirt. Like, and my mother told me, Jay, that's but I was 8 or something. I don't know. But I didn't care. I was like, that's what they do.
Isn't it funny that a woman's nipple
I wish I had more time to devote to you.
Why? Yeah.
It's very funny. It's funny. I mean, it's so odd because even a woman that has the smallest of breasts, her nipples, you can see them. Like, it's really the same form as a young boy. Like, if you have a 13-year-old boy and a very thin woman who has no breasts, they're very similar.
Yeah.
But one of them, when you realize it's a woman, you're like, oh, isn't that crazy? You're essentially literally looking at the same organ, the same part of the body. It's not like you're looking at a vagina. or a dick.
He's
Yeah,
awesome.
those
very
are
much a spam.
significantly
It's
different.
He should know.
Yeah.
I shoot my life for world peace, and he's
You
gonna
see
say,
your
dude,
nipples,
I know
no,
you
you
don't have to fucking spam me,
Ooh.
but I want
Is
everybody
there
to
a
know about it.
flight
Like,
path behind it? I don't
Have you
know.
seen the hacking
Dude, guess what?
how do on Instagram?
Demi Socks
They
followed me
breastfeed,
on a social media platform,
Hey,
which is huge.
Whoa, 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 time out. What are you saying?
I'm just doing this so that every single person on camera knows who I am and knows that I'm not a bad person behind all my spam. I'm really trying to bring
And this one girl, she's got her other tit out too. Like, fuck it, let's get on the other side. She's got full
And it's
tits
a
out.
fake thing?
World Peace movement. People, you should talk about World
Big
Peace.
giant
Hands
ass,
rough.
fake tits, and fake baby.
I know you remember
Or
there
you're
used to
allowed
be a
to
time
do
when
it
people would
because you're
talk
allowed to
about
show
World Peace.
breastfeeding.
Kids
So
talked about it in school. You made art about it.
This is how I'm gonna get more followers.
These
So you
hoes-
gave me the insight.
These hoes are scandalous.
I got my new
They know.
TikTok.
They know.
Wow.
I don't know if it's
So-
TikTok. I bet it's
No,
got
I-
TikTok.
It's cool, dog. It's
Here we
cool.
go.
Oh, look at
Look
that.
at this.
Oh,
You love
Jesus,
it.
Mary, and
Look at
Joseph.
Every time
That
this
fake
happens,
baby and
you need
big
to
ass
There's a
celebrate.
lot of
today.
fake things
Everyone
on
needs
there.
to
What a
celebrate.
filter, by
Why?
the way.
By the way,
Just like, why not?
That's the one I watched with the football cut like an idiot.
One day I'm gonna be fucking really famous.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it'll be like,
the
wow,
most
that's
obvious.
Rabbi.
That's a shitty fake baby.
That's a dead baby.
That's
You
a
know, people
dog.
are right. Your baby's dead.
So hands
No,
up.
Your milk is poisonous,
I know
lady.
that
There's some people that get
you have a
really
soft
good
spot in
fake
your heart
babies.
for my shit.
Wow.
You have to look at the baby real
And
quick.
you know,
So they're just getting away with showing their tits. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
I think essentially it's an ad for
Take
home.
care of my friends.
I was gonna say yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's. Oh God.
Yeah.
So that's somebody's
Hands up.
fetish.
Everybody follow him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's well,
Everybody follow
it's just the
Brother
fact that
Rothschild.
they get to show their tit. I don't even think it's someone's fetish. It's
Well-
probably definitely someone's fetish. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Someone there's out of all the freaks in the world,
Yeah.
some guys out there jerking off to women breastfeeding for sure.
I know.
But it's not that. It's just an opportunity to show your tits.
Oh, absolutely. But
Yeah.
now my boobs are starting to grow. I don't know why.
How?
Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's hormonal. I don't know. Like,
Mm.
but for years, like nothing. And now all of a sudden, I'm like, this doesn't fit. What's happening? So I'm gonna start.
Yeah.
And these guys just came in. I didn't even know I was a girl.
Let
So
him go. Free the nipple.
For
That wasn't
me, the
that thing
nipple.
in New York City where they were like illegally arguing that
oh, I've
women
seen the protest.
should be able to walk around topless because men can walk around topless.
Yeah, I saw a protest in Asheville one time, and I was having lunch with Carl LeBeau. We were doing a festival down there, and it was packed. Like, and it was we were both like, I'm not gay, but watching them flap while you're walking, it's just I was like, oh wow, that's what they're supposed to look like. And then Carl's just on the floor, like, holy shit, I'm gonna move here.
Isn't it interesting that that's controversial? That like there's
Yeah.
laws that will tell you. So, look, if there's laws about a man exposing himself in public, that makes sense. 'Cause that's like a public health danger, and it's danger because the vast majority of like sexual predators, especially for like younger people, are men, right?
Yeah.
So a guy with his dick out in public is like a public safety.
Yeah.
A woman with her tits out
Summertime, what's
is really no one's scared.
But it's because of
I
the
was
predators, probably. They're trying to keep them
That's
off.
my point. That's my point.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
it's the only time where a law is in that where you don't have any fear whatsoever about that person harming someone with their body, but yet you make their body a crime.
Check it out.
Right.
You make showing parts of their body a crime. Like, you can get a ticket, or you can get.
Right.
I think
Oh,
they
yeah.
could probably even arrest you for public
Indecent-
nudity,
public-
indecent exposure.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, I could walk right next to that lady with my shirt off, and there's no problems at all.
But didn't before I think the men got the right to take their shirt off wasn't until like the 50s or 40s. For a long time, they weren't allowed to either.
Real?
I believe so.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So what they do on construction sites?
Am I missing something here?
Would they just arrest everybody?
What do you mean? They can't be shirtless at a construction site. That's a job. You can't be shirtless. They only were shirtless when they were having lunch, maybe. But
Have you ever worked a construction site? Are you out of your fucking mind?
wait a minute.
Are you talking
I'm
crazy?
seeing them in the vest and the shirt, like
Maybe today.
because I'd sit there and
Maybe
watch for a long
today
time if that was
it
true.
makes sense. Yeah, if we were working outside,
I have lots of
like I
sleep
did mostly
streams, so I
construction
understand.
jobs when I was in high school.
Okay.
My stepfather was an architect, so I got a lot of jobs on building sites. And so I just get jobs as a laborer. It was a good job to get because you could always get them, and it's hard work. You would be outside topless constantly. 91 court let stand law bearing topless men. Supreme Court Monday let stand a local ordinance prohibiting, this is in Washington, prohibiting males from jogging topless or otherwise appearing in public without wearing shirts. The court refused to review the constitutionality of a statute from the village of Southampton, New York, making it illegal for anyone to appear on a public street shirtless. That's a very specific area. So that's like, this is Southampton, New York, is what they're talking about. I know when I lived in Boston, when we were working in the summer, we always had shirts off.
I can see it as a roofer, of course, like things like that, but like, I don't know, I'm just picturing maybe people.
It's fucking hot.
Of course, it's crazy
hot.
hot.
You're carrying lumber, and the building that you're building has no ventilation. There's nothing. It's just frames.
Yeah.
You're basically helping carpenters frame.
Sure. In my head, I'm seeing them like right now with the vest on, but maybe that's just my fantasy.
That's the summertime no shirt is easy.
Oh yeah.
The hard one is wintertime no heat.
Yeah.
Because I had wintertime no heat gigs. Whoa, those were rough.
That's tough, especially in Boston.
Yeah, I had some of those right after I graduated from high school. They were a wake up call.
Yeah.
Because like, hey, fuckface, you better figure out what you want to do with your life, or this is gonna be you forever. Being in the winter with numbed feet, moving shit around on a construction site.
Fingers being frozen. I hate that.
We would have like a little public portable heater that we would all gather around to eat lunch. So you'd all stand around this blowtorch while you're eating lunch.
Oh my god, so dangerous but amazing.
Yeah, this wasn't really a blowtorch. It's like, you ever seen one of those? Like, they have them on set.
I know,
sometimes.
yeah.
When Chappelle and I did Fear Factor. I did Fear Factor on the Chappelle show. So I came in, Tyrone Biggums was on Fear Factor.
Hey, Joe Rogan.
They filmed that in the dead of winter in New York in this warehouse, this space whatever they were filming at, and they had one of them heaters. So they would have them on set sometimes.
Got it.
It's like this big tube.
Yeah,
and it gets hot as fuck. You basically can cook a grilled cheese sandwich in front of it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're
you light on
very
fire.
dangerous.
Yeah. And so we would gather around in front of one of those fucking things
and just be like,
just freezing our dicks off, and then go right back out there. You gotta carrying the cement, carrying the lumber.
That was your motivation.
Well, it was just a wake up call. But like, you don't want to be doing no hard labor, son.
Yeah.
But the point is, like, we could have no shirts on and walk around. No one cared. But if we were a bunch of gals framing rooftops with our tits out, all the local
you can wear
hens,
the bra. That's why girls now they'll just wear a bra.
They didn't want to wear a bra. They just wanted to let their tits out like a guy does. All the local hens. Put your tits on, you dirty bitch.
Oh, yeah.
You fucking dirty bitch. My husband's looking at your dirty tits.
Sometimes like I'll see like on Melrose and stuff, you see them walking around and they have like these short shorts. One time me and Andrew were like just at Starbucks hanging out on Melrose in LA, and these kids were walking by. I mean, they were kids, and he just like turned away, and I go, what happened? And it was a girl, like her entire ass was out. It was, the shorts were all the way out, and he just turned away like, oh, that's a baby. I'm not looking at that. Classic. Yeah, I know, but that's what they do. I don't know if
that's how you get attention these days.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that's, again, there's always been girls that dress like that, or close to that, right? You can go way back to the 80s. I wore cute little hot pants in the 80s. Yeah, I used to wear a bustier because I started clubbing like when I was 14. Oh my God, Eleanor. What a fucking background. Hey, perfect background to be a comic.
True. Well, this is what happened with the boys, like me wanting to be a boy. I liked boys, and this one really good-looking kid that played football, he was, and I'm like standing there. I remember like I'm wearing shoulder pads, idiot. And he goes, "Are you ever gonna be a girl?" And I was like, "Oh." And then I asked another guy friend. I go, "How come so and so doesn't like me?" And they're like, "Because he thinks you could beat him up. Like nobody's attracted to the girl who may or may not be able to knock him out."
Right.
So I stopped. And I was like, oh. And then boys started to like me, and I was like, oh.
You had to learn a new pattern of behavior.
Yes.
Right.
But I still am like, watch it.
Like when guys start wearing cologne.
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to clean up my stink.
Yeah. I still am like, I'm not so grateful to be a woman. Like it bothers me a lot.
Does it?
Because I still have that in me. Like
That's
it would be so much easier to just be a dude.
Do you think they could have talked you into being trans if you were like 12?
Absolutely, 100%.
Isn't that crazy?
And I'm good friends with Dylan Mulvaney. we did a pilot together.
That's hilarious.
Dylan was not trans when I met them.
How do you say it?
I don't know.
Be careful. You're gonna get in trouble.
She knows I love her, so I can't say anything wrong. But
so you knew her when she was a he.
Right. And we had the best time. But meeting her when I did, I was like, oh, she's more woman than I ever was. Ever will be. Like, I know I have the parts.
Even with a dick.
I'm telling you, more girly than, I mean girly.
Mm-hmm.
And my best friend growing up was like that.
You're a very kind person. You're a very kind person. And I just want to introduce this thought into your mind.
Uh-oh.
People are performative occasionally.
Oh, absolutely.
And sometimes when people want you to think of them in one way or another, they will behave that way. And people can keep that up for...
I didn't know them from anybody. We just met.
Right.
So you're saying she was performing.
Well, I think deciding that you're a woman,
right,
and then performing like a woman.
Oh, I see.
It is a thing that we can all do.
I see what you're saying.
If you met me, Eleanor, if you met me, and you're like, oh my God, Joe Rogan is a woman. Like, thinks like a woman, behaves like a woman, has off this...
He's all feminine.
Woman energy, like so sweet, so amazing. It's performative. Like you're a biological man.
Well, you don't think you could be...
And there's a lot of social value in being trans today. There's a lot of... You get attention. You get attention for having nothing interesting about you. Other than the fact... That is like crazy low barrier to entry to be a part of a protected class and to celebrate. For people that will never be celebrated.
But you don't believe people can be born and have like mixed up things.
I do.
God, what the fuck?
I believe both things. This is what we have to be wary about. Because we see cluster cases. If you like young girls, if you like girls that are on the spectrum, they don't get plans together. That's not crazy. And you have to realize that people are motivated, just like you were when you were a young girl. And you were seeing the boy and acting like the boy, and then go, oh, I gotta not do that anymore. And then boys are motivated by being positive reinforcement. And in this time, this day and age, there's an immense amount of positive reinforcement being a part of the LGBTQI, whatever it is.
Right.
And that makes sense because it's a natural reaction. The times when we were kids were people shunned, and up until 2015, Hillary Clinton saying that she didn't think marriage between a man and a woman. Barack Obama used to say that. They all used to say it. So imagine a person like that. And so there's like this natural intercorrection. So we're in this overcorrection. But this overcorrection gets co-opted by opportunists who are just
okay. There's an AI
people who realize that they can
it'll make you wet. It'll make your mom. It's amazing. I probably just want to get up there. I'm going at my own pace. I'm going at my own pace. So check it out. You're going to know all about it. It's amazing. How amazing. Rabbi says, my big names before this. You know the dog at the end of your story?
Yeah.
Well, isn't there like a scandal that's going on right now?
It's a really story?
I was just
it's like being around.
Yeah, so check it out. That's my aunt Ann.
I like being alone with them. Just me and the kid. But there's you that recognize there's a pattern they can fall into where they can get more attention, get more praise. So this is an important thing. This is called sexual abuse by dialogue. And acting coach Brian Beck completed a contest to perform a new act with a 50-year-old and population of under 60 in 2004. Ultimately, 16 Isn't it good the registration vendor has person hire you're hiring kids.
What's the parent this kind of shit? If they say molested, a lot of times it's kind of shit they long, and not be I think about it, I'm like, oh, yeah,
but you're most part you can shot at it's hard for the rest of but it was one of the things. Every mud was if you ask them to live that out, but everyone was the same. Get away with sleepwalking. Get away with rage that they died.
I don't have children, and that happens. I want to. I believe it.
It's most
Disgusting.
it's normal. What I think today.
No.
It's just fringe psycho.
Child.
That's fringe psycho dialogue. That gets amplified by places like TikTok that want us to be upset at each other, whether it's to program us or whether it's just us like excited and then because that's really what they want. More interactive. And so you'll have these give these public with they're talking. We have to understand this is an identity. Like this is it should be a protected identity of minor attracted persons. It's not one person saying it's multiple saying. It falls into the same thing. Like, some people are fucking insane.
I got my best friend growing up. He was flamboyant from the gift. And I mean, the friends when we were 6, 7, so it's always be like that. He made me get into cheerleading. Like cheerleading.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, it's can I play football? Like we was, and we all used to say that we wished we had a button. Wanted to, there was a running to each other, Wonder Powers activated, or something like that. We run into each other, something different. We were going to run into each other and become, and it never worked. We get to know and then we transitioned. But he wanted that his whole life. Just didn't want to disrespect his parents.
It's 100% real.
It is. But I agree that there's always
and then there's other things. Some other. Yeah. There was how many gender care clinics? Thousands. You would have thousands. It's crazy. And it's probably now or 2026 more, but the number of those things. By the way, it's like a body.
Yeah.
You bring a car to a body shop, they're going to want to fix the car. Okay? If you bring a kid into a gender friendly care, they're not going to go, you just need to fight. They're not going to just tell them, like, social press. You're very uncomfortable with your own. Why do you think these people
right.
And also, that's not. Testosterone. Things. Does all sorts of things. Euphoria of taking high doses. My friend is something that is found out like what the dose was. It's just like a hardcore steroid. and like a lot of things every week. Just changing your food, basic structure, growing a mustache. Like knowing someone their whole life is a girl, also it's so first it's gonna make you feel different. Is that what you really were? Is that what you really are?
That's the hard part. Because I think if I did it, how would I? There are people that do it and then say, I want to go back. That's well, that's
Here's the thing. You're just going to look at it always want more people in the group. Always. I convince you.
No, I have heard it. I heard the argument.
Trans, unless they're active, trying to reduce, but going to the clinic.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you're a trans woman who has and fully functional, has taken some of these options no longer serve. And if you know, like, what's going on? That's what's not the regular thing that people have kids. And there's no guarantee that you're going to have a trans kid. So there's only one way to get the trans kid. You have to do it. Everybody can draft.
That's what they would say about the recruiting. But that's what I'm saying. They don't have so many.
You left it. He thought it was supplies. Like the only
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Unbelievable. And then I know women that are gay and so forceful. One is like so she would turn women for a period of time. They've been something like a bad habit. Now they're all talking to you. They don't know who they are. If I'm a gay or straight, and they go through all this crazy mental breakdown. I have two really good friends. Like they're crazy over this. And I'm like, turn out and turn down. Like sometimes let him come to the party side. You know, you're like that thing. Drop and cut you off.
You're in that players that dating strong,
Yeah.
And there's a person like, oh, sure. Like, how many boss ladies do you know that have like bag of milk? Like, who gets a zero will? They just have no will. That's no drive. So brings to their house that's like a possum. There's no animal. You know, it's all gone. It wasn't gone because of environmental conditions, biology, and circumstances we find ourselves in. It was a dominant one.
I try to not be that. I have done that.
No.
I have done that. Like, when we're entering dice, remember that I was playing. When it got angry, there was an argument with this guy, with 11. And I got into it, and I was just like, what are you doing? I was like, what? I'm like, you want me to help? Like, I thought we were on the same team. You know, we got mad. Okay, calm down. And not, throwing them out. Because I mean, just, again, it comes up growing up with the wrestling and like, when I physically really literally started wrestling, my mom was like, period. I'm like, what are you doing?
We love going to watch you.
What
awesome. Pro wrestling is incredible.
I loved it. I was like, this is it.
You're good at it too.
And my mom started giving me bills.
It was entertaining.
Sure. And that's
Very entertaining.
what it's supposed to be, you know. And so I was like, fucking, you know, now I'm physically the way I meet people. And she was so embarrassed, but there was a point of But yeah, it's just, I'm saying like that whole trajectory of like, I'm still only like in a girl. And I do believe what you're saying, like it's like I really probably talking about like being everywhere and stuff. I think
Very just.
Like, what am I saying? You know, like, because it's so foreign.
Right.
And because
It's like part of the
people get,
the date brilliant. Not good to impress. Everyone should be pretty critical. Not good to give the impress so much power that they can just run rampant over everyone else. Everybody has to live their rules.
Yeah.
We're at one point.
We're the worst.
I think that's the overstretch. Honestly, today, it can be pushed in a way that's so different from when we were kids. When we were kids, you ever take out high school that
Yeah.
yeah,
And that's
I would see. My friend's brother, she, you know, they would always talk to me. We were in high school, right in the best. It was fucking shit. Yeah, like everyone.
my friend that did it. Yeah, he left. And, but he left. We were like, whoa. And he left. And now, just that they're changing too many things, like the literal religion.
What was they changing?
They changed church. I did that in my life. Something planned. Right now we're planning, right? There were so many rules that my mom had that people had, like my generation didn't have. And now a whole other like Lent is not that like what? You can do that? What? You're not allowed to do this. But they change. They just change so that
It's what the mercy is. We don't. That's you got the water. Nobody's eating. All day long, no water, no food. We were downtown the other day. We were driving down LA.
you know, that's here, almost like
Did I? I'm sorry.
I thought in New York City. It was like, it just felt more like space. I said, I was like, wow, that is transit. That's behind my door that like went into the little bit of room to go into these offices. It's just literally just on the pillar. I was like, wow, that is great. They just out of their houses.
I don't know why.
Canada's done that. don't know if they're terrible. I'm sorry. I know they have health care.
Sort of no nonsense.
It's rough.
Amazing. What I call them. Right. All sorts of line, filter,
That's what I think it's that. Oh no, that one. Oh, there, that one. How about this one? Oh, there we go. How about this one? Dude, what do you mean bullshit? That's kind of all right, there you go. Next up in our search of I call this a capital pretty carousel. There's a carousel. All right, next up we've got next. Yo, no one goes to the parking lot. You're the number one priority.
Muslims are in the street.
Nevertheless, we're gonna see your shit. They're yes. Hey, don't worry. This isn't gonna work. Work now? Fuck. Dude, I don't know. Maybe he likes it 3 times. But Tim Cook's fun. Everybody can blame Cook for that. Not all personal channel. I want you to know. I don't have time to say this bullshit. Just check it out. All right, that's cool. That's cool. You got this. Now we're gonna check out your Twitter. Look at your shit up here. I'll bet you. There's a player games, dog. Rabbi Rothschild is amazing. You didn't know that. There's all your stuff.
Accountability is
Here's all your stuff. Subscribe. And, so let me tell you about Rabbi. I'm Rabbi and I'm the greatest Christian ever. So feel free to follow me if you want. I don't really care if you do.
Yes.
Oh, it's
I want you to know though that I think that you have a lot of potential as a kick streamer. You're number one story. Right? And I want you to know that Rabbi's coming for you. Enjoy that spot for as long as you like. But one of these days, Rabbi's going to stick up on you. And boom, to the moon, baby. Shout out to you, XPC, and a wonderful kick streamer. Shout out to Rabbi for being sexist. Peace out, everybody.
Is what is 750 in Apple.
80. That I hear.
Imagine 700 Apple store.
I think there is. I gotta be. Wow. The Apple Trade. Apple and Starbucks. Side by side. They're everywhere.
McDonald's. Yeah. Yeah. So,
I never.
Oh, there you go. There's more military bases in other countries that don't have Apple. Wow. That's pretty wild. Yeah. That's why they have to recruit track. Get that out. Dude, give me an address. Everybody try to go roll. What here? Give him one here. I know you're a loser. We got listen. And Ron's just and you got that goddamn ladder. That's it to do. Sweat out. Yes. Sweat out. That's where we're living. And then also China, which is so much more clever than the United States.
Yeah.
They've been around 4,000. China has been infiltrating all their education system. Infiltrating, buying up stock and businesses, buying up land. They have their fucking tentacles in the entire system in this country. And they run the most social media. Like, Adam Curry is the best.
Yeah.
She's the best. But the only time where there's been a thing that the United States makes where China dominates. All the attacks, I was just and then they other countries, like China, they have like in there. The same thing. We don't say because other people shifting. We want our shit to be. We're shifting around. You know, that's all they do. This guy because very racist memes, in a private chat, and they're like nothing.
I know.
They're nothing. If you ever find when they're arrested, they're allowed to look at private chats. They said to for memes, you said that's how slippery this shit.
Yeah.
What you can and can't say. Knowledge that you can constantly foreign governments, they're trying to sow.
Yeah.
Racism, Holocaust denial in relation to material shared by your group chats. Although he was on the chat. But the other thing with the actual you don't want to look up what do you what I do, I call
By the way, no.
I'll ask the guy. Yeah. Well, that's a. No, that's a. So like Alan Watts.
Literally.
Well, he's vaccinated. He's so unique. Like Duncan, he's not. He doesn't change views. He's always been really odd, but also like very objective about things. And he'll see like people get sucked into certain patterns. But hold on. Like, the person
Yeah.
But if you did one reason, it's something about the CIA. It's just fucking hilarious.
I guess you're right. And what he's saying, I'm not smart, but what he's but laughing at what he's saying, it's so bizarre. It's no, you're never fucking crazy.
Not if you're one of the naughty people.
Like believe.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking
It's the thing. If you're on this podcast, this is with the thing that I'm in, I can't tell you. The guy who has the number one podcast in the world, this fucking thing, it's all in my head. It's all me getting text messages. It's all me emailing guys to get them to come on. It's all in my head. There's no CIO. There's no that was the thing about the rock and roll world tank.
with the documentary.
Yeah, there's like crazy fucking conspiracy that the CIA, like Morris and Goldberg's, all the 60s, all the rock and roll, and it's like you gotta go like. There are some connections there. Here's the thing. I don't think you can create Jim Morrison. But Jim Morrison was who was Jim Morrison? Was he in the CIA? No, just a general. So, Jesus Christ. Okay, so imagine that. So, very connection. Yeah. For that rear admiral. So it's heavy duty. And as his son goes on, rock and roll star, and like a complete counterculture figure, egos, driving 500 Mustang desert, hair and sunglasses. And there's people who think that that's sort of this rock and roll star that brave rock and roll star was
Envy. What up, baby? All gas, no break. That's where I am, baby. I'm all gas, no break. Yo, dog. Let's check out the social media. All right, we got wow.
Saying that
You're really big. Yo, dog.
See this guy. Like, worship this.
Look at all your shit. All this shit is cool as fuck. All right, so you're a good person. It seems like
I believe that.
if you're not, with me,
This,
all I
this
can see
documentary,
is that
this book,
you know
is all
you're a big time
about
streamer,
the
dog,
CIA.
and I want you to know that I'm amazing. And if you have a question, you should put in passion where I like this. If you want to stick in search engine, campus like this over on the White House. Rabbi, I look like the video. Take care, dog.
It was asking Congress for support to help the North Vietnamese president. At the same time, Morrison and his staff told the Air Force why the radar returns the destroyers had targeted were probably false returns generated by the rough seas. Headquarters the Secretary of Defense failed to give those details to President Johnson. So based on Johnson's testimony, the destroyers suffered an unprovoked attack on international waters. Congress approved of the Gulf resolution, giving the president the authority of military operations. So the thing is, it sounds super far-fetched, but when you look at what they definitely did with Manson, what they definitely did with Operation MK Ultra and Operation Midnight Climax, all these different crazy mind control experiments they did, what they did with the Harvard LSD study, what they did with it, they were dosing with acid, trying to make them, trying to turn them psychopaths. They did it with Manson. They got Manson when he was in prison. There was one with acid, allegedly. And then provided him with acid, and then repeatedly let him out of jail every time he got arrested. So like, so you don't step in. This is above your pay grade, and be out. Yeah, they know that he worked with John West. I was advocating for the CIA. So if they were doing that, he's going to be no. And then he's also allowed to say they were part of funding some rap book.
Yeah.
That was another to support society. And when society is unstable, in like, society is stable, what do you want? Let's fucking get rid of these bureaucrats. Let's fucking get rid of these. That's a stable society.
Yeah.
Great economy. Like, what? Chaos. That's the way you stay in power, stay in control.
Yeah. What was that? Really, where they would play it was music, musicians, whenever they got an album out, and in the album they were putting something to like get people to buy certain things or do certain things. Yeah,
I used to do that.
I forget what it is, but
There was like one frame. A photo.
terrible, crazy, like bestseller, and it was getting people to do things.
Yeah.
Like just pussycat. Stupid.
Find themselves in the middle of a conspiracy to deliver subliminal messages through the popular themselves in the middle of a that was the TV show.
It was later. It was
later. Was an actual show.
Right. I was thinking
that's
it was
the
silly. Yeah. I can remember it working.
Yeah.
How much? Look. Yeah. I think I watched it. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, good. I used to hang on.
Oh,
It's a show. No. Well, some of them can't laugh. So what happens? Anything else that you'll have takes that long time.
Sure.
You have to redo it. Sometimes you have to redo it without money. So you have to pay money.
Yeah.
So home audience and say, oh, show you drugs, they where we do it, that's again, so you do it with no audience.
Yeah.
So
Think of that. They would do it.
the audience. Sometimes it's just a real weird step. We're doing all the time. If there's a real pickup, or maybe they fix, or maybe someone comes along, and sometimes they'll be watching it live. So I can fit it. But what they do is watch like episodes of Big Bang, they go wow. Part of the process of
Yeah.
it's a funny fucking show.
It's funny. And what we're talking about is all of it. Like that. We call my nephew Brand Sheldon. Everything the rich people have to do it a certain way.
It's incredible.
The way he hits on people.
Yeah.
And the way he does like everything. And then like we'll have to remind him that. Like you people. Like you're so
also bizarrely overestimated other businesses.
Yeah. I think it's great. I think you did a great job with it.
No, it's pretty cool. Really different. Which is no. Yeah. Boy, and it's old. It's not new. I think there's like seven. Yeah, I think they started making my theory. But it's a fun show. That's sort of what man, other than this pack was a regular sitcom. She has an unreasonable shit.
And it's hilarious.
It's hilarious. Yeah. Maybe it's like something else too.
Right.
What else?
I think I'll be.
Like, dude, they want the audience. There's 100 of them. They used to be on the WPN and fucking ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox. So many fucking things.
Yeah, I think.
Oh
yeah.
Roku, Amazon Prime, Google Play, Apple TV, and TV. Most stuff is like Max.
I got to get into that. They started putting together.
You can watch that on Apple.
Yeah. I love Apple TV.
This stupid thing, the crime program.
I'm kidding.
I know my support for Apple TV is incredible.
Yeah. Go back to the TikTok thing. I would see a lot of clips from this. I love it. So it's great to see. Another thing, they'll play clips from TV shows where you're like, oh, what's that show? And then you kind of get it. I never watched that whatever show was out a long time ago, and then I'm like, oh, I should check that out, and you'll find it on the app. So now I'm watching it. It's telling me what to do.
They're telling
Yeah. Well, it's not bad.
the thing is, the question is, should we protect people from private influence that can strangle the brains? Because, like, a few years ago, all the TikTokers, pumped lots of letters to America. And they were like, there's a good stuff in America, stuff like that. And it's like,
Oh, God.
it's boring. I guarantee you there's all that's a yeah. And then there's also like the radical left today that wants to attack the American flags and things. Yeah. You are out.
Well, anybody that wears an American flag that are like, whatever.
It's hard.
The left, right? I'm not good. I don't know. Yeah, it is. I was looking at myself like, oh. And I'm looking at this and that flag is cool. The thing I grew up, my mom worked here at the Philadelphia Safety Shipyard. So, we wanted something. Why people with flags like, we weren't allowed to wear that. My mom was like, you couldn't have doors looking on it. If you drive down the street, every flag, you'll see kind of that. And it's folded into it. more. Like, it's a little crazy about it. So when I see it, I stand up straight. They yell at me wrong, so I get nervous. But yeah, I don't think that's right. That's why too.
Wow.
They were saying they make money.
Yeah,
Like, they don't like food. Right.
Good guy.
Right. I was like, this is, and then I'm like, that really was like, now I'm sorry. Osama bin Laden is probably like, fuck, we've all been lied to. Because we do get lied to a lot. So the second is one thing, is we're like, see, we're right.
Also, Osama bin Laden was the CIA was not going to want to treat the job by part of that.
Yeah.
So when it's going to America, it's not like we didn't do anything.
Yeah. I didn't. That's it. It's no big deal that I shot it like that. I guess laughing and they kicked it out.
Like,
it's actually really good. I'm helping this show.
every time
Shut the fuck up.
Donnell Rawlings.
What?
Oh, no, it's like that. He was saying, look at this. That's how you guys start.
Hold on.
That's how he got his career started.
And
Did you feel bad?
awful. So how did he win tickets? Like he would go to shows and prove he was better than the comics.
Oh, wait.
He's
I'm not sure it's real. What's not?
I do love him.
He's the best.
He's dressed so nice.
Just look, three-piece with a tie and a pocket square. Oh.
Pocket square?
Yes. Which,
Yeah. My specials on YouTube are wearing sweatshirts.
the specials on YouTube are great because they're accessible to everyone.
No, I look at my started shopping and I did a little bit of the shopping and then I was like, no, I think this is the better one.
It's a great way for the everyone. The only thing that I let you watch stuff is
Well, I knew that when I saw my phone college last night. Wow. Can't work Netflix.
YouTube.
It's amazing.
It's like TikTok. Like you said, TikTok links all the time. I don't have TikTok, so I'm not going to click on it. So, I have to sign up or watch on the website. It's annoying. And I don't want to sign up. So I don't have it until I don't click those links. But if someone says you YouTube link, it just starts working.
Yeah.
You have to have the YouTube app on your phone. It shows you. You can go to YouTube from other websites. Like it'd be like an embedded link. You can have YouTube without ever opening that.
No, the TikTok because I choose that is it over? Here's a TikTok.
You can kind of watch it, but you got to go to the website and ask you to download the app. But China, I'm buying all the American propaganda. I'm not going to your Chinese website to watch an open letter to America from Osama bin Laden.
By the way, I'm going to do that.
Want to hear it? The open letter to America? Because they translate. The thing is, through AI, one of the really wild things about AI is you can seamlessly translate your voice, even your lips, to other languages. So they're going to do that with a podcast where they're going to translate this podcast to Spanish, German, and what was the other one? Indian. French. I think it's Spanish, German, and French. I think those are the three at first. Right. What they can do now, though, is they can translate like Hitler. So that the Hitler speech that Hitler gave in German. And you get to see it in English. You're like, oh. It's good. I'm like, oh. is right. And he doesn't.
Right.
It's
He
not.
doesn't? I thought he
He's not
did.
fun. Like Trump
Okay.
is.
Trump is definitely funny.
No one's like him. But what he's doing is not like. Like that's what I saw. I thought it was all like. We got to see those things. That's not what he's saying.
You can't convince him to say it outright. You have to manipulate. But we brought him in. He's really brainwashed.
Sure, also.
The only, I heard it, but I didn't. Like, I'm like,
There's a
okay.
video of him. I think it was 36. And rocking.
Oh, yeah. But I can't look at that. I'll think it's a film.
Up a bit, but whatever.
Dude, I'm doing that now. No.
Look at all these people in the audience.
Yeah, that's weird.
That guy got down. He didn't get sped up, but it doesn't look sped up. The guy had it. Normal.
That one.
He does.
That's
Look at the way that guy lifted up his. It looks a little like maybe 4.5 feet. You know, people watch podcasts that's 1.5 feet.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Watch this YouTube video where guys watch other watching 1.5 feet, and I was like, oh, weird. And I realized, oh, this is stuff. Point.
When I was in high school, I got a little bit of literally on the back, terrible to that. The only thing that piqued my interest is this guy was able to run 5 minutes. I couldn't believe anything and do what he was saying. I was like, this is a real person. Like, I was oblivious to everything. So I started getting like good grades about attention, and my mom was like during the pandemic, she's like, I don't love Hitler. Oh, Hitler.
Also, that when you were 15 years after the war,
Right.
which is like it just happened.
Yeah.
So you're looking at like your grandpa. Your grandpa was alive when this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what?
Yeah. You were in the war. Yeah. I was like, wait, what? This is a real. Like, I just didn't go away. And I was like, this just happened. This has to go.
It seems completely insane. So the point is, like, now they can take this Osama bin Laden, and they can translate that.
Wow. Anything else? My friend is going to get and yeah. She does it every day.
Constantly. And talking about how he went down on her and he had gay, something about the sweet smell of her pheromone excites me on a cellular level. Like, he'll anytime anybody was bad, of Duncanisms.
It's almost the smartest thing. I don't know. For me, I just not it, so I just like the tweet where there's this river was out there. So like, he hated the nickname, he did the whole blog, everything.
Well, he's just a comic book job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he says that when I was making tables, I would be very harsh to comments, right? And, especially if I liked them, I would talk to them a lot. And he said that he got off stage, and I said, I don't know what that was, but it I'm like, you are just not.
It's fun.
Oh,
For each other. It was a
Yeah.
good time. It was part of the fun.
Yeah.
But like what Duncan was this like just unique person.
yeah.
You know, you should be in an Oshkosh somewhere.
in the box.
All everywhere. Someone just told little Bobo this was a better movie.
I know. I was very upset when I heard Bobo was gone because that was one of my favorite things to watch in the original movie because it was good music, you know, the whole thing was so good. The guys would sit in the back and just scream, just say everything. Because I was
Yeah.
And they didn't see it, and like they sit down, get work with them.
But Duncan is just. There's no other Duncans. I don't know anybody like him. I know people that have tried to that guy, but
He did call me an old mare for a while.
Mayor. Well, you were always really good. Really good. I really asked if there were, you were the one who did. Sitcom, maybe I'll be on a sitcom. I'm part of that. It's great. It's
Right.
solid material. I go, you fucking hack. You really? Yeah, it sucks. Wow. You're like, yeah, terrible.
As a comic, I feel like when like, hey, Gonzo's coming in New York, and I'm like, hello. I don't want to write, but I'm also when I was at table, I had no seat.
Right.
Like, whatever I want. I'm in a different field. I don't, you know. But now I'm in the same. I'm in New York. You know,
Well,
whatever.
Then
So I get nervous that it's going to backfire. Right? So,
there you go. If you talk to people, will look at you.
Yeah.
If you watch that hater community will always they'll eventually turn on them. You've developed like a bunch of attack dogs.
Yeah. Now people like in a text thread they'll ask about people and talk to each other. Had horrible shit with each other, and so somebody brought up some topic. Oh, it's really good. Oh, that's the new album. Oh, it's really good. They're right. So I don't know.
But there are people that are.
Oh, and you still see them.
It's just like really fun.
That topic, it's really intense, but also like sometimes it's internet shit. And I'm like, you're getting the road with this. Like, we're going to discuss something about a comic who's getting a lot of press right now. And she was like, this is what oh my God, it does go that far back. I'm like, yes, that's accurate. But I don't try to shoot on it, but I do see it still.
It's but sometimes you have to be honest.
Sure.
There's a problem. It's funny.
Oh, awesome. Anyway, I mean, whenever I was here, oh,
Yeah, so I give up all an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Sit. Lost.
Right.
What you got? What's not there. But the thing is, like, especially if you're in stocks, like if you're out there, like that's what get to feed off of each other's success and energy. And
I thought about this job I could get a long time ago. Oh, there's I'm sorry, get that job. It was a wreck. Now there's not more. rates.
no. That's why, yeah.
And now walking like how the group sells back and like the adults aren't working.
So,
House, yeah. Right.
It's like we did wild things back then. It's like a storage room. And they're no hotel. Three gigs like those.
No, I do something animal. I the late tables 12 years, then left a year and a half later. Don't get it.
Of course, didn't.
But that's weird. Like all those years, no, nothing.
That's
But no, and I think with Freddie, when Freddie started out there, that was a jarring moment. That was my friend too, and he just made a conflict doing fantasy on the road, that kind of shit. So a lot of conflict with, we're fucking around in the kitchen. I mean, there was in the kitchen with you, we put together.
yes. And I used to do this thing where I'd say, hey, I'm going to say that. You have a stick in the apron. You put her in the apron with some hands out. They fucking stand. And every people around us would be like, what the fuck is that? I'm like, are you okay? And I just this running gag and so stupid. Like, we get bored. You're doing comedy in the kitchen. But we were trying to find things that we could in our brains.
Right.
You were always doing it with us. So, like, then you did the pro wrestling, and then you did stand up after the pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. But it works. But again, now you're at it works.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm loving it. I mean, probably I got lucky with like going on the road, right? She won't call counties or her ex-wife. That was her. Come on, listen. I've never heard any of this before.
Nice meeting you.
Well, it was still outside the
Very nice.
It was doing great. It was my fault. It was was the reason and playing with the late at night. So like other than that, I to a hotel something. I kept that little one thing, and it was, sitting on the road, I'm like, oh, that is good. So we're getting together. And we talk around to those videos all day, and so most of it people you don't know. I'm not fine, but having your friends is really it's a great way.
It's the only way.
It really is.
Yeah.
But you gotta get to a certain level so you pay them to do that.
Yeah, I started doing it before I really could afford it. Because I realized at a short time, it's better to have people on the road to make. I could afford it. No, I could afford it, but it was cost money.
Yeah, that's losing money for a gig.
Because it wasn't money back then. Like, I knew that the club wasn't willing to pay airfare and hotel and pay an opening act like
Sure.
like more than the normal. So then I started bringing guys to those again. I was like, this is so much better. Yeah, we're going out to dinner together, we're laughing. We're in the same room together, we're laughing. Do shows, we're laughing. The airport, we're laughing.
A lot less money.
It's fun. It changes the entire gig, and it makes the gig a great time. And
Yeah.
We have a great time.
Yeah.
It's just fun. It's just
The whole thing more of an experience, and then you're getting to watch them grow as well. And now they're like, everybody
thing. It's also just the experience. We do it all the time.
Unbelievable. Like last night, we were like, we're just in the green room loving it. It's just so great to see. It's family. It is. It's family. We know somebody on the road, like, go to another city, you see somebody that came up with a way.
No, there's nothing extra special about being on the road. Like one guy's working at a local club.
Yeah.
When did your show over? All right, let's meet up. Yeah. Those days are, like hard to appreciate while it's happening. But the rarest of rare things in the world of life. You love it. Joy out of it.
Yeah.
That the people go and they feel that. And you're doing it with other friends. You're also doing it. And also, everybody's having a party.
You're just making the whole journey more fun. It's just a better experience. Like, it's what I love. Sports, another fortunate thing. Guys love doing stuff, right? And he loves doing these little clubs. What I'll do is he does the early trips. He doesn't like flying behind the late trips. It's like you're still getting to hang out. And I'm getting a lot of cool, like, locals from different areas. So that's a little easier. And that, like, I'm trying to hang out at night. And then I'm meeting people. Like, I'm very grateful to work with him. And very happy to have so well. I'm always at the store, of course. But I haven't done it in a long time. I love the hot pot too.
I never went with flappers. I think I only went up with flappers once.
No, I haven't.
Once.
Ice House those days, like all weekend. I haven't done it, to be honest.
Yeah, that was very fun. That's very cool.
But
yeah, it was fun.
It was fun. No, we were doing you were doing Friday night
Ice
House
House.
Carnival.
We did the Ice House and improv quite a bit too. But
Yeah.
I always missed the hang store. The different, quite a bit. So,
Well, they still want for sure.
Yeah.
The hang, no.
Well,
the show itself is great as well, but it's like that hang is so cool. It's not that important because I do feel like even if I'm working at a club, I do bring up back to the store because they have more space. But some nights you go and you go, and then some nights you're like, oh, okay, this is like an old,
Yeah. Well, that was always how we came back.
Sure. Yeah, and at the latest, I've been waiting for 8 people to start the show. So it's a rough time. But those nights, sometimes I'm like this because everybody would show up and we were paying attention.
That's really.
Oh, God, yes. I remember him showcasing. I think he's going on on Thursday night. It was the crowd phenomenal. And I realized I did something a little like, out of control. And then I go, oh, this Kaufman show. Because for a second, I was like, yo, they're not open. Chill out. There's a crowd that expects. And then I realized, oh, it's cool. And I remember him saying, and, passing on him, not passing. And he went back and he right in her face. Was that good enough? Was that good enough? What are you doing? That's too short. And asked me in the belly room. That's where she had it. It was like a whole situation she put me through. She didn't put it through, but it was great. And he just come in, and we had so much fun with him.
Remember after September 11th,
because he was freaking out.
He was open.
Of course. He did it with the Oklahoma City bombers.
Yeah.
Bombing. he did it.
Who's this?
About the night after, like all the Harvey Weinstein shit. I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna say it. We're in the back.
I didn't see what he said about Israel. He charged him. I was there, but I told him he did not leave that well.
No, he didn't.
He's a wild one. He's putting these road games up. With videos of people leaving the show.
Yeah.
People getting upset.
Oh, this is my favorite thing. Well, I had to tell you. I love that back in the day, like, they would walk out. Can I see the manager? Like, they became a thing. I used to love the voice, and he was like, he'd say these things stuff. People aren't like loving it. I'd be in the back of it. Is he a manager? Please? Good job, bitch. And
Right.
I feel like that now. But it was dad did at school a lot.
Tell us about your gay son.
Well, you want to sing it too early.
You gotta wait on that one.
Yeah.
Out of my book.
Sometimes you can add crazy shit to it. You're at dinner. You're at Mitzi Short's house. Leto was there. Ooh. Eleanor Kerrigan. And put you at the people with that. Bizarre stories. And then I remember Nikki used to fuck with them those people. So he would follow how you would do this. I don't remember, but it's very funny. I was a little I can't remember the proper term. And she right? And then she did and she got on stage and Nikki would sit in the back, open go up, throw the chair down. What kind of shit is this? This is a circus? Who's up next? The bearded woman? Like, I told you they wanted to do it, and she laughed, she didn't care. But he threw the chair down and yelled at Missy for watching these little people. And she loved it. She thought it was the greatest thing ever. Next time you would laugh. Yeah. It was fun to make it more fun, like the drama. Time you walk in like that. But she knew it was a gag, so she was scared. And she was but it's just funny. Like, I would love to put them back together and something like that. I'm punching the how do you like I can do it.
That's legit. When you get over 10. Yeah, 10 years. It seems like people die quicker. That's real disease. And you have a special
Pretty lucky.
Could be lucky. But it also could be you are used to it. People, but maybe you were in AA. A lot of guys from AA came into comics.
Yeah.
Especially in Boston. They go up before people tell stories. You know, emotion addicted. Well, now I gotta find my guy. And everybody's
And it's funny, but it's sad.
funny.
But it's hilarious.
A lot of really good comics started out there. And so that was, and also had a lot of experiences to draw from. They had this crazy life. They had sort of a theme when they would go on stage. That was like, that way, but it seems like that was a lot of fun. Really good. Kind of like trying to figure out what it is that you do exactly.
I feel like that's
Yeah. I still do that sometimes. I still sometimes it's really maybe stuff that really I love.
Yeah.
When I'm inspired, I think it's like acting on that. Like if I get inspired in some 20s, I love that's that was
Right.
But you gotta really like go act on that, like right while the inspiration is still. You got that effort.
Yeah.
Okay. But you know, it's like, you always like like me and Marvin talking with it. Never had two round walkers. Not the two right shit. Always got something big. But there's always a sense of thing.
Do a lot of shows in New York together. And every we're at the party on this. I'm like, hey, but what? He's still out there. Like I think the night before he just did a big one in New York. Um, big one, and he's like, what? I'm like, take the car, get the car so that make it better. I think it was but it was giant. It was a big deal. And still, at the stand, the night before, like doing chili.
Yeah.
And that's it. So you sit down there, you still on the writing. I remember one night, I was just celebrating. It wasn't exactly something they used to do a bit. And the little things like like oh, what's it on the fucking like yeah.
Half of them like take it aggressive because they just throw everything off. They were gonna set it down. He thinks it is such a different way.
It really is.
No clear sign of that.
Unbelievable. Yeah. I could do like that. He's in his back pocket, but I thought he had a booby from one side.
What are you doing?
It's all flat on the other side.
Sitting on it for years.
We were on the stand to the conference down there. We all held in our buses. We moved them. So we were like, wait, like, is this good for you? Oh my God. Literally on each other's laps, like, super important. Yeah. I was like, oh, I don't want to judge. But I learned it.
Well, that's what you gotta do. Make sure you dot your I's and cross your T's.
It came out much first, so it was like women's month. And I was like, you don't want it. You hate women. No, shit.
Yeah, March longer than black.
Well, oh, look how they stuff my name. Do you fucking believe that?
Was that on purpose?
No. We had a windstorm the night before, and it blew those letters off.
Oh no!
How fucking crazy is that? Yeah, and I did it in the OR. It was beautiful. I turned my see the light on the bottom of the face. Up a little bit. There she is, probably. The nerve of her. It's really good. I'm really proud of it. I love the name, of course. I love being silly. But it's, you know what it is? Because we were talking about women, people about sex, about whatever it is. They do feel fine. So, and they always say, you're old. Well, I know. And I'm fine with it. I'm happy to almost be there. Like, I don't know what else you want me to do. Like, I was just gorgeous, so we're trying to find something. You're the person who's so I'm telling them, I deal with it.
Yeah. I'm going to see you tonight. All right. Friends,
I thought what podcast still. We're still doing that. What's up, Don? Jeff Danish. My shop. I have so much fun. Yeah.
All right. Instagram.
And I think just across the board. Yeah. TikTok.
Go ahead. China.
Get in there,
Information.
Science of sorry,
what we're doing now. Now, this right. Good. That's good. Alex, we have a thing called this. Actually, yes. Actually, that's up. There. It's interesting the way people find. And then some of the people. And then, yeah. I saw it. Online. So, no, that's right. Very simple. Like, they don't need it. Right. So, why is it that we don't feel it? We, oh, uh, oh, It lies. Say, quite literally. Which we make billion. Because of getting war. Is it possible that in the future, past, it's actually released? It's very precise. How do you have it? One and point like could then we can okay. Yeah, never tried. And that's space. Gravitation. Everyone else has right. But it's way less. I into accelerate what so black collapses, and that's when you get a black hole. You try to put that in perspective. The sun is a Relation. No. It's periodic problem. No suggestions. You're right. Whereas distant. Yeah, I mean, I think the stop. And it, yeah. And the, yeah, so we can put the engine going. That then becomes the system that yeah, talking. Yeah, so you think that it's got 4 light years or so, 100 years. So you would have to it would would that's always the thing. Yeah, physicists go look you know, you can't do that. There's no law of physics that tells you can't do it. Yeah, in principle, you're right. You can build a spaceship. On the time goes on, and virtual reality gets organized in some place. That's why I want to send some
You hear that? Space like Cura compared to so like science the world will say well, we should it's clearly true for people it's better but I think it's about I mean and it's not only planet we we've already industrial near Earth orbit coloring they hold the amount of resources just like I don't know, seems that build a sky. Sometimes good stories told. If you, if, this point is the energy. So you could almost. So I think so I think we'll do so, but that's a years. And all the benefits of lost. Where you and what it yes. So that goes and the results. Agree. Quite nice. I agree with you. It's what is it? Oh, right, right. And then yeah. So there's gravity, and then some protecting. So you put man. So you go there. Occasionally.
So
one. Exactly. So there are places. Really that's engineering. I agree. The digital.
Why not make it really long? Yeah. This is so dumb. Travel the speed of light. So nobody can duck out of the way of them. Yeah. Like, yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay, that.
Falls into the in this room. I mean, it's time machine.
The last. Right. More excited. So, if you want, yeah. Yeah. There's also, I mean, that yes. An alien spaceship. Again, there's only two people. But it looks, yeah. Or has spaceship. Nobody, and yeah, but yeah. It's exact. If a planet was one, it would have. Right? And that's right. I do. Yeah. I suppose that's something. Then we just I mean, some. You know, I mean, it's die. Those things, it fails on its first line. In terms of but the idea. God is and what captain a religious fundamental decided decides to bring meaning to the last man, the last. So he stays. You know, what's your reaction? How is it? I'm not being. Harry, really sad. The try stand out
size of the universe. Tiny. It's so that you want to the answer that was how you I did. So, yeah. So it really is. You imagine some time. Just imagine it. And what do you this from the big so nice. That makes sense. Thank you. Yeah. So like and exactly. And some rules. To be and you know they were very much change direction, you don't do accelerator nonsense. Nothing's it's just nice stuff. The idea. Yeah. So you can all you have to do is your stuff. Like, like, it's called geometry. It's called ability to do that, to have a walk drive. Sort of stuff you have to actually put it. And then it doesn't. It has that's so that's we can still find it.
So if you have force or mass, whatever it is,
yeah. So the calculation, you've got wormhole to the but you can do all that in nature.
but that stuff is not real.
That's have to have that stuff like pressure or something like that. So Sydney Day. Oh, so what? Way around. Right, quicker. So you get that. You go all the way around. Or you can, it's a theoretical. You come on. Nice to go. Go. Black hole, tiny hole. So, is it? Yeah. So, so, that means that at least we know that's one of the years of science. Why? To the balance. What evidence? Because the octopus is so that's of an origin to me. There's only one way. So even maybe. So that's the way it gets.
Why they're so similar as well.
Yeah, they're not. So that's why I'm surprised about it because the
ability to form their outer texture is incredible.
Yeah, you look at an octopus.
Right.
Thanks. I'm guessing, but yes, that's the only way you could it's so similar to it. Chemically. The only way. But if the moment
Frog.
Anyway, if in my actually can be right. What we life million years 600 million years ago or most in life And that's one of the cellular life in I so long on Earth. It's very but it seems to be an urgent bacteria and that looks like inside Rabbi as a counter hypothesis. Here. Planets.
Just our sources tomorrow. So the complex with billions of test.
We don't know, but let's say unfortunate. So, I'll take 4 billion. The original line. What years? But let's say 4 billion is on. How many of those worlds stable? 3. Oh Lord. Stable.
The
At least
large,
you know that there's a so, is that or and it looks to them. Stop coming in. And they're uncertain to what they are today. That's the thing I think about the to get it. Yeah, quite.
Bode's law work.
Yeah. it's one thing. I don't want that in it. It wasn't stable. That's met accurately depict who was. That's what was done. Was yeah, it's just a yeah, oh, it's in the tensive station. So something actually stays. I didn't make before the action goes on. It's a because planets do now. Distance interactions. Again, and not stable for the long period. Not one. And one that we and that so, so not those things. Stream. The bad point being later. You were in right. So, brain meaning today. Whether it's we actually we're time. We are. Otherwise, you forward. Say, I'm sure. I'm sure. Question is, I just what you what what accept all the spiritual for that you are this shit. So, yeah, they're about to begin. Why is future? Right. Civil billions of what? Yes.
Yo, Caspian Sea. Long time no see. How you living, pimp? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I think I heard you okay. Let me get this back. Hold on. Hold on. Just a moment.
So, becomes a nano. But it's possible. is so efficient. It's possible.
Thought it's symbiosis taking place.
Okay, long time no see. What happened? Yes.
But also that this may be the future of life, that we are so connected to the idea of flesh, blood, bone, that maybe this is just a temporary situation until we transition. Or if not us transition, it surpasses us. This is the next stage of life. But this stage has no need for all the human and biological reward systems that are in place that make sure that we survive. Ego or fear or emotions. No need for that. That it will just exist and maintain its equilibrium as this new form of life. And this is the future of life. We'll get there. Maybe it will only be 100 years from now. But that's what exists all throughout the cosmos. There's no need to copy. There's no need to show our signal in the sky. It just exists in its form.
I agree. Yeah, I wasn't just either. Yes, that's the counter argument to this Fermi paradox argument that I talked about. Well, exactly as you just said. But basically, you evolve to a point very rapidly where you just play the 80s. Yeah, and you don't really get involved, as you said. Maybe it just maintains.
There's no motivation, right? Because our motivations are so weird, right? We have these biological motivations to survive, and there's motivations to conquer and to innovate and to spread our genes and to move into new territories. But if you didn't have biology, if you existed completely from man-made materials or from materials found on Earth, and this new form of life was created out of that, it wouldn't have those. Let's program them. Why would you do that?
It is interesting because we don't know what consciousness is. Right? So it's something called
That's horseshit.
We don't know. So it's a good question whether you can build. Let's say you want to build a self-replicating.
Was the thing you did with your parents misdemeanor or a felony?
Maybe go to the moon or Mars.
Damn, they are treating you like shit, dog.
Does it have to have a sufficient level of intelligence that it actually is conscious?
Oh, horseshit.
And all these things that we talked about, this word meaning earlier, we all understand that can't be found. Is that a emergent property?
Dog, can you just leave state?
If you've got something that's intelligent enough to replicate itself and live, as you said.
Can they get you?
I don't know the answer, but it's worth considering this thing.
Okay, that makes sense.
Love and fear and those are just the things that happen when you are intelligent. Right. I don't know the answer, but it could possibly.
Does consciousness have to have a local origin? Does it have to come from a thing? Like if you think about cellular communication, if you send me, if you're in England, and you send me a video from your phone and it reaches my phone, it's getting to me through space.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like
it's like literally from a device not connected by any wires or anything. It's coming to me. If there's a possibility,
well, what they'll do is they'll put out a warrant for your arrest. And then when you're in another state and you get pulled over, you're going to show up in the National Criminal Database. Then they're going to take you in. They're going to call the state that originally arrested you or had the warrant out on you and ask if they want to extradite you to that state. And depending on how desperate they want you, yes or no. Probably in Nevada, they'll get you. If you went to a further state, probably not. Or, I'm sorry, probably in California, they get you. Or Arizona, anything bordering.
Because our brains are too crude, like trying to explain to Australopithecus what a satellite is.
Yeah. I mean, yes. I mean, if you think about our brains, they are ultimately, what are they? They're just a distributed network of cells. I mean, they're very complicated, but they are a colony of things that are autonomous in a sense, and they communicate with each other. So yeah, I don't see why you can't scale that up. Principle. I mean, I should just the caveat is always that we don't know about this. Yeah. It's just not understood.
Well, I think there's something weird happening.
It's physical, though. I'm damn sure it's physical. I'm damn sure that there's nothing going on in my head other than what is allowed by the laws of nature.
Yeah, I mean,
so eliminating.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That looks ridiculous because it's like, well, if you're taking care of your mental health, then you're just like living a normal life. A normal person generally, I'm saying generally, doesn't need to go and check themselves in and get a week's worth of paperwork to say that they are normal. However, you're in a situation that is different than most people, where you're kind of an enemy of the state, and right, and so you're like doing everything you can to prove your sanity. And
but if you look at the history of particle physics, in particular the study of matter, we spent decades.
What caused this? What caused you to be like, hey, I'm going to go to the police station? Or what caused you to go to the hospital?
And we've looked for another one with ultra high precision. So I would claim.
Wait. Okay, so I get that. So you get a piece of mail that says we might put out a warrant for your arrest.
Very precisely. And so if you want to suggest something else that interacts with matter strongly, then I would say that it's ruled out. I would just try to say it's ruled out by experience. Or at least it is extremely simple. And you would have to jump through a lot of hoops to the theory of some stuff that we wouldn't see, but we observe how matter that is present in our bodies. And presumably you believe in the soul, you want it to exist outside when you die, you still want the thing to be there, and believe in ghosts and things like that. You look at a ghost, and it is something that carries the imprint of you. It looks like you. So that means that
right, and why will they arrest you?
Matter that is you, because it carries a pattern. If it carries a pattern, it carries information. If it carries information, there has to be an energy source that allows that information to persist.
Yeah, so what is that? They're saying you're non-compliant. I know what non-compliance means, but like, okay, so you got arrested for what? Trespassing at your parents' house?
So then it's something that people see sometimes. And that means that it interacts with light. But we know how light interacts. And we rule out anything but the most subtle further interaction. So I claim, and I started off as a joke. I wrote it in a monkey cage book, a radio show that I did. But it ended up, when I'd written it down, I thought, actually, it makes sense. And I read something similar, actually. I think Sean Carroll, I don't know if you know Sean.
Right.
He's said something the same, I think, in the book that he wrote, the big picture, I think there's a similar argument. So
right, it's difficult to get all those medical records.
So if you, so this energy that's interacting with matter, even if you're not moving at all, if you're just thinking, it's interacting with the matter that encompasses your mind, your brain, or your nerves, your neurons. It's something in there that's interacting with matter, whether you like it or not. So even just a simple thought process or a dream.
So let me get this straight, just so I'm following along. So you're just minding your own business last week or whatever. You go and check the mail, or you get your mail. You open up an envelope from the state, or it's an email. Oh, they sent you an email saying, hey, you're in non-compliance. You have 10 days to become compliant. Okay, and so you get scared because you get this letter, and you go to the nearest hospital, and you just basically say to them, look, I want to prove to you my own sanity.
And I would say there isn't. So that's
The woo-woo version is that brain itself, the body, the spiritual self, you are merely an antenna that's tuning into the great consciousness of the universe.
but why? But then you have to answer what it.
Right.
We know what we're made of, so we know how those particles behave. So why do the particles not in any way interact with that stuff? Because we interact. We don't. If that's true, we don't only just interact with it. We interact extremely strongly. We're interacting with it now.
Yeah.
Every movement I make is interaction between that.
Excellent. No, and you're not. I understand why you would embellish it. Just for a moment. I'll be right back. I'm here. I just have to fix one of my
So it's a
computers.
very strong interaction. But we don't see it in all our precision measurements. Well, the answer for that, the answer is because it's not there.
The answer is Jesus, and you can't measure God.
That may be an answer, but the point is, as we talked about earlier with absolute space, if you can't measure it, it's not there.
Right. But for whatever reason, for people, there is some incredible motivation to find a divine something or another. There's something greater than this physical being. There's something. What do you think that is? Like, what is that compulsion?
We've already sort of talked a bit about it. I think it goes to the heart of this question of what it means to be human. So I would say.
Okay, I'm back.
Human.
I don't know why,
I don't have the answer to the meaning of it.
but just how it sounds like you might get arrested on Monday.
Finite beings.
Right.
Which are just clusters of atoms.
Dog, so then why fuck around with that shit anymore? Just bounce.
How they came to be. And we have a limited amount of time, not actually unfortunately, but because of the laws of nature. And the laws of nature forbid us to be immortal. Immortality is ruled out by the laws of physics.
Wait, let's think about this.
What's interesting
In all seriousness. Okay, so you don't have anywhere to go. Now, if you choose to just leave, you don't have anywhere to go. So you'll basically be homeless, correct? Okay, so then what they're offering you is not that bad. It's 4 walls or whatever. It's a roof over your head. It's 3 square meals a day. You get some TV and outdoor time. I'm not saying it's great, but it's better than homelessness. Okay.
In that process of going from all the
Dog, over a trespassing violation?
So it's a natural sign of the evolution of the universe. There's that period of time when there's
Is that where your parents live?
So stars and planets.
I gotcha. I imagine so. Okay, so then,
But they exist because the universe is nature, not in spite of the universe. So our existence in that sort of nature is necessarily finite, necessarily time limited.
yeah, exactly. Let's think about this.
Complexity has got so far that there are things in the universe that can think,
Right.
feel, and explore.
Okay, so
I think that is the answer. If you want an answer,
what would I do if I were you?
Is that
You
are part of the universe because of the way the laws of nature work. You are allowed to exist, but you're allowed to exist for a temporary, for a small amount of time in a possibly situation.
One of the biggest mind-blowing moments, I think, of my limited comprehension of what it means to be a living being was when I found out that
Will they store your stuff for you?
all the stuff that makes us has to come out of a dying star. Like that alone, like there's this very strange cycle of these enormous fireballs that forge the material that makes flying cocks. Like what? That one alone, that there's some strange loop of biological life that comes from stars, which is
So,
like the
if
most
I understand
elemental
correctly,
thing that we can observe.
you're going to have your stuff packed.
We see the sun,
Hopefully Monday
the
comes
sky,
and
this
they're like, all right, just get out of here. You come back, you unpack everything, and you've got another month and a half or whatever. If they're like, yeah, you're going to jail, and you're like, all right, and your friends will just fend for your stuff, basically, you get out in 45 days or whatever, and you're homeless, right?
And so it was all made in stars. And it's probably different stars. You know, the atoms in your body, they're not all from one star. There'll be a mixture of stuff from many stars. And I agree with you. What more do you want?
Okay, so your friends, once you get out of jail, they would give you a couch.
There must be more to it. What do you need?
Do you have a couch? I wish I could give you one. I would. Do you have a couch anywhere in California?
Yeah, I think so. So
and assemble itself spontaneously
and using the two
temporary
if you
structures
end up going to jail, then at the end of the jail
and
time,
then those structures will decay away again at some point.
Right, but they could just extend that.
So there we are.
Again, one way or the other, this goes south in any way, shape, or form. Just to get a lawyer and get on today.
Yeah, so why don't you, I know you've thought through all of this stuff, but whatever friend you have who you could maybe couch surf in California, call them and just say, look, I'm coming this weekend and I just need a couch surf and I'm bringing my laptop and that's it. If you do that, basically, the state of Nevada probably isn't going to come get you. I know what I said, but if it's just like a trespass thing, that's no big deal.
Something that's very common, similar, familiar. Yeah, I agree. But I think that's...
Dude, who the fuck cares? Just bounce, dog.
The journey that we go, the real treasure is in that journey trying to face.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at it this way. They're no matter what, they're basically going to put you in jail. And so if you go to another state, then there's not that as good a chance that they'll put you in jail, and you can start a new life in California.
And I think that's what I think you miss out.
Right. So what I'm saying is this. Okay, let's put it in terms of your shit. I have very little confidence in your friends that they're going to hold on to your laptop and all kinds of other shit just indefinitely. Maybe they will, but like, let's just be honest. So if I were you, okay, so then what happens? You have like a lot of nice stuff. So if you go in Monday, they're going to put you in jail. You might be in jail for a year. Who knows? I know 45 days, but who knows? Basically, that means when you get out of jail, you don't have a computer. You don't have any of your shit. And you're going to be on a couch. Maybe, if you're lucky. Okay, fine. That's the worst case scenario. Or like in that situation. If you call the person you know in California and just say, look, I need to just couch surf on from like Saturday and Sunday, and Monday I'm gonna be on Craigslist getting a job. You can just go work as a bartender in California, and all you have to do is say to your friend, look, I had this exact kind of job in Nevada. I got it in one day. I can do the same thing in California, but this way you have a computer. Basically, you have a computer and you have a new lease on life and you're not going to jail. Again, you don't have another arrest on your record.
Sean Carroll and all these other people that are public intellectuals
So just go.
People like myself.
Honestly, call your friend and say, look, I need to spend just like a handful of days on your couch. I'm going to hit the pavement as hard as I can. I'll take buses. I'll do what I need to do. I'll get a job in 1 day or 2 days in the state of California, just like I did in Nevada. And then from there, I'm going to get on my feet, and I don't have anything over my head, basically, in this state. I don't have to worry about probation. I don't have to worry about jail. And then do what you need to do. And the worst case scenario is... The worst case is something happens and then you have to serve whatever jail. If they make you serve jail in Nevada, but if the longer you get away from this, the less likely it is they're going to make you go back to jail. But the closer you are to it, the higher the probability.
Which is really the reason that it exists. That's the reason for the universe. We don't know why that is. So,
dude, you can always just say, I got a flat tire. Okay, you can always say, I missed the bus.
science can
I overslept.
Sometimes sound like that the discipline is saying to people, well, you're not right. Yeah. And it's not the discipline saying you're not right. It's saying this is what we found out. So I like
right, dude. This isn't the
you want to philosophize or you want to do
the first millennia Greece, and you're not going to drink any hemlock, dog. Right now, you have a computer. You have a bunch of computers. If you go and just take the bus, a Greyhound, or Amtrak from Las Vegas to your friend's house in Orange County, where you might, or not Orange County, but in Los Angeles, where you might be able to couch sit. At least give it a chance. You're gonna lose your. Just ask, and if they say no, beg and be like, look, I'll give you money as soon as I can. You just have to understand I can't stay here any longer, and my whole life depends on this. And if they know that, if they're really your friend, they're going to say fine. And then you're going to say, okay, Rabbi, I've got a place to go. And they said I could come there on Saturday or whatever. And now I just pack up my shit and I put everything that I can put on in my luggage or whatever. And then I'm going to start a new life in California. If not, you're going to run into the same bullshit that you're running into. Dude, Caspian Sea, I hate this about Las Vegas, but it's true. It is like a spider in a web, and it's really hard to escape it. It's like a black hole. Everyone gets sucked into it. When shit goes wrong in California, everybody gets sucked into going to Las Vegas, and then it becomes like this wilderness of people. Get back in that California game, and you can escape all of this. Like, here's what's gonna happen. Okay, you go back on Monday, they put you in jail. Now you gotta fucking, let's say 45 days or whatever. They let you out. You have nowhere to go. You don't have a cell phone. You don't have a computer. You don't have anything. So now you have to go to a friend's house, and you're just going to show up randomly at their place. And maybe before they said, yeah, you can couch hop with us, but now you can't. Okay, so now you literally are homeless, and it's the worst thing that you wanted for yourself, which is you have absolutely nowhere to go and nothing, and now you really are going to be one of the people who's like a desert rat, and you're going to be in and out of the homeless shelters of Las Vegas. Those are the worst ones. So what do you do instead? You, if anything, get your computer, get your computer and get your like backpack and stuff, and if anything, just get on a bus to California, and if anything, get to a shelter. I'm not saying that it's warm here, so it's not terrible, and it's I know it's kind of a coin flip. Okay, but jail sucks, and you want to live in California anyway. I mean, that's what. But I don't want you to lose your computer. I don't want you to lose your cell phone. You're going to lose all that. And, like, it's hard to start from zero, but you're not at zero right now. You will be at zero the day that you get out of jail and you don't have anything.
And the problem with that is people go, fuck you, you're an idiot. Like, is there a natural inclination?
How, though? I mean, I know you're saying like your friends are going to hold on to it, but you can't guarantee that.
You don't do that. I think that's very important. And I think that a guy like Gotham just gets frustrated from all these years of people.
Why even take the risk, though? So here's what you do. You get your phone right now, and you call your friend, and you ask them, hey, is there any way that I can stay on your couch for a week? I just need a week. And maybe you can work that week into 2 weeks once they see that you're working really hard. And so go call them right now. That's what you have to do.
Having said that,
that works.
I've kind of softened the
and
years.
If they say yes, then what you do is you get an escape plan. You buy a Greyhound bus ticket or a whatever bus to Union Station or LA or whatever, or wherever they live, and you get to their place. And once you're in California, you have to say to yourself, okay, now I can do anything. I can go be a lifeguard. I can, I can pass background checks here because California has a ban the box. It's a ban the box state. So basically, like, unless you know what that means.
And so I've stopped actually.
Okay, so California banned the box state, which means places aren't allowed to ask you if you've ever been arrested.
It's just fun.
Unless they see it as having to do negatively, like, I don't know, like, you can't be a bank, you can't, like, be a bank teller if you robbed a bank or something like that. It has to be very specific to whatever your crime was. So basically, before people would say, oh, you got, 2 DUIs, you can't be a carpenter anymore. Well, it doesn't work that much anymore. They say having 2 DUIs doesn't really have anything to do with carpentry. So while it's not good to have the DUIs, it's not. It shouldn't prevent you from getting this job. But other states don't have this. Other states will say you've got 2 DUIs, you can't be a carpenter here. So what I'm letting you know is that anything that you have on your record in other states generally isn't going to affect you in California. And then also anything that you have in California, the place where you potentially apply for work, it won't necessarily affect you because of the ban the box law. So then what's the plan? You find a spot in California, and if your friend says go for it, you buy the cheapest and fastest ticket out of the state of Nevada. And then what I would do is I would email whatever person who said I would be there on Monday or whatever, and just say, I missed the bus, or I overslept my alarm, or whatever, if you really are feeling that badly about it. But, like, you only have a few days of freedom, and I know you're saying that, like, look, my friends will hold on to my computers and shit for me too. Okay, maybe they will, maybe they won't. But this way, you for sure get to keep your computers, and you also have. Do you have any other family with whom you could stay? I know, like, you would have no siblings. Okay. Okay. And it's nothing you couldn't call her and be like, hey, is there any way I can chill with you?
But he talks it. Yeah. But it's great. It's called Science.
There you go. That's a thought. Or just ask her if you can stay on her couch.
We thought he was going to talk about the Manhattan Project. We thought he was going to talk about the Atom Bomb. He was random, basically. But he didn't. He talked about how thinking like a scientist.
Okay. Did she live in Nevada?
Thinking in the way that nature forces you to.
Well, then staying on her couch doesn't help you.
That's an insight in itself.
All right, so then at least you have a place to keep your computers and shit. And so then what I would do if I were you is call her and say, look, I'm going to deliver my computers and shit to you on Saturday or Sunday or whatever, and then you go in on Monday, and if they arrest you, fine. You don't have to worry about her having to go get them. You know what I mean? Because then what happens if her life turns out where she doesn't get in touch with your roommate, and then so don't worry about it. You just put all your shit in a box, give it to her, and then just say, hopefully I get this shit back from you on Monday, and I do everything that the police need me to do. But if not, just please hold on to this until I'm out, and then I don't have to start from zero. Because basically, like, that's an entire year of your life of trying to get back on your feet. If you can start out and you already have a computer and you already have a cell phone, that's great. If you don't and you get out, then you gotta get that fucking cell phone. So you gotta get a free cell phone and do whatever you can do with that. And then from there, you gotta get a computer. And it's very difficult, as you know, to get a computer if you have no money. So then you'd have to get a job, and it's hard to get a job without a computer, all that other shit.
Where you think that the individual is the only thing that matters, and that's it. But actually, of course, to have a function in society, you need a mixture of the two, and we can weight it one way or the other. But you need to hold both ideas in your head at the same time. And he said that's one of the most valuable things about science, because it forces you to modes of thought that are valuable.
Right.
And that's what we're talking about here. Absolute positions are always just a blink of subset of what's actually happening. You can't understand the world by being an extremist.
Yeah.
You've got to hold all these views in your head.
Well, I find that so often on this podcast because I talk with people I agree with and disagree with, and I always try to put myself in the
Right, I understand.
I always try
Basically,
to figure out how they're coming to those conclusions or where they're coming from.
right.
And I think it's so important to not
Right,
be
some
trying
bullshit
to
like that.
bullshit.
No, I
I had a
understand.
conversation
So basically,
with someone about this.
the
They said, sometimes you change your opinions.
Yeah.
I go, yeah, I do.
um,
I do. It's a fact. Like I'm flip-flopping. I'm not a politician. Like, I'm not flip-flopping. I'm thinking.
yeah, there's
I'm
that
not
too.
sure.
There's
Not
that
sure.
too.
Like,
So
I
then,
will have one opinion on a thing, whether it's a controversial thing like universal basic income. I'll change my mind 100%. Now I think it's probably a good idea. And then I'll go back.
well, hold on.
People need
It all depends on what your friend
I
says.
don't know. I bounce around with these things.
Because if your friend says, "Yeah, I've got a spot for you," you take it. You have to. Okay, but if your friend says, "No, it doesn't work" or whatever, then you do what you need to do. You fucking swallow your medicine, and then hopefully you get your computers when you get out. But if you have the opportunity to flee, which you do, see, here's the thing: you might not have the opportunity to flee when you get out. You're gonna have zero money, and you won't even have like a way to get to California. So that might take you another. You might be able to hitchhike or something like that, but
the most valuable thing about science is the
like right now you have a little bit of money and you have a computer and you have a cell phone. If your friend says to you, "Yeah, I've got a couch on which you can stay," take them up on it.
It's the open door, the open channel, we call it. So if we want
You have to at that point. Because if not, you have to look at it like, okay, well, when I get out, I have no way to get to California, I have no money, and I don't know if I'll have my computers and stuff. If I just bounce to California, and wait, you have to think of it like this too, dog. I just thought of this. You don't have a warrant on yourself right now. So you could leave and of your own accord. That's what I would tell them. If I were you, that's what is fucking would be smart. Is just to say, I don't know if you're allowed to do this, but I would consider it. Just think about it. You tell them, I just moved states. I decided that this wasn't for me. And then it's off their fucking plate. You don't have a warrant for your arrest. They don't have to deal with you anymore. You let your probation just run out. Then you don't have to serve any time. Is that for sure?
Richard Russell was a good tobacco. He would talk about how he wouldn't fly unless he could smoke. Like he had to get us back when they had smoking sections on here. Yes.
Well,
he just refused to fly without
all right, then I guess you see what your friend says about staying on a couch. If they say you can do it, I would take them up on it, just because it's the most solid opportunity that you have, where you have a computer, you have some money, you have a cell phone, and you're in another state. If they say no, you can't, then contact your sister. Put your shit in a box, give it to her, say I'm gonna need to pick this up from you in a few months or whatever. And then honestly, jail isn't that bad, considering I would just be telling myself this entire time,
one of the reasons
I could be in the elements right now. It could be raining on me. It could be the sun could be beating down on me after an entire day, where people would honestly would commit a crime just to be in jail to get out of the elements. And I know that sounds strange, but like there are these cases of people who will go up to a bank teller's window with a note that says, I'm not really wanting any of the money, but this is a holdup.
Yes, I know.
Just because I want to go to jail, federal prison, so that I don't have to be homeless. And they arrest the person and they put them in federal prison because it's a nicer, well, it's a federal crime, but also the reason why they say federal prison is because it's nicer than the state prison. So, I mean, it isn't like, I would say before, when they would beat you in prison or they'd rape you in prison or like those kind of things or in jail, like those, I'm not saying they still can't do that, but it's much different now where you consider, look, if I were outside in the elements, no one's going to help me, and I'm going to be cold, I'm going to be hot, and I'm going to be really thirsty. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to have nowhere to go to the bathroom. Fuck it, man. Instead of doing all that shit, I can just be in this one little room. This is how I one time heard jail described, and I thought it was perfect description. It's like spending all your time in a bathroom. Meaning, like take your bathroom wherever it is, and then just that's what jail's like. It's basically like you're spending all your time in it. Meaning there's just a toilet, there's nothing else there, but like being in that kind of environment while shitty is better than getting rained on, is better than getting hailed on, is better than being fucking cold as shit, and it's better than being hot as shit.
Yeah, they're very good. Someone said that these systems
it's really not that bad in comparison to what the alternative is. See, where they really got you fucked is this, and I'll just come out and say it. If you continue, if you don't go, you won't be able to get a job. You have to be on the run. You have to go to another state. All this other bullshit will happen, and it'll just follow you. So you're doing what's right, just fucking hitting it head on and doing what they need to. And maybe they don't arrest you on Monday, but I don't.
And then that money goes into funding universities. So I think the answer is going to be an economic thing.
Well,
but
so
all the experts,
so if they don't, then
the idea of it,
I
general intelligence,
exactly. Now,
and so whilst we might
right now, here's my question. I know that they're going to put out a warrant for you, and you're just going to be fucked. But I wonder why. Like, imagine you didn't open that mail, or like respond to it, and you just moved to California. I guess they would have just put out a warrant for your arrest, and you would have no idea about it, and then you would get picked up on it. I guess that was what would happen, which is really shitty. But I guess. Okay. What are the odds they don't put you in jail on Monday?
Yes. Well, it's these concepts that are really hard to visualize, like sort of Kurzweil's idea of exponential.
Damn, so only a 25% chance of going to jail. Okay, and why are you so confident with the 75% chance?
Yeah, on neuroscience. Yeah, neuroscience. One brain cell probably.
Kurzweil convinced that what's going to
happen everything
as technology increases in this wildly exponential way, where we just can't visualize it. We can't even imagine how.
Okay, that's cool. Hey.
In those 50 years, something's going to happen that radically our idea of what's possible. I think Elon shares this idea as well, that it's going to sneak up on us so quickly that when it does go live,
yeah, I mean, it's worth the framework in place.
Okay, well, I keep it vague. I don't really know what you mean, so I'm sure no one else knows what you mean. Okay, so I was thinking about this though. An MYP?
It's a politician. It's a job of the
Oh.
You've always got to remember that as a government.
When you were on probation?
If you're going to allow technology to destroy people's jobs, it is your responsibility to find a way of replacing them or compensate those people. Otherwise, you get breaks. So
they're a human being, those that people need some meaning. Like just giving them income, I think, is just going to.
Is this not cannabis?
It's just my speculation.
Okay.
Create mass despair. provide them with food and shelter.
So
They need
shouldn't have done that, but it was New Year's
to
Eve.
do. So there's going to be
Damn.
sort of a
So you were
demand
just like partying on New Year's.
to have occupation,
They said, hey, they said, have you ever had this?
Let's say it seems
I
to be one
thought
of
that it
the
was enough days, but it was like 5 days
parts
later.
of being a
They're like,
person.
have you ever had this? And I said, I looked at the guy, and I just looked at him, and I was like,
that we know of that have
I was like, what are you pulling on me right
find
now?
meaning and share meaning.
And he's just like, I'm just saying, I'm just like, is that what it says?
I don't think
I
it's
was
going
like,
to be enough to
where
just
you have something on your finger, and then you dip it in there.
want
Stop
something
fucking
to do
waiting
with
for me.
a person is you're doing something for an occupation. This is your identity. Then all of a sudden that occupation becomes irrelevant.
Oh no, wait. So they didn't fail you on that?
Have this
So,
incredible
I
feeling
mean,
of
if you
despair.
bring it up, you know, like, well, the first test you did,
Hold on a sec. So I obviously don't know everything. You had to do random drug tests throughout this process.
no, just right at the beginning.
Oh, okay.
So, if you don't bring it, they might think you do another one.
the job that you don't really want to do is actually
Right.
you can do the thing that humans are best
Yeah,
at.
what do they say on that nowadays? They're still really strict on it, aren't they?
They shouldn't be because it's
Does everybody want to do
people here, but if they are, if they are,
Yeah, they still use the federal.
Interest like that. Everybody went on
So
to
yeah, that's where the
pottery,
25% comes in.
painting, doing all
I'm
these
thinking
different things they've always
35%
really
chance.
wanted to do.
Holy shit! Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So you will? Are you gonna have? You're gonna have to take a drug test on Monday?
But boy, there's a lot of people I don't think
But they
have
but there was times we didn't meet the last time.
forced it onto them at age 55.
Okay, so they only brought up the other random thing.
Very, very different.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they really cared about it.
Okay, so then that's okay.
It's a big challenge.
And then
That was last
But I
time.
think
So,
that
you know,
in
we gotta
concept,
make
at
room
least,
next
it's
time.
inevitable.
Right.
that we do have some sort of an artificial intelligence that resembles us, or that resembles something
Again, you know
like
what?
that's
If
not
it's
going
gonna just take another chin chin out of the way.
Yeah.
Just take another chin.
dog, I'm kind of like in agreement with you on that. It's almost like, dude, if you want to put me through all these fucking tests, just throw me behind bars and instead, because it's like,
when I talk to people in
Yeah,
the
you
field,
tax me as your indenture servant per hour many days you want to keep me in. I'm gonna get that tax money.
it's really
You know,
right. It's going to be
out of
miles
the
away.
state.
So maybe I'm hiding my head in the sand a bit. But I
God
don't
willing.
think so.
And you know what's
I think-
bullshit is
I
the
think we'll know
13th
if we- I don't
Amendment.
think anyone's gonna do
Everybody
it.
thinks
So I
freed
don't
the
think
slaves
free
and
the
everything,
slaves.
but not really. It says in the 13th Amendment that
We'll see ourselves
you can
getting
still
acquired that
have
way.
slavery
We'll see ourselves
for
We'll see those systems begin
as
to
a
emerge.
means for people who are incarcerated. And there are people who are moving to totally eradicate slavery because it technically hasn't been eradicated. But yeah, anyway, I thought that's very interesting.
I made sure that they CT scans in my back because I'm going to tell them straight up I have discs in my back. We're going to have to
Yeah. Oh, hey, dude. Dude, you know what you should tell them? I'm serious about this. Tell them that you need a CPAP. If you tell them you need a CPAP, they have to put you in the medical unit, and you also get a plug, like into the wall, because they have to provide you with a C. You know what a CPAP is? Okay, so you tell them that you have sleep apnea, and then they say, okay, what do you need for your sleep apnea? And you say, I need a CPAP. And then they'll say, okay, and they'll give you a little machine, but that means you'll be in the hospital unit. You won't be in the general population. And the hospital unit is usually treated a lot better. And also, meaning like you'll get TVs and shit. And also, you're going to have a plug into the wall. And what I mean, you can't use that for much except your CPAP system. But nevertheless, it's more than anybody else is going to be. You know, you don't get anything in jail. So if you want the best conditions, try to get in the hospital wing. And the best way I've heard of people getting into the hospital wing is by just saying that they have sleep apnea and they need a CPAP machine. And, yeah, so there's two things you have to memorize. The word sleep apnea and then sleep apnea. And then you need a CPAP machine. And I have a CPAP machine. And so I've had friends of mine who have unfortunately had to spend time incarcerated, and they have said that they needed a CPAP machine for their sleep apnea. Because I've asked them, what do you do in that case? Like, what if you needed like a defibrillator or something, like, and they put you in jail? And they made me aware that there's like a hospital wing and all the stuff that you need, they'll provide for you, and that the people, two people I know who have had the CPAP condition, and they told me, at least in California, that the state had to provide it for you, and they provide it for you like on site immediately, so you'll get it your first night, and whether you use it or not, it's no big deal. But then you're in the hospital wing, you're not with the general population anymore. So that means probably, it doesn't mean too much except a little bit better treatment, I would say. From what I've heard, all the food and shit is going to be the same, but you're going to get a plug. And I heard this too, actually. I don't know if this is true or not. I forgot. This one person I know had a CPAP, and they were in the hospital wing, and the hospital wing, and only the hospital wing, was issued tablets that they got once a day, and they get tablets for 4 hours a day. And I was like, you got tablets? Like, what kind of tablets? They're like Android tablets? Now, I know this is California, it's different, but they said because they were in the hospital wing and they got issued a tablet, and the other people in the other parts of the prison did not. So I'm just making you aware. I knew this kid. This is a really sad story. He was like 19 years old, and he I think, well, he robbed some kid for their PlayStation because they had Grand Theft Auto. Okay, so like a common thing back then. You remember how popular Grand Theft Auto is. Okay, so this kid, he robs him. He goes, there's a gun. He goes to jail for like 20 years, and he went to Pelican Bay. And I actually met this guy through synagogue. He converted to Judaism, and he's got a really nice Jewish family now. And, you know, he turned a new leaf and everything. But he told me a lot of the inside shit that you can do. And one of the things was, if you can, try to get in a medical unit, and the way that you can do that. And they can't really prove it. Like, how are they going to say that you don't have sleep apnea? You know what I mean? And yeah, so you certainly can. Usually you have to be tested with a sleep study to get a prescription. So it's not something I don't think you could get put together in like 72 hours or something. You could. I mean, if you could get to your doctor in the morning and say, I need you still can. They're going to want a sleep study. And it takes, at least when I've had 2 sleep studies, you have to book them like a month in advance. But nevertheless, the people at the jail aren't going to know all that shit. So when you go there, you just say, I have sleep apnea and I need a CPAP. And they're going to say to you, all right, the worst thing they're going to say to you is, do you know your settings? And you can say, yes, I do. And they can say, all right, what are your settings? And you just say, I'm a 10. And if they're like, what is that? They're not going to fucking know. Like, that's the worst thing. Like, there are different ways to say your settings. It depends what machine. Oh, write this down too. They might ask the name of the machine that you have. It's RESMED, ResMed. RESMED. And so what is that going to get you? It's just not going to put you in the general populace, and it'll probably. I would say there's a much better chance for you to stay safer, because if you're in the hospital wing, like generally the guys there are either on some kind of medication or they have some kind of physical impairment. Great question. I have one, and I believe it goes. Well, I have two actually. An old one that I think went to 12, between like 0 and 12, and then I got another one, and it went from like 0 to 100. So if I look up ResMed levels, 0 to okay. So the ResMed AirSense 10 has 4 EPR settings: 0 to 3. Let's see here. All right, here you go. Your CPAP pressure setting is set between 6 and 14 with an average of 10. So if you tell them 10, that's a really good one. Now, I have another CPAP system that instead of saying like between 6 and 12 or whatever, it just tells you between 0 and 100%. And so you can say like 75% or whatever, but just have that in the back of your mind if you need that. And I'm trying to think of anything else you can say. I don't know. At least in the state of California, you could change your gender. Yep.
So if you go to very high temperatures or high energies, then the protons and neutrons fall to bits.
Exactly. That's perfect. And the worst they're going to say to you is, we're going to need a prescription from your doctor. And that's fine. You could still potentially get one, especially if you're behind bars, because it's like, okay, well, there's a thing. I remember reading about people who are in jail and their dental work, and there's some kind of law that was passed, or at least that is followed, that just because you're behind bars does not mean that you're not entitled to medical treatment. And so I'm not saying that it's like a joy, but like if there's something that you need done, depending on how long you're going to be there, that's the time to get it done. Like if you had, I don't know, if you needed cataract surgery or something like that, like, or, well, so I thought about this at one point for cataract surgery. I was like, man, it's really expensive for cataract surgery, and et cetera, et cetera. Wonder what, like, yeah, I've had cataracts. I wonder what opportunities there are. And so that's when I started researching this, and I think they would do it, but obviously I don't want to have to do something like that. But yeah, there are protections. So in the same way, if you are behind bars and you have some kind of medical issue, particularly sleep apnea, because if you die behind bars and you say that you needed a CPAP machine, and because of sleep apnea and they don't provide it to you, then your family can sue the state for huge money. So in order to avoid all of that, you just tell them what you need. And I also think this probably gets you, again, probably a little more attention from like nurses and staff and stuff, which probably just breaks up the monotony of the day. Hey, if they have to come check on you once a day just to, take your temperature, it's for a few reasons. One, I don't know. Exactly. It's non-facility employees or non-penitentiary employees. So if something is really going bad, you can tell them, or if you feel like you're not being treated correctly or whatever. And then also it's just, somebody new and whatever. But I think that would give you at least one or two extra interactions a day where they let you out of your cell and you're able to do what you need. The other things I've heard are but like are harder to get away with. Like it's just a CPAP is all you need. Then you're just going to be able to be in the hospital ward. But other guys will say that they'll need like a walker, but then you got to walk around with a walker all the time, and that's almost like shit. Now I have to fucking put on this. Do you have a bad back? Then fucking get a walker, dude. I don't know if they'll let you have a cane because it's a weapon. It can be a weapon, but a walker, you can get a walker.
So you get a big mess.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So most of it's a load of particles, a spray, so sometimes when
exactly, if you can go into the thing on Monday with a cane, that's amazing. Have they ever seen you? Oh, so they know you don't have a cane. So then go in with a fucking get a cane tomorrow.
So yes, we have 6 cars, and there are 3 families. So the up and down are 1 family, and then the child is strange, another family in the top of that.
There you go. Okay.
So for some reason, so the only part is we need to make up to down. But for some reason, there are 2 further families, which are identical.
Perfect.
There's the child and strange part, and a heavy electron called the muon. And then there's the top and the bottom part, and another heavy electron called the tau.
Well, yeah. Well, I would get. Yeah. Well, I would get myself a cane anyway. And they look cool, but it's like, hey, you're trying to raise that percentage for yourself that they're not going to put you in jail on Monday as high as possible. And so if you go in there with a cane, they might take a little pity on you. Yeah. Oh, but if they say no or whatever, then just when you get to jail, just say, I need a CPAP and I have a bad back, so I need a walker. And I would also say, I don't know if this works, but sorry, I don't know if this works, but I think it's just so long as there's spit on here. If you
so electrons, for example, and the up and down points, they're going to mass and interaction with the Higgs. That's why they're massive. That's another reason we exist. Because way back we wouldn't exist if there wasn't massive. And the Higgs is ultimately responsible for that mass. I keep caveating it because then you get other sources of mass generated, but the fundamental basic seed, as it were, is from this. So what we want to know is how that thing behaves, and so you want to study it. So you want to make a lot of them, so you can take a lot of pictures of it and study it a lot and see exactly how it does that. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're engaged in at the moment. We're making high precision measurements of the way that particle behaves, so we can understand the laws of nature. That is the laws of nature. How does particles behave and what they do? But it is possible some new form.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so what I heard is that you could tell them that you need a special kind of bed in this other ship.
Almost no. There are other particles out there.
That's what I thought you said. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we look at the universe and we see that there's a lot of stuff there that interacts with gravitation.
Well, yeah, exactly. So if they say to you, do you have any medical ailments? Instead of just pulling, I don't know what you did last time, but just like, no, I'm fine. You say, yeah, I do. I've got a bad back, so I need a walker and an extra cushion, and I have sleep apnea, so I need a CPAP machine. That's it. You have to say that and then be fine with it. You can't sit there and name 100 things. But if you name 2 things for them, that's realistic. Oh, the other thing that you need, your glasses. So, I don't know. Some places they take your glasses from you.
that just may well mean that
When you were in before, did they take your glasses?
So we need more energy to make them. We just haven't quite glasses. So we're not making enough of them often.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's something like you can keep your glasses if they're not a weapon. I don't know though. Like what makes them a weapon? Like if they have a bunch of metal in them. So maybe if are your frames plastic, then you might be okay. I'm not sure. Can you see without your glasses? Okay, well then you're in good shape. But nevertheless, you want to include that too, because maybe they'll let you keep your glasses. Do you have any other things?
So it interacts through gravity, and the archetype.
No, it doesn't have to be documented. All you have to do is trick some person at the entrance of the jail. That's it.
And there are something like 60 billion per centimeter squared per second passing through your head from the sun. So they get made in
like I don't know.
But they go straight through, and actually straight through the earth.
See, here's the thing. I don't know what. Oh, okay. But what does that get you? Okay, but what about?
Yeah, it's 5 times.
Al, how are you, dog?
And the number is 25% of the universe. So roughly speaking, about 5% of the universe is normal stars. Yes, 26. Yeah, so that, 5 normal, that's 25 stars, about 70 stars. The other know what it does. So again,
that's it.
We talked about Einstein's theory earlier. So Einstein's theory, which works spectacularly well, says that if you put stuff into the universe, which is warps,
exactly.
And it very precisely tells you, given the stuff.
Hey, do you see this chick? Just for a moment, I'm going to show it to you. Do you see this chick?
The measurement we have is how it's stretched. So we observe, the thing we observe.
Do you see her profile picture? That girl followed me on Instagram today.
So we have very precise measurements.
Yeah, I have this fucking really good strategy that I've developed, and it works like 100% of the time. Okay, so this is what I do. I go through everyone on Kick, all the biggest streamers on Kick, and I make every single one of them a custom video, and then I upload it to TikTok, and I upload it to Instagram, and I tag them in it. And I've been getting every single person, every biggest streamer with whom I've done this, they have either liked the video or done a shout out back to me, or at least started following me or something like that. Like before, I would just, spam people. Okay, that's fine. But then when they see there's a human behind it, and they're like, hey, I apologize for all my bots. I just wanted you to know. So this is what I do. And you can see all of these if you go to my TikTok has it, Super Rothschild, or my Instagram has it, Rabbi Rothschild, and you'll just see it's a list. I've done like 30 of them right by now, and so what I do is, and it's I think a really good strategy. While the person is streaming, I do a recording of my phone, so you actually watch me on my phone, and you'll watch me spam them, or you'll watch me follow them, and then what I do is I go to their social media, and I click on their Instagram, and I click on their TikTok, and I click on their Twitter, and then I join their Discord, and so I do a highlight of every single person's social media, and then I do a closing part of the video where I just tell them that I think they're a big streamer, I think that they're going to the top, and anything like personal that I know about them, meaning like, if they've done like an outreach tour recently, or if they've traveled recently, I'll do something like that. And then I move on to the next person. But it's been fucking genius. It's absolutely been genius. I mean, the biggest streamers out there, that's how you connect with them and diversify yourself from other people. So I was proud. Somebody today said, let's see here. They just wrote this like an hour ago. All you do is spam your shout outs in actual talented streamers chat, which was a really big surprise for me because it was like, dude, I've only been spamming these shout outs for like 2 days, not that long. So it already tells me people are starting to find out about it.
Einstein actually introduced it.
Anyway, I think that's cool.
Initially, because Einstein's equations strongly suggest that the universe expanded and not just sat there. So even before we'd observed anything, Einstein had a theory.
Well, you got that right. So what I also do is I humanize myself. Like people, when they first see me, they think I'm a robot. Literally, they're like, "Oh, this fucking bot's back," and they don't think I'm a real person. Then I start typing to them, and they're like, "Oh, are you real?" Yada yada yada. Then if they see a video of me and it's personal and it's me going through all of their social media and highlighting it, then it's like, "Oh, this person, I want to be their ally. I see what they're doing now. I see that they are talking about world peace, and I see that they are highlighting everyone's social media. And it's actually a really fucking good idea. I go through the biggest streamers on Kick, one by one, make them a personalized video, tag them on the other social medias, and then they know who I am.
So he's a Belgian priest.
L. What the fuck happened to L? Anyway, he bounced. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for him. Back to the other thing. You were saying you had vertigo. I don't know what that gets you. Like, nobody's gonna be like, "Hey, you don't have to be here because of your medical," unless you have like a heart thing or cancer or something like that. But you can't put that together in 72 hours. So then, the best thing you can do is just be like, "Okay, how can I keep myself safe in this place?" Well, by going to the hospital part of it, and then how can I keep myself comfortable in this by saying that I need like an extra pad, and then you just get a couple books, and I'll fucking still be screaming in here, dog. And if anything, will get you out. But you know, if anything, you gotta do the time.
He missed what the equations were screaming. His own theory was screaming to, which is that no, the universe expands or contracts.
Yeah.
And he missed it. So I think that's probably what he meant by this program. In any case, he took it out.
Let's hope.
And then later, in the 1990s,
dude, okay, so then if that happens, you get all your shit back, and then you got to make the move to California. Well, and that's the thing too. I wonder if you can ask them on Monday and just tell them, "Look, I want you to know that I have a job in California, and the second that I get out of here, I will move out of the state." Like, that's to the state probably the best thing that they can hear, because then they don't have to deal with your shit anymore.
Nobody knows what it is.
No, that's true too. So I don't know if I would tell them, "Hey, I'm bouncing," but
I mean, it's theoretical. I mean, we're making very precise observations. Right. But it looks like this.
Okay, I got you.
It looks like it's basically.
Hey, what did your friend say when you texted him? Okay.
It looks like maybe
Dog, he's a bartender too? He could easily get you a job.
But it looks like a very simple thing.
Dog, shut the fuck up. If you needed to, you would lift a keg.
Theoretical.
I know, I can lift a keg.
That's fine.
I gotta practice, man. Monday's coming up.
Okay, so do you know where you have to go on Monday?
Yes, I do. I know exactly where to be. I think I have it right to get down there. He told my friend.
I mean,
I was like,
these are fundamental technical problems. We're talking about the origin of the universe, technologies. And it's also,
Dog, you're not going to be able to send it to south.
These things, this stuff, we keep talking about the stuff in the universe. That's what the LC is.
That's it.
Right now, it's very
Yeah,
theoretical,
exactly.
Trying to wrap their minds around what this is, what property do you envision a time when you could actually physically measure this and have clear understanding of what it is and what it's about. It's dark energy, and I don't know.
Okay,
for
and then
example, there are theories,
that's perfect. Okay, so then
which are probably
let's think
not
about
technical,
this.
but they're
You
not necessarily wrong either.
get a ride
There
from
are theories
him
that
to the
try
place, and then you leave
So
your
they
keys with him.
scientifically discovered
Your computer and shit is at your
it has
sister's
some
house.
properties
Your cell phone will be with you, and then
and also this inflation
Right.
way back at the
exactly.
start of the universe.
And
It has some of the properties
the
that
worst
we
thing
have.
that they're gonna say to
So,
you
for
is,
example,
"All right, you gotta come in here." Yeah.
So we do have an
For what
observation.
though? What would be the reason?
So are they linked? Don't know. And
Wait, but hold on. I'm asking a very good question.
Even though it's a very small effect, it could be like that. So it's great. I mean, these are big mysteries.
I understand what you're saying with that. What did the judge say that you had to? With what did the judge say you had to comply that you might not have been complying? The drug thing, I get that.
So very naive. The case should blow the universe apart. Very naive. There's loads of energy.
Okay, so wait, let's talk about that for a second, because I remember what you said about your doctor and everything. So you're going to say to them, I was attending therapy regularly, and then my doctor bounced.
Directly affect space. But everything else in space directly affects it. So, you know, there are kind of issues that we don't, and it just says we don't get it yet. And dark energy is another one of those. They probably link that. If I could guess, I'd say there's some link there. You know, there's something going on.
Did they give you referrals?
Yes, sir. I have an appointment on Thursday.
Okay, that's good.
How many people worldwide would you estimate are trying to grasp
Yeah.
this?
I am compliant.
Right.
The question, I don't know. I mean,
That's good.
It's probably tens of thousands of can't all the people who work.
Okay, I'm going to give you
theoretical physicists. It'd be tens of
on
thousands.
just ballparking it. It's like
It's so
50-50.
important
I know, but I'm being confident.
for us to get an understanding of what's going on, but yet
If it happens.
so outside
Right.
of the
And
ground of most
I would
people.
probably say it's
Like,
51%
listening to you talk about this, I'm like,
you
thank God
don't
people
have to go
keep
back to jail.
whatever.
Like,
thank
because
Christ.
the question would be this:
Out there,
what did I do wrong?
but
And they're going to be like, well, you're not
it's
seeing a
almost like you're
therapist or
speaking as a
whatever. And then
language.
you can be
It's
like,
so
look,
strange to me.
I'm
I'm
going to tell you what you did was a little strange. What you did was a little strange, but I understand, and they're going to see it as strange. They're going to be like, wait, why didn't you just go to a normal doctor and have them check you out? Why didn't you?
Because it takes forever to make an appointment.
Wait. I was just going to say, unless it's just because it's so fucking hard to get into one, and it was like, look, I need to be seen within 10 days, and the only way that some motherfucker's going to see me within 10 days is I have to demand it. Look, that makes sense to me. Not to say that's going to make sense to anybody else, but at least your reasoning is sound when it comes to why you did what you did. And I would say it to them just like you said it. I normally would not have checked myself in, but I knew I wouldn't be able to have seen the doctor in time, and I needed the referrals to be able to bring them to you guys, or else you would say that I'm not being compliant. I'm making you aware I'm doing my best to be in compliance.
You know, what are we doing? Like that, this side try. That means we all back to
They're not going to care about that.
really feeling how safe you know,
That'll help you.
to things that people think about naturally. I think that's why people are fascinated by this stuff. Because they do
What time's your appointment on
might
Thursday?
not be the right names or the right words or the right facts even. But they're thinking about how did I get here? How did I come to exist? What is the future?
Okay,
Do we have a future?
so then
What was our past?
Thursday at
These-
9 a.m.
These are universal questions.
Is there any way you can get in?
You certainly are, and the way you're doing this with your life.
I know this is just a best case scenario, but is there any way you can get in? I know you're not going to be able to. I know you're not.
We have the
But
biggest screen
you
with
call the
10
doctor
and it's
and you
LED
say,
on the state-of-the-art.
well, I would just say this.
So they're like Lego.
Call the doctor and say, is there any way I could get in for Monday on even a cancellation? I just need to be able to see him once or her once. And let's say they say, yeah, come in on Monday if you have time or whatever. Great. And then you go into the thing on Tuesday. I know you said I'm going to go in on Monday, but you have till Tuesday. And then you have one under your belt, and you can say to them, look, I've seen professionals recently. I got a referral, and I've already seen them. So, like, that to me, okay, so you've already seen that. That to me sounds like a plan. You could even do both in the same day, meaning, if I were you, I would call the doctor in the morning, and I would say, look, is there any way, I understand I can't get in today, but if you have a cancellation, please call me. I need to get in by Tuesday. I have an appointment for Thursday. I just need to get in a little earlier. Is there any way I can come in on Monday? I just need to see the doctor for 15, 20 minutes. I just need to have a session before I have a meeting on Tuesday. Is there any way that this can be done? I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask.
So I can use that.
And if you were able to, then then when you go in on Monday or whatever, or Tuesday, then you can go in there pretty cool as a cucumber. Because when they say to you, you haven't been keeping up with your therapy, you can say, yeah, I have. I went today or I went yesterday. And so who are you to say that I'm not? And then they're going to look kind of stupid because they'd have to go back in front of the court, or you would be able to go in front of the court and say, yeah, I actually met with the doctor earlier that day or the previous day, and they still wanted to put me in jail. So that's, I would say, what you did now makes sense, but just, I would say it would make what would make you look a little bit better is if you had a meeting with a doctor. So just so that one,
it's so high resolution, by the way.
Exactly. So then, yeah, exactly. So call in the morning and just say, is there any? I think you should. I honestly think you should. You show up and you explain, and you could just explain the situation to them. Just like in a simple way. You don't have to go into anything but this. If I were summarizing it, it would be this. Hi, my name's Caspian C. I have an appointment for Thursday. And hey, that works, baby. Hey, Jason, how are you? My name's Michael Rothschild, baby. Jason Kaplan. Excellent. Excellent. In case I have to look you up. You have a great name. Excellent. Okay, Jason. Well, I'm going to continue calling you Caspian C. So you go in there and you say, hey, my name is Jason Kaplan, and I have an appointment for Thursday. And they're going to say, okay, well, it's, you're not here the right day. You're going to say, I understand that. I need to talk to someone, though, about my appointment for Thursday. Is there any way that I could wait to just be able to speak to someone? Because I need to speak to someone before Thursday. It's very important. And they're going to say, why is it so important? And you explain exactly. I have to meet with the state by Tuesday. And if I don't meet with someone by the state by Tuesday, there's the potential that I could I won't have my freedom. I would do my best to say incarcerated or anything like that. And so in order to show that I have been at least doing my best to see some kind of therapist, I'm here to meet with a doctor as soon as I can. They're going to do everything they can to get you out of there. And so they'll have you sit with the doctor and just say, okay, yeah, we met with him, and your next appointment is in a month. And then when you go in on Tuesday, you're going to say, yeah, my next appointment is in a month, and I've been doing everything that I was supposed to be doing.
My whole life. My dad was an archaeologist, and
okay, that's even better. So
what we do, I find in general that people don't really understand what
just
modern archaeology is about. So I'm going to try to get that across.
Just one moment, my phone died. Okay, so then that's a really good idea. If you and okay, so then I'm going to tell you this too. This is actually fucking brilliant. Okay, so you go in tomorrow and you say, look, I know I have an appointment on Thursday. Is there any way I could see the doctor before then? And they're going to say, is it an emergency? And you're going to say, yes, it is. And they're going to say, okay, what's the emergency? And you're going to say, The state is requiring that I see a medical expert by Tuesday. And if I don't see someone by Tuesday, my personal freedoms are perhaps going to be limited. So time is of the essence, and that's why this is an emergency. And they're going to say, okay, well, are you suicidal? Are you having any mental issues? You're going to say, I want you to know that I got your recommendation from this time that I was in the hospital. But the only reason why I was in the hospital is because I'm doing my best to avoid being incarcerated. And so I'm willing to do everything that I need to do in order to show that I am doing what I'm supposed to be doing when it comes to medical care. So then they can say to you, they can say to you, get the hell out of our office, which is fine, because guess what, Caspian C? You could still maybe see if there's a psychiatrist or a therapist who'll meet with you on a Saturday or Sunday, but then you still have Monday to still find somebody else if you needed to. And exactly, that's the way to do it. And you bring all your paperwork, and you explain to them exactly, and you explain to them, all I'm doing is just trying to avoid incarceration on Tuesday or Monday, and they're going to understand that. And then the doctor's going to say, okay, obviously I'm not going to give you a complete seal of approval, but I want to see you in a month. And then you'll have what you were supposed to have on Thursday already done. And then I think you change your odds from going back from 50-50 to 90-10. Yeah, so just perfect. So that's your plan. You go in as early as possible, and look, the worst thing that they're going to do is be like, "Hey, you're a crazy person," and you get thrown back into the hospital. So who the fuck gives a shit about any of that? The best thing that can happen, exactly. The best thing that can happen is that they give you Thursday's appointment on tomorrow, and then. If you can, but they're probably going to say to you, you know what? That's what you should say. I will. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% right. Look, I've got an appointment on Thursday. I need it earlier. We can keep the one on Thursday if the doctor thinks that it's necessary. But if anything, I just need you to know that due to a medical emergency, and I would even say my own mental health, I would just say that whatever person's interviewing me, put yourself in my position. I am unable to have a doctor's appointment when I need it on time, and the punishment for this is potential incarceration. So I am doing everything I can to avoid that situation by scheduling this medical appointment as early as I can and leaving it up to you all to see if you can treat me. The worst is they're going to say is get the fuck out of here. Wait, you still have an appointment on Thursday, and you could still find another doctor if you needed on Monday. Exactly. And even if it were like, why can't you make it? I'm trying on Friday, and I can tell them, can we make it work for Monday? I'll be here Monday to try. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they can't meet with you tomorrow, then say, I'm doing everything I can. Just schedule me in for Monday. And if they say, look, again, I've never worked in a jail. I've never worked in a doctor's office, but I just hear how these things work. And one of the things that they do is they'll schedule people in a staggered way so that if they have any walk-ins that come in, that they can fit them. The more paperwork I have, the better. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. I need to show up, and at the very least, can you print up that I came in? Can you print up that or something? Can we do just by showing up? Just by showing up, there's a lot that can happen. Oh, definitely. And I really think what they're going to do is they'll just basically give you Thursday's appointment tomorrow, and and then that's.
And I'll keep Thursday because I would like to make sure I have to keep it continued because I'm not trying to.
Yeah, they'll probably keep Thursday as well, just to keep an eye on you. But then when you go into the state doesn't have the argument. You haven't tried to find another. You're like, look, not only do I have another doctor, I've already met with them, and I've got another meeting with them on Thursday. And you have to understand, I had another doctor, but I've had to overcome all of the challenges. And so if you can find this person, go ahead. But in the meantime, I've had to adapt, and this is the adaptation route that we've taken. And honestly, and I would say this to them, and honestly, I think I've done a very good job of being able to avoid any further detour on this journey.
And I gave her his contact information, and I told her, I said the therapist I was seeing, the one who told me to give you his information, he doesn't work there anymore. I go, and I haven't been able to reach him. I was like, I'm trying my best. I was like, to get that. I was like, but I mean, the thing that people need to understand is, this isn't just happening to me. The entire world is going through a crazy time right now, and it's not a personal attack against me that a therapist changes jobs for whatever reason. Whether they fired him or he got a better job, that's not the point. The point is he's not there, and I can't find the fucker.
Right. I get that, and they're not going to be so interested in that. They're going to be more interested in, are you seeing a doctor? And you're going to have the ability, hopefully after tomorrow's session, to be able to tell them, yes, I have. And I'm going to continue to see them on Thursdays, so long as you let me.
Rabbi, you and me work magic. Last time you and me had a brainstorm session, what happened?
Absolutely. Hey, dog, we got to keep you free, dog. Free Caspian. And I would say that if you were to get the document, okay, so let's say they meet with you tomorrow. They're not going to give you like a clean bill of health saying that you're just the most, but what they can tell you is this. I would tell them, exactly. I would tell them this. I need a letter that states that we met today and that we have another appointment on Thursday and that you plan on being my primary therapist for the indefinite future.
Exactly.
And if you have that, then you're a free person. Then you go to like 95%. And the reason why is you give that to the people on Monday. And then if they're like, well, throw him in jail, you could give that to a lawyer, and the lawyer is going to give it to the judge. And the judge is going to say, look, you threw this person in jail when obviously they had the therapy that we were requesting of them.
Exactly. And then maybe I have a suit against the fucking state.
Absolutely. I think you would at that point.
And then they better fucking shut off some money. And then I got an RV.
Yeah, yes, you do. Then you've got a bus, dog. So, all right. So then, how long is it? Have you been to this doctor before?
No, never.
Are you sure they're open? You got to Google all this shit. For some reason, sometimes doctors close early on Fridays. You know how all that shit is.
Oh, yeah, that's why I have to be there first thing.
Right, but nevertheless, they sometimes can even close on Fridays. You got to think, hey, dog, is it like a special holiday, Juneteenth? It is not. I'm just making you aware. Dude, is Monday Juneteenth, and is it going to be open? Caspian Sea?
Yeah.
Like Juneteenth is being celebrated now as like a federal holiday.
Yes, I know. Right.
Now, I can't guarantee that this Monday is going to be celebrated as Juneteenth, but I would just check whatever state office you were planning on going to and checking to make sure that it's open on Monday.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so
I'll look it up for you.
that's even better.
Does
I can look that up. I looked at the clinic. Yes, tomorrow the doctor is open. I don't know if he's in, but I do know
It looks like Juneteenth is a state holiday. It will be celebrated this year in Nevada on it. It looks like it's the 19th. So, basically, you're gonna make it by. Okay, so it would be closed on Wednesday probably, but it's open Monday and Tuesday. Doug, I was even fucking joking about this Juneteenth thing, and it's like, oh, dude, you were fucking one day away from it being closed. I mean, I know it's a serious thing, but I didn't know like it's gonna affect anybody I know. Okay, so agreed. Okay, so you.
Wednesday, I have nothing going on. So tomorrow and or Monday, I'm going to the doctor's office, which the doctor's office was open tomorrow. Let me just double check that it's open on Monday.
Hey, I have another question for you too.
Yes, sir.
Does it say what kind of therapist that you have to go to?
No, there's nothing specific.
Dude, stop. Then, of course, try to go Monday and everything. But if anything, you should just sign up for that app.
I know.
That's your that's what you do Sunday night if you need to, or whatever. Dog, that's what I would do. That's a fucking thing you should do, man. Get one session with a BetterHelp person.
I'll do that too.
So, well, hold on a sec. You don't necessarily have to do that. If you can see a doctor tomorrow, then or Monday, you're good. That's fine. That's all you need. But let's say the doctor says, go fuck yourself, and you can't see anyone in the state. I would set up one of those BetterHelp sessions and then just get like a schedule from them in the future. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's do this every Monday or whatever, every Sunday. And then when I would go into the thing on Monday with the state, I could give them a little printout or show them my schedule. And while they may not be like, well, this isn't a Nevada certified or accredited therapist, you can be like, look, I did everything I could and I am seeing a therapist. And if anything, you could give that to a lawyer and make a very good case that you are doing what you needed to do when it came to the mental health part. Basically, I don't care who it is you're seeing, so long as they have a therapist credential. If you can see them by Monday, I think you have a 90% chance of getting out of there. If you don't see them by Monday, you have a 90% chance of going to the clinic.
But either way, just after this chat, I don't think I'm over 15% going to jail.
15% what?
15% only. 85% chance I'm free Monday.
Okay, so it's all about the doctor. So, well, it's actually not. Do you have enough money if you needed to cover one of those fucking app therapist sessions?
Yeah.
Then you're good.
I have to.
Yeah, if you have to, then you have to, and I would say then you have a 90% chance. Just so long as you can show them on Monday that you've seen someone recently. Look, I don't know what happened with the state, but this is what I imagine happened. They have a list of people who you have to see as a therapist, and so long as you meet with them, that's fine. But the fact that your therapist bounced, they weren't getting the regular update. So they sent you a thing out that said, look, we're not getting a regular update from your therapist. We don't think that you're following our rules. You have 10 days to comply, right?
Then I'm already doing it. Yep.
Well, I understand. So then you took the big plunge of going to the hospital, which I understand and I get it. I think there was a lot of fear in that decision too. And
yeah, there was.
Dude, totally. And I think that's fine. And I think it's okay for you to
But that plays into the fact that I needed to take care of my mental health because them, do you see what I mean? Like
Yeah, I don't know if that makes you look good. I don't know if it looks like, hey, then I had to take care of it. No, you would just be like, look, I was scared I'd have to go back to jail. So in order to show that I was mentally fit, I went and voluntarily subjected myself to all these tests. And then in addition to that, I got a regular doctor and I've already seen them. I saw them on Friday, or I saw them on Monday, or whenever it was. And I'm going to see them again on Thursday or whatever. What more do you want from me? Okay.
95.
Yeah, then you're 95% home. If you it just look, if you go in, whenever you go in and you haven't had a session, you're going to jail. If you have had a session, they're going to say keep having the sessions and keep us updated. And when it comes to marijuana, let's look that up too.
Let's leave that. All right, we're back to 15%, but it's okay. We're back to the 85%, but it's okay.
Hold on, marijuana, parole. What's the difference between parole and probation?
I didn't go to prison. I didn't have a felony.
Yeah, but isn't there still a difference?
I don't know.
Probation is a term used to describe offenders that have been convicted of an offense but whose prison sentence is suspended. Parolees, let's see here. The main difference, probation is part and parcel of the offender's initial sentence, whereas parole comes much later, allowing the offender early release from a prison sentence. Okay, so parole is part and parcel of the offender's initial sentence, where parole comes. Okay, so probation is like coming at the beginning, parole is coming after. Okay, does Nevada test for drugs for probation?
Yes.
Or what? You never know. You might get an article that says, hey, the state no longer cares about this. Okay, so parole, probation. On probation or parole, get a marijuana card. Huh, what is this? Is it legal to smoke and use medical marijuana on probation or parole after you obtain a Nevada medical? Okay, let's see what this says.
But there's no way to obtain a Nevada one because I don't have chronic epilepsy or...
Doug, shut the fuck up, man. Are you fucking dumb? You just walk in there and you're like, dude, my back hurts.
This is now California. I have tried it.
Dude, we'll get you this.
California's different.
Oh.
Trust me, Nevada is bitch. Nobody here, everybody has Cali licenses out here. Cali licenses work. Nobody except the epileptic and the chronically cancerous.
Dog, hold on. If anything, you might be able to get one from another state.
Oh, yeah.
What I'm trying to say is, like, if you get one on Saturday or Sunday, and then they were like, hey, wait, I'm not saying you have to go and travel, because that's what I want to avoid. But what I'm saying is, like,
I downloaded an app to get it before. They send it to you in the mail, but you have a document and everything.
There you go.
Immediately.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. So let's see what it says. On probation or parole, the only way you're allowed to use any type of marijuana is to have a Nevada medical marijuana card and doctor recommendation. But hold on. It says ask about our probation and parole compliance package today. Okay, so it is legal to smoke and use medical marijuana on probation or parole after you obtain a Nevada medical marijuana card and doctor recommendation from, I mean, dude, you're like, it's so hard to get this. This place is called Dr. Reefer. I mean, it's like frequently asked questions. It doesn't look hard at all. You can schedule online. Dog, you even have a bad back. You can give them your medical records. Hey, look, I'm not saying that you have to, but I'm just trying to come up with some ideas for you. Okay, so So here's the thing. Here's what you could okay, here's what you have to say you have. You need one of these conditions: AIDS, cancer, glaucoma, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, PTSD, or any condition that causes muscle spasm, seizure, severe nausea, severe pain, or cachexia, disease caused weight loss and malnutrition. So you just have to say that.
Gosh, they changed the rules. That's a little bit more lenient.
Yeah, it is, but it is like you're saying, it is pretty strict. But you just have to say, dog, that you have severe nausea, and you get this fucking card. Okay, so
Give me a second. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
go for it. Excellent. So it looks like it's pretty affordable. At most, it would be $150, but that's for like 2 years. It looks like it's like $89. So I'm not.
I don't have an appointment until Tuesday.
Pardon me.
They don't have an appointment until Tuesday. I was already looking at the website, so I wouldn't be able to make an appointment until. But I wonder if I should try to just walk in there too.
Exactly. Well, so here's how you have to see this. You're gonna walk into your appointment tomorrow and get that fucking piece of paper from the doctor and meet with him. If you can't meet with him, then there's no point in going to Dr. Reefer.
Yeah.
But once you get the thing from your doctor that says you've met with him, then you meet with Dr. Reefer and you explain. I would just even go in there in person and explain to them that I need this by tomorrow and I can't wait till Tuesday. Basically, like, you have to strong arm your way into the first doctor. Once you get that, then strong arm your way into Dr. Reefer. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can. I was just asking a friend if he might be able to give me a ride tomorrow instead of.
The bus? Yeah, dude. That's the way to go. Well, but basically, don't worry about Dr. Reefer until you get the therapist. But if you meet with the therapist, then I would do everything I can to meet with Dr. Reefer. And it's not like Dr. Reefer's the only guy in the state who does it. Somebody else, either Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, is also offering this service. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. So
that's cool.
It is cool. So then, what else could they have said that you're not doing?
That's it.
Okay, so those would be. That's it. Those are the two big things, right?
Yeah.
All right, man. So, basically, like, if you were playing a sport, if you were playing football, and like I were your blocker, I would have blocked it. Or you've got a seam, basically, that you can run through. But all this shit has to go correctly. Basically, the opening has to stay open. You have to see the seam. You have to run through it. But if you run through it, you basically have to get through one obstacle, which is the therapist, and the second obstacle, which is the drugs. And then if you get past both, I don't see anybody tackling you. Like, that's.
My buddy right now. No, I agree. I'm listening to you, but I'm also texting my friend because he said yes, so I'm telling him I got his gas line. Of course.
Excellent, man. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, baby. Allegedly. What did your friend say?
Yeah, he's down. So even if he might not be able to give me rides everywhere, but I was like, bro, even if you just get me across town one way, you save me fucking 3 hours. You turn 3 hours and 15 minutes. That's perfect. Even if I can just get one of them done, then I can get a ride from that side of town to another. I can figure it out.
Definitely. Okay, so if you ask me, what are the odds that, like right now as it stands, that you're going to be able to get this? 50-50. It's still that. If you're able to go tomorrow to the doctor and get a, I don't think you're going to have an issue if you just explain to them that you need to meet with them before Tuesday. I think they're going to understand, and they'll give you a letter that basically says that you met with them that day and that you've got another appointment on Thursday and that you're going to be your primary therapist for the indefinite future. If you get that, that's a major checkoff. And then from there, you just got to find a weed doctor in Southern in Nevada. And I think you'll be able to do that. At least I know it's difficult, but you just have to go there and say, I have severe nausea due to PTSD. And they're going to say, what's your PTSD? All you have to do is say, I was in a severe car accident and I have PTSD from it. And they'll be like, okay, there's nothing that they can do to say otherwise. And they're going to at least have you pre-approved for it. You'll be on the Nevada medical approved list so that when you go in on Monday or Tuesday to the state, and if you piss hot, they're not going to take it. They're going to let you go because it says on there that if you are on that list, that you can be on parole or probation and have marijuana in your system. But that's the only, did you read it? It's the only, like, you can't have it from another state. But it's like, I know that, you only have a certain amount of time to be able to do all this, but I'll tell you this, you have a chance. You have a chance. And so, what happens if they let you go on Monday? Then you got to move to California. But I think that you are going to be able to get what you need. You just have to be there by Tuesday by 5 p.m., right? I know you said you emailed them and you'll be there on Monday. I get that. But you could always tell them Tuesday if you needed to, at worst case, right? Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Not to say that you're going to need to do that. So then basically you've got, look, and just look for other marijuana doctors in Nevada if needed. But I think you're going to have, you have like a 90% chance of getting the documentation that you need with the therapist. And then I would say probably another 60% chance or so to be able to get a weed recommendation by Tuesday. You'll probably be able to get it depending on if your friend can drop you off and you're there right away at 8 a.m., then if you'll probably be out of there by 10 a.m. with some kind of documentation. And then from there, you just need to find one of these doctors, and you never know. You might have everything you need by 5 p.m. I know. I think that tomorrow's the day everything is all good. And there might be some weed doctors who are open on. I'm not gonna say it's a high likelihood, but you might find some random guy doing a Saturday day. Exactly. But even if it's not on Saturday or Sunday, you probably be able to find somebody on Monday. And even if you had to go to the thing on Monday and then go to your thing with the state, or even Monday afternoon. So exactly. So you keep your word by saying, look, I'll be there on Monday or whatever. And you still have that amount of time. Look, you have a chance. What do I think is going to happen? I think that you're going to be able to get the documentation that you need, and somehow, somewhere, you're going to be a free man Monday night. if you really had to ask me, if you don't get the medical thing, I think that your odds go down to probably 50%. And then if you don't get the therapy thing, you've got a 10% chance of getting out. But if you have the other two things, you've got a 90% chance.
Yeah, it swings very heavily, so I'm very busy tomorrow.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not anything that you can't get. And it's not like you have to interact with the cops or something like, where they could just be dicks to you. It's like you have to interact with basically 4 people. You have to interact with the front desk person, maybe 6 people. The front desk person of the doctor, the nurse of the doctor, and the doctor of both places, basically. So you just say to yourself, if I can get past 6 people tomorrow, all my cares aren't gone away, but you can walk into Monday with a lot of confidence, because then, if anything, like you said, I don't really know what they could tell me. I have the plan for my therapy, and I show that if I piss hot, that I've justified for it. So they're going to let you go.
And the only other thing I'll piss hot for is these things that I have medical prescriptions for. So, and that comes from the doctors that they want me to see. So that's accepted. You know what I mean? Like when I had amphetamines in my system the first time, they're just like, what's these amphetamines? I'm like, here's my bottle of Adderall prescribed and still within the date, right? But now I can't get it. So they're like, oh, well, if you have a prescription, no worries. And that's amphetamines. And they're like, well, you have a prescription, so no worries.
There you go. So if anything, bring that bottle in if you can, even if it's expired or whatever, just in case. And
I'm ready. I'm fucking ready.
Bring everything that you can, and hope for the best, basically. Okay, and then I would just explain my plan to my sister, and I would say to her, I would just tell her the truth, or if I don't know your relationship with her, but just say, here's my computer and stuff, and I will need you to hold on to this for like Monday, basically. And if they let me out, I'll pick it up from you Monday night. And I mean, it depends. You could just leave it where it is right now, but then you're telling her, you're going to have to get the key or whatever. If you can just deliver it to her, it's a lot better. And you never know. Something random might happen where she may say, do you need a place to stay? I know that that's not probably a high percentage, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. If I may ask, why won't she give you a place to stay?
Because I was staying with her for a year, and when our whole family had a big spat, we all went separate ways. She no longer wanted me to live with her and her family. And yeah.
Hey, dog. I understand. It never hurts to ask.
Yeah, no, I'm not offended by any means. It's definitely not the way I wish things would have happened.
Absolutely, but just tell her that, and you can say to her.
That I didn't let her down, and the way she responded to a misunderstanding let me down, and so we're both kind of at an impasse.
There you go. Just at least let her know that, and you never know. She may give you a chance.
Yeah.
And if she doesn't, then just store my computer for me for as long as I need. And I just really would appreciate that. And it sounds like you've got a working relationship with her. So, at least she might do you a solid. Now, your parents, you can't talk to at all, I imagine, right?
My parents, I don't speak to.
Right, but I would even think legally you can't even talk to them.
Legally I can, but I choose, I elect to have them not in my life anymore.
I understand that. Okay, so you don't have like a no contact order with them.
No, I don't have it.
Okay, and there's no like even if they said to you, Caspian Sea, you can live with us, would you accept it? Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would, just to have some place to stay to get on your feet. So I get that. So is it in your worst dude, I don't think it's that bad of a move. Dude, this works out perfectly for you, dude. Dude, but I'm just saying this couldn't have worked out any better for you. Do you know what Sunday is? Sunday is Father's Day. Now, I'm not saying it's a guarantee by any means, but a strategically placed call on Sunday might be in your best interest. And why? It can't hurt you. There's a good chance you're going to jail anyway. But if
funny story, my parents converted to Jehovah's Witnesses, so they don't celebrate that.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Do you want to hear how crazy my life?
Sure.
My Jewish father, my dad was bar mitzvah, and he converted to Jehovah's Witness. Do you know how sad that is?
So they're not gonna. Father's Day means nothing to them, correct?
Father's Day means nothing. Birthdays mean nothing. Christmas, Hanukkah, nothing.
Okay, well then you just call them like it's a normal Sunday and see if you can start the ball rolling on that.
Gosh, of everything, I feel like fleeing and being a fugitive is much more up my alley all of a sudden.
Dude, and it might be an option for you, but if anything, let's just call a spade, you're gonna be homeless. And right, exactly. So exhaust all of your opportunities. Talk to your sister and say, is there any way I could couch surf for a month or two? Talk to your parents and say, look, is there any way that we can reunite or to have a discussion of it? Do you ever want to talk to me again? I understand, but I'm your only son, and I'd like to, just bullshit him a little bit, but I'd like to have a relationship with you guys again. Is there any way that I could stay in a spare room or on your couch or whatever, just for a little while, because I don't have anywhere to go? You never know. They might take pity on you. And even if they don't, well, then you have to go in Monday anyway to this bullshit. But you never know. The best case scenario could be this. You call your sister, she takes your shit. You call your parents, and maybe somehow, some way you might be able to reunite. And you're coming out on Monday with the documents that you have. They're letting you go, and you're able to. You could even say this to your parents, and I mean this. Look, Mom and Dad, I don't need a place to go immediately, but I might need one a little later in the summer. Is it something you guys would just consider? Like, even just putting it out there to them means it just shows that you want to be back in their life. And look, I know you're mad, dude. They had you. Hey, dude, I understand, but you will swallow your pride when it is fucking 120 degrees outside and you have nowhere to go. And so, all right, I'm just trying to give you options. So you talk to your sister, and I understand that might not be the place to go. She has a family, and you don't want to interfere with that. But your parents are just like empty nesters. They don't have anything. And I understand that you guys got into it and that your relationship with them isn't that great, and you don't want to necessarily start things up again. And they might not necessarily want to start things up with you again. But the most innocent thing that you could do in the world is call them on Sunday and just see how that goes. You don't have to necessarily say, hey, I want to live with you guys, but I would start massaging that relationship as best as I could, because come midsummer, you don't have anywhere to go, and you're going to need one. And so, and they can just say, don't talk to us anymore, and you're where you were right now. Okay. But they might say, hey, you know what? We're open to having a cup of coffee with you and burying the hatchet. And that might be a positive as well. I understand you don't want to have anything to do with them ever again. I would understand that completely, but you need a place to live. Okay, so you have a lot of options now. When we just started, when you came into this call, there weren't as many. So you're going to have your friend take you to the doctor in the morning. You're going to get the paperwork you need. Then you go to the weed doctor, pay your $89 or whatever you need to get on that list. Then you can take off Saturday and pack and do whatever you need. Get your shit to your sister. Sunday, you can either, if I were you, I would call my parents and I would at least just try to massage this relationship a little bit. And then Monday, I just go in like I'm a doctor and be like, hey, here's my information from my medical professional and here's my medical certification. Why won't you let me leave here? And they're going to let you leave. Then you're going to have this. You're going to have an opportunity and it's going to be Monday and you're going to be like, okay, I'm free. I either have to come back and see these assholes again in 3 months or 6 months or whatever. But now, if I were you, I would say I need to have a discussion with my family and see if there's any way that they'll let me back.
Man, Rabbi, you are a rabbi because you're asking me to do the hard things.
Hell yeah, dog. But I'm here to support you too.
I know.
And look, the best thing that I want to see for you, Caspian C, is you to move back with your parents because it's just so hard to do on your own when you don't have a car and you don't have you don't have a job. You need just a second to breathe. And living with your parents will give you that opportunity.
I will say that I'm thoroughly convinced that is very off the table, that the way things are, but I'm definitely working myself up to...
It doesn't have to be on the table immediately. You just have to make a good call to them on Sunday and start the ball rolling. Because then what you can say to yourself is, look, I have, by the time that my friend's going to kick me out of his place, I have until then to be able to talk to my parents a little bit and massage my way to see if I can potentially move back with them. And if not, maybe I can massage my sister. And if not, well, I didn't really have a choice either way. But let's say there's a 5% chance that they'll take you back, either one of them. That's 5% more than you have right now. And so long as the police, like if they had a no contact order against you, then I'd obviously say you can't go there. But the fact that they don't have that against you is a very good thing for you. It shows that you've not been threatening to them, and it shows that there's the potential that you can reunite. And I know you don't want to do that. You're going to have to swallow your pride and do that, all that other shit. But, you know, I mean, at a certain point, you can beg. And I don't think there's anything wrong with literally saying to your parents, I need a little bit of time to breathe. And I would appreciate it if I could do so under your roof for a little while, temporarily.
You believe me if I said that that's what I said?
Oh, I believe you. And I would believe that your parents probably could say no. But there's the idea that if you keep if you keep calling them and keep talking to them, you might be able to wear them down. I know it's hard, and I know it's not something that is an attractive option for you, but your options suck, Caspian. See, of any person I've ever known who have some shitty options, it's you. So I'm trying to find some options for you that work, and you do have a few of them. Honestly, you came in here. Absolutely. You came in here, and the way it sounded, there's like, you just didn't have a good chance, but you've got a chance now. And I'm not saying that you have to win over your parents on Sunday. You don't even have to call them. Who gives a shit if what happens? But you got to start working on them in the next month because that's all you have. Now, let me ask you this. I mean, I'm just going to ask tough questions to you. Of the people who I name, what are the odds? Who has the best chance that you could live with them for till the remainder of the year? One, your buddy who you had just said it's not working out. Two, your sister, or three, your parents. Go. I think this is a great question.
It's the friend who's giving me a ride tomorrow told me I will not be homeless.
Oh, okay. So your friend would help you out.
I have one friend who specifically looked me in the eyes and said, "You're not going to spend one night on the street."
Dog, what a cool friend.
So that's what I mean when I say I know I can do what say.
I got you.
I have this story because he's my brother. I've known him for 24 years.
I got you. So then.
He's not just like an acquaintance.
He's a real friend.
He's the only person I told. I said, "Hey, I'm going to the hospital," and then I texted him. I said, "Hey, just to let you know, I just got out of the hospital, and I'm just headed to the bus right now. I wanted to let you know." And his immediate text back was, "Do you want me to pick you up?"
Wow, very cool.
And I was like, "Bro, you don't have to do this across town." But he's like, "No, I'm on my way."
Did he pick you up?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Very cool. So.
And he asked me if I needed a year since I just got out, and so he took me to the pharmacy where I filled out prescriptions.
Very, very cool. Very cool. Okay, so you do have options, but it still wouldn't hurt, Doug. It still doesn't hurt to talk to your parents. I know you don't have to worry about that now, and you don't have to worry about your sister now. What you have to worry about is getting the documentation from a therapist, and then you got to worry about the weed card, and then from there you're good till Monday. You get in on Monday, and then if I were you, and I'm good on Monday, then I'm gonna just try to find a job in Nevada. I hate to say it, but like, you're gonna have to, and then.
I have a job interview on Tuesday for Doctors Without Borders.
Oh, I heard you say that you had a job interview with Doctors Without Borders, or you had mentioned that. So, but okay, so you got that on Tuesday, and that's a good thing that you can even say to the people on Monday.
I told them in an email as well, but I sent all the documentation from the doctors and everything. I got the documentation already, so I was like, "Here's what I have so far, and I'll see you on Monday." And I was like, Tuesday, I have a job interview with Doctors Without Borders. It's like I am doing everything in my power to stay out of jail and be compliant. So please let me know if there's anything else I need to do. And then she told me that she wants me to come down there. And so then I was like, fine. Then if they just want to scare tactic me, because my friend, he was in jail. Another friend, he was in jail for a while, and his exact words to me right now is they're mostly just threatening jail. They hardly ever do it because it's a lot of paperwork and time for them. And these people aren't even open on Saturdays. They work 4-day work weeks. So maybe my friend, he has had a very, if you think my situation is one of the most fucked up situations, my buddy Drew.
I don't understand what you mean by they don't work Saturdays. It's a 4-day work week.
Fridays, I'm sorry, I said Saturday.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. You did say Saturday, or at least that's what I heard. Okay, so they don't work Friday, so they're only open Monday through Thursday. Correct? Okay, well then.
So they already have that mentality of work.
I've gotcha.
But we'll see. I'm banking on assumption right now.
Doug, okay, so here's what I think. That woman is telling you to come down there to arrest you. But if you come down there with all the paperwork you have, it's going to be hard for them to arrest you.
Exactly. That's what my friend said. He goes, it's just a lot of paperwork and time, but they hardly ever do it. And my response to him is, I said, that's why tomorrow I'm going to guarantee I have more paperwork than they do. I said, I'm going to walk in there with paperwork.
And you agreed to, like, by whatever your probation, you agreed to drug tests? Right, I understand that. But what I mean to say is they told you that you are subject to drug tests?
Yes.
Okay. So then, yeah, you need that fucking card. Meaning, I was just mentioning it before, like, maybe you might, but no, they're going to look for any reason to throw you in potentially. Okay. So then, oh, definitely. I would say, exactly. I mean, then you got to do a little time and it's whatever. And you've got your friend who can help you out when you get out and you'll have your stuff. So, I mean, it's not that bad. You have a lot of options. It's almost though, I hate to say it, Caspian Sea, when you're at the wall and you're going to be homeless, jail isn't that bad. I mean, in a lot of ways, I mean, it's like your own little apartment. You get all your food is taken care of. So you don't have to worry about the hard things about, like, in my opinion, when you're homeless, the hardest parts about being homeless are the shelter, the food, and going to the bathroom. And all of those things are taken care of for you there. So it's like every time you're in that jail, you just be saying, well, it's easier to take a shit in the cell here than to take a shit in the alleyway and then get caught as a sexual deviant or whatever for public indecency. And now I'm a I'm a what do you call it? A sex criminal or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like you were just doing like a little thing, but now you're on some fucking list for the rest of your life. You're gonna avoid all of that bullshit. Okay. And the other thing is, it's not like you're looking at like 10 years in jail or something like that. It's like some little bit of time, but we want to avoid it, and we've got a very good plan to avoid it. And I keep asking myself, what are the odds that you're gonna be able to avoid it? And I would say, if you come in with the documentation and from both doctors, there's a 90% chance you walk out of there. If you went in there with the therapist stuff and not the marijuana stuff, I think there's like a 50% chance you walk out of there. If you go in there with the marijuana stuff and not the therapist stuff, there's like a 20% chance you walk out of there. If you don't have either, there's like a 10% chance you walk out of there. It's something like that. I know my percentages don't work out perfectly, but like exactly, that's how I see it too. The big one is getting the therapist note. You got a tattoo? Yeah, I know. I'm not judging you, but what did you get a tattoo?
These are dice.
Oh, tight. Well, you are a gambler, dog.
So, did you ever read Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time?
I did not.
There's a book series called The Wheel of Time. They did a very terrible adaptation for a TV show on Amazon, but the books are amazing. And there's a character who was gifted with being the luckiest man in the world. And every time he was reincarnated, even though he didn't remember his past lives, he was always the luckiest man in the world. And every time the chapter was about him, it would start off with this symbol. So
very cool.
So he was the character I identified with most, because even when he liked to gamble, and he would go into a tavern and he would get drunk, and he knew he was the luckiest man because he met like a prophet or a spirit who told him, not only are you already the luckiest man in the world, but here's a pendant, here's a talisman to make you like truly untouchable, the most luckiest person that just ever was, but you're already a gifted spirit type of thing. And so then he starts going into bars and just like using his luck to take everyone's money You are the luckiest man. He says, if you would have won that money, they would have killed you because you were too hot. You need to cool your jets if you're going to try to take people because they would have killed you. The fact that you walked out of there a living man proves you are the luckiest man in the world. And so, even when you find yourself with no gold in your fucking purse, it could be because you're the luckiest man in the world to have lost it all. I really like that. So I tried, and that was my first tattoo. I read that resonated with me, and that was my first tattoo. So I was 19. So 19 years ago.
You did it a long time ago. I thought the way you said it, it sounded like you just got it.
No, but you know, Leviticus.
Well, I know. But you should understand too that with modern technology, the thoughts on tattoos, at least within Orthodox Judaism, are changing. Simply from the fact that we can consider these markings no longer to be permanent because of ways are removal.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I would. That's why
no problem.
What up? How are you, Annika? What's good, baby? Everybody loves you. Anyway, all right. So to be honest with you, there's one other thing you could do. You could just cheat the drug test. Is it a piss test? Do they watch you? Oh, then you're not going to fake that. They literally watch your dick go into the cup? Okay, you're not going to fake that. There's a guy in here who, that's what he does for a living. He, and not that it's a benefit for you, but he can tell you all the ways that you can get around their tests, or if you have questions about them. Like the guy's job literally is to watch people put their dick in there and piss. All right. He works for the state doing like probation shit. All right. What else could we do to make this more airtight?
I think right now we've got this.
Let me ask this. On Monday, aside from the therapy thing and the drug thing, what is the next thing they could get you on? Can they get you on not having a job?
No.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything else. I don't think there's anything else that can get me on.
You don't have children?
No.
Okay. I mean, doesn't it say in whatever the judge produced, like a court-appointed thing that what you would have to do? Drugs. Well, let me ask you this. Why the fuck are you smoking cannabis if you've got to take drug tests?
Well, because I don't do it regularly, but also I was absolutely loaded with weed the first time I ever took the test.
And they didn't care. I gotcha.
And so, even though I have completely reduced how much I take, I'm not going to smoke the next few days, even though it stays in your body for months. It's like, it's one of the only things that takes the edge off.
I get you. I totally get it. No issue at all. Dude, you don't have to justify it to me. I'm just wondering why would you be doing that if you knew you were going to get tested? But then I understand you've already taken a test and they seemingly didn't care about it. And since then, they've reduced it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. So I get what you're saying. But I also get they don't give a shit. It's still federally a Schedule 3, and you're not allowed to have it. And under the court-appointed, the court requirements, you aren't supposed to have it. And that's all they're going to look at. They're not going to say it got lowered or whatever. I get that. Okay.
So yeah, so I gotta get a doctor note for that too. I think I can accomplish all of that tomorrow.
Have you had any poppy seed recently? Like poppy seed donut, poppy seed bagel, poppy seed muffin?
Have you ever had a poppy seed butter roll? Those are my favorite fucking things in the entire world.
I've certainly seen them. To be honest with you, I've never seen the attraction of poppy seed just because it doesn't have any taste.
Hey, you grew up in Southern California, right?
I spent a lot of time there growing up, yeah.
Did you ever go to a Kaplan's Deli?
I know of Kaplan's Deli, but it closed. Didn't your family own them?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you got into poppy seed everything?
That is how poppy seed became my absolute favorite pastry filling ever.
Now, if you have like a poppy seed bagel, can you taste? I know, but does it make such a big fucking difference to you?
I don't think so.
Exactly. It still tastes like a fucking bagel, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But there is something to the poppy seed.
I get it. It's little balls that roll around in your mouth, and I get that. There's like.
You don't notice the taste? It's got a richness. It's almost like a spice.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I would describe it like a spice.
I would describe it like a spice. You know what I mean? Like that's why they put like caraway seed and onion for everything.
It's just not to me worth the risk of positive heroin. And you do show it positive if you've had that. So that's what I'm asking you. Have you had anything poppy seed in the last month? Okay.
In the last month, yeah, probably. But I mean, I've never not had poppy seed stuff. I can't think of a time in my life I've gone a month without eating poppy seeds.
Okay.
I'm not even joking. Like, poppy seeds are one of my go-to.
I'm just saying, avoid it for the next few days.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so poppy seed will make you.
Poppy seed is possible.
Okay, and then stay away from alcohol and any kind of cold medicine.
Yes.
If you avoid all of those, then at least on the test you should be okay. And then, yeah, the way that you're saying it, I mean, I'm hearing it through you, but basically they're setting you up for a trap on Monday, and and you've got like the Uno reverse card on them, or you're gonna try to. Now let's say.
They could have their own reverse of a different color.
Exactly. So now let's say I was really trying to think, do you need this weed card? And the more and more I think about it, the absolute more and more you do.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, so let's say tomorrow you can't get anything. Just, I don't know, something happens. You can't get anything. Well, then you're just going to your own funeral on Monday, basically. Not too bad, but like, all right.
But I'm sorry to have to do this because it didn't seem like it at one point with you earlier. But Socrates didn't escape the jail when the guards left the gate open. He said, "No, this won't go down in history if I escape. I have to be killed by the state if this is going to live in history." So it's like
you've already been to jail though, so you can already say that you have been behind bars for this belief. We want to keep you out of there as long as possible.
And it's not going to be penitentiary. It's only going to be jail. It's not going to be. So,
Well, wait, hold on. We can say that. I get that. But you never know. Some shit can happen behind bars, and all of a sudden you got another charge, and now your jail time went to prison time. Basically, it's very easy for shit to happen to you behind bars because there's no protecting you. So the more we can keep you on the street, the safer you're going to be, I feel. you would think that being behind bars would be the safest place that you could be, but unfortunately it's not. So, and I get what you're saying. You're dying on your sword, basically. But we want to avoid it. So, right. Okay. So then, let me ask. I get that. Okay. So then, worst case scenario, the doctor says, get out of here. So then you do the app, and you do a therapy with someone on the app, and you do your best to get any kind of, look, if I were you and I couldn't meet with the doctor, but I needed the app, I would this is how I would say it. I'm going to jail anyway, so if I fucking lie a little bit, who gives a shit? So here's what I would do. I would fucking get somebody from the whatever app. I would print out like a little thing saying that we met on this date and that we're going to meet every so often. I'm not saying you have to do this now. I'm saying if no doctor will do anything for you and no one will put anything in writing for you, you just got to do it yourself. And then I'd fucking do the Nevada thing too. I would just say, yeah, here's a fucking note from the doctor too. And they're going to be like, well, you're not on the Nevada list. And you can be like, well, I should be. That's on their end. That's their issue. They're not going to throw you in jail if you're fighting for yourself, saying that you've been on this list and it's some kind of paperwork thing with your doctor. Basically, now what could they say? Well, you are defrauding us, or you are forging documentation. But at a certain point, that's going to be really hard for them to prove. I mean, what would be hard? They could say no one from our office provided this person with like an email that said he met with us for this therapy thing on this date. How do you know that? How the fuck do you know that no one from your office did that? Or no one from that app did it? You don't know. It's hard to prove. And then on the other side, too, the marijuana person, you could say the same thing. Here, it just got lost in the shuffle of the paperwork. Look at I would just say to them, the name of the doctor is Dr. Reefer. Okay? Now, we all know that there's a loophole in this state where you can be on this list, and this doctor just so happened to not put my name on there because there was the left hand didn't talk to the right. But just because the left hand didn't talk to the right doesn't mean that I should have to go to jail for this. Like, basically, you're putting the blame on a third party, and that gives you more of a foundation because they're going to have to do a little bit of research on that one. Basically, if they have to do research and shit, they're just going to say, get out of here on Monday. But, like, the way it sounded, where do you have to go on Monday? What's it called? Yeah. Wait, you have to go to the court on Monday? They're definitely going to arrest you. I'm not kidding. That's probably true. So what they're going to do to you... Dude, I didn't know that's where you were having to go. I know this happened to somebody I know. This guy from South Africa. So they told him in Orange County that he had a warrant and that he had to go to the court on Monday or whatever it was to get what they told him is he needed to get on the calendar. And so he was like, okay, well, I don't know. This fucking warrant was for like some parking ticket or some shit. I forget what it was, but it was something he didn't pay that eventually became something a little bit bigger. Okay, so he called them and they said, you need to come to court on Monday and get on the calendar. And he called back and he said something like, wait a second, if I go there on Monday, am I going to be arrested? And they said, there's nothing we can do to guarantee that you won't be. And I think he called the public defender, or somebody told him that, or his lawyer told him that. Somebody told him that. So basically, what I imagine they do is they tell you to go to the court, and then you show up to the court, and then they just bring in a police officer and arrest you there. I thought you were going to the registrar or something like. No, you're going to the court. I mean, let me ask you this. Why would they send you to the court and not to like a behavioral therapist place?
Because the court is where the probation officer works out of.
Okay.
So I have to meet with her in her office.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's different. That's different. I don't know how. I'm just doing this off of like third parties I know. I don't know how it works where the probation officer is. So the probation officer is usually at the court?
For this kind of probation, yes.
Okay. Then, hey, I could be talking out of my ass. I just remember I've heard of a situation. I have one friend who said that they called I think they had a public defender or their lawyer, and they were supposed to go to the court on Monday, and then they called back and asked, hey, are they going to arrest me there? And they were like, there's nothing that we can do to guarantee this. So this is what this person did, which I thought was really smart. They were from South Africa, and they had family in Georgia. So they had some bullshit that they had to do in California. And instead of going to the court and doing all that bullshit, they just went to Georgia and got a lawyer to fight on their behalf in California so that the state couldn't do anything to them, if that makes sense. But I know it's a different situation than what you're dealing with. But in the same way you've talked about this, basically, if you go out of state and have a lawyer fight for you in state, basically, that's another option. Okay, so your probation. Oh, let me ask you this: when you went in January, did you have to go to the court?
Yes.
Same place you're having to go on Monday.
Yes.
Okay, so then I misspoke, or I spoke out of my ass a little bit. There's a chance you're not going to get arrested there, because you've already been there, and they've already let you go.
I just taught in the same building that they.
Good point. An excellent point. And what was your sentence?
1 year probation.
And
1 year probation, 45 days stay away from my parents. So I did have a stay away from my parents for 45 days.
But that's nothing.
Yeah, and that's already come and gone.
Yeah.
But I've already tripled that easy.
Damn. So this is all just probationary shit.
Yeah. My parents had me put in jail rather than wanting to have a discussion with me. And, I don't want to get into the gory details, but they are very much in the wrong and refuse to see it because of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Because of their religion?
Yeah. And I only call it the Jehovah's cult because, one, it doesn't matter what language you look into. Yahweh, Yahovah, there are certain sounds that you would translate in English to Jehovah, but in every other religion, they have the respect to never use the name of God, and I don't like that the Jehovah's Witness cult co-opts the literal translation of the name in some sort of, look, we're his friend, not anyone else kind of thing. Everyone else has a reference for the name, but they don't even use it.
Right. Within Orthodox Judaism, we call them the J Witnesses.
And that makes sense. I'm poisoned because I grew up in it, right? So I have some major issues, and again, I also have major issues with the fact that they caused me to have major issues with the name of God.
That's justifiable.
I mean, like I said, no matter what language you go into, even when you start reading ancient Hermetic texts, if you want to read ancient magic books, people say that it's all about demonology, but you have to invoke the name. You have to invoke the name to accomplish things, right? So, like, you're always asking God, even for a blessing. Some people, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's different interpretations, as always. You know, me, I very much enjoyed the Sefer Yetzirah. That one was mind-opening. You know what I mean?
What about it was mind-opening to you, specifically?
When I was doing it, the way they explain the Tetragrammaton, they basically explain how to create a written language. So people try to attribute the writing of cuneiform script and they try to relegate all language as far as like the modern written language to the Phoenicians. They want to say that the first written script is cuneiform that we can tell from the Sumerians. But if you follow the instructions 100% from the Sefer Yetzirah, then you draw the symbol of IBH, which they do try instead of quad, so they know YHVH. They go IHV, right? Because that was a Latin translation. But even if you do a J, no matter what three markings you want to start with, when you overlap them, you create a geometric shape that you can then interpolate as musical signs, or you can create all language from it. And it's very interesting because the way they explain language, letters, numbers, and spirit, right? So I can't remember exactly the language, but I was kind of like, I had the Hebrew right next to it. And I had three versions open. I had the Aria Kaplan next to the one from the 1800s as well that I was going through. But basically, if you do that, then you could create your own language, because they say like this sound is like fire. You go, like if you really read it, like they explain how to create a whole new language out of any other language, basically. That's just some of it. Like there is, I've always said that regardless of magic, the fact that I'm making vibrations in the air with my mouth, and what these sounds mean, language is magic. If someone hops in here and they only speak Vietnamese and German, they're not going to know what we're saying, and that's magic, because we're having a full-ass conversation. So language to me has always been magic and mystical, and I mean, even if you go back to the Bible, they talk about, the God splitting up the languages. So there's something very powerful with the spoken word. God spoke the word, and even no matter what, language is, I think, the only magic in the world, and language and numbers. And the Sefer Yetzirah is like the oldest science book that is. It's a beautiful basis, man. Honestly, the Yetzirah is something special. It drove me a little crazy. You know what I mean? Because then you look at like I was looking at like the Kabbalah tree of life, and then I started seeing, like how you could interpolate that as a certain crystal. And what did philosophers do? They tried to create the philosopher's stone. And so these ancient Jewish books talk about how to create piezoelectric crystals or photoelectric crystals, where if you shine light on them, they create electricity. Anyway, there's so much in the Sefer Yetzirah that it's amazing. It's really one of the most amazing books I've ever read.
Phenomenal. I was thinking on my previous point about the person who said that you had to come in on Monday. Is it the same person who told you that in January?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good sign.
Yes. So I'm only dealing with one person at that office, at least. So they know me, and I think I hope that there is a rapport there, that she's just a bitch because that's her job, and everything will be okay after we meet.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck they let you go in January.
Me neither.
Were you seeing a therapist in January? No shit. So, hold on. So you let this go 6 months without seeing a therapist?
No, I let it go 1 week.
I thought you weren't seeing a therapist in January.
In January, it was 1 week old.
Okay, in January it was 1 week old. So you weren't seeing a therapist then. I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
I hadn't had the appointment yet.
and then you saw this therapist who bounced on you for how long?
He bounced on me a couple months ago, but we only had an appointment once every other month. So we only met like once every 2 months. So it's not like it was really anything. I've done more in the last week than I was happily accepted over the first 4 months. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, that all makes sense to me.
And so like comparative data shows that I am certainly on top of it. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
And not just that, but the moment I am told that there's a risk of me not being compliant, I go way too far to become overly compliant.
Yeah. No, I understand that too. It's like you're overcompensating, or you're overcorrecting, and you just need to see someone once a month or once every other month until this thing is done. That's it.
And I don't even have to see her. This is only the second time I've had to go in. So it's insane. It's crazy. I cannot wait to be done with this.
I understand that. What up, Tam Fan, you little bitch? How are you?
Tam Fan, welcome.
Can you hear us, Tam Fan? Yo, dog, remember when we would talk to you, Tam Fam, and then you would not talk back? That's what we're experiencing right now.
That was so crazy. It was like happening at this moment, dude.
Dog, deja vu. Tam
It's
Fan.
Yeah. Deja vu couché avec ce soir. Tam Fan.
There you go. Hey, I would also do whatever you want to do, but plant the seeds with your parents. You got about a month. I know you don't want to, but like, what else are you gonna do?
I know. I gotta figure. I gotta play with that.
Like, the ideal situation is this, and this is how jail should be. Jail should give you access to a computer.
I have a pit in my stomach about the jail. I have a pit in my stomach about seeing my parents again.
I understand that. But jail should really be this, where you have to go in and whatever, but you get access to a computer so that you can find a job, so that when you come out, you're working day one, as opposed to what it currently is, where they don't let you have access to anything. But basically, like, if jail allowed you to use a computer, I think it'd be overwhelmed with people, probably, because it's like, all right, well, if you allow me to have TV in jail and food in jail, and the only thing that you're not going to allow me to have is sex, right? I mean, it has everything else.
Right. Unfortunately, you still might get some.
That's the sad part. Yeah, no, definitely there. Okay. I want you to make up with your parents, though, and I know you get a pit in your stomach. Do you think that you're madder at them than they are at you, or are they madder at you than you are at them? Not what you know what I'm saying. Who's madder at whom?
I really don't know. I mean, honestly.
All right. If you're comfortable with it, in one sentence, tell me why you guys had a fight.
Because of the Jehovah's Witnesses, I was harmed as a child.
Oh, physically?
That's one way of putting it.
Okay. So there's a huge, huge issue religiously, but also had to do with your upbringing, and I get that, and I get why that would be hard. I get why it would be like.
I didn't think that I was one of those people who was going to have a repressed memory that would come back, but yeah.
Okay. So, that's a lot to work through, and perfect situation. You'll be seeing a therapist soon.
Exactly, which is what I was doing before anyway. So, like, it's just interesting. It's just interesting.
You could, I could see how that would you would be like, look, I'd rather be homeless than have to deal with these fuckers. And I get that.
That really is what it is.
But it's not. But it's not. Oh, wait, let's put it this way. If your parents were to say to you, you don't have to talk with us. You can just sleep on our couch in the basement or in the guest room or wherever you would be. It's something you would consider.
Yeah, I'd probably take it for the shortest amount of time.
Exactly, possible. Exactly. And that's the goal. Or a goal. Basically, to just say, you just need a little bit of time where you don't have to pay rent so that you can save up a little bit of money to get on your feet. You know what I mean? Like, the thing that kills everybody every month is having to pay rent. But if you just had 3 to 6 months where you didn't have to do that, where you could just save that up, and then you could move out on your own, that's what you need. You basically just need a little bit of time to breathe. And if you were able to say to your parents, I don't, look, especially if you have, things that happen to you, it's very difficult to just overlook that. But the idea is this: you can at least plant the foundation of restarting a relationship, perhaps with them, if needed, even if it's just because you need them, because you may need a place to live someday.
And I know it's crazy, but this is exactly what got me into this situation, this conversation. It's like, it's kind of like reliving it. It's exactly what happened. And they decided, they chose to call me crazy, deny it, and not get their fellow cult members in trouble, because I suspect my dad is probably covered up for other people too. He's what they call an elder. So if let's say somebody does something bad, my dad might be someone who shuffles someone to another part of the state. So if my dad knows about things, then I think he would throw me under the bus to save his own ass.
I can see that. Well, it could be something where you just don't mention it, and you just try to pretend that never happened, but at least with them, you're basically just going to do your best to use them to be able to live under their roof. And there's nothing wrong with that. And so instead of saying to yourself, before when I did this, I brought up the topic of religion and all those other things. And look, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. What I'm saying is what happened is probably a terrible thing. And under normal circumstances, you would be supported, but you're not going to be supported on this topic. So it's in your best interest to drop it with them and see if you can finagle your way into just sleeping on their floor. And maybe, I don't know anything about the J witnesses except kind of what you've already said, and that they go like door to door. So my thought is,
it's a full-on cult, trust me.
Well, is there anything that you can use for their beliefs to like get them to do what you need them to do? Meaning,
I quoted New Testament to them because they still consider themselves Christians. So
okay.
Somewhere in Mark where it says, if you're a stumbling block for the young ones, better to take a stone and walk into the sea. So I told them that they allowed me to be stumbled as a child, so they should go pick up some rocks and hang out by the ocean.
All right. I don't know how positive that's going to be. And I understand what you're saying. You're frustrated.
Hard to come back from having already said that.
Right. So then, I don't know. Do they drink coffee? No, they don't, do they?
They not anymore, but they're allowed to, but just for, it gets them jittery in their old age.
Okay. Well, what do they like to do? Do they drink tea or anything? Or just anything? Just what I'm saying is set up some kind of event where you can at least create a foundation to perhaps have the discussion to one day remove in.
I'm gonna put a lot of thought
you don't have to be friends. I think you can explain it to them like this. I am your flesh and blood, and I'm going to die if you don't give me an opportunity to live with you, meaning I'm going to be on the street, and the conditions are going to be so hot that it's going to be hard for me to live. Is there any way that I could sleep on your couch and we don't talk to each other? I just use my computer to get a job, and we don't have to interact. Is there? I mean, do they have a? I don't care, but like, do they have a house that like you could live in a guest room or something?
No, nothing like that.
So they have a smaller house.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do they have? It's a 1 bedroom.
It's a 2, but.
Okay, it's 2 bedrooms. What's in the other bedroom?
I don't know anymore. I don't even know what they're doing with all that. They're always.
Where did you sleep before?
Oh, it was a guest room at one point.
Okay, so you could at least, assume or perhaps ponder the assumption that it could be used as a guest room again. So you could, and I know you just got to get past Monday, but once you get past Monday, then there's a real opportunity for you here to say, Mom, Dad, is there any way that I could spend the remainder of the summer in your guest room? And it would be under these conditions. And I would put conditions on it. 1, we don't mention what I mentioned in the past. You know how I feel, and I know how you feel, and we'll move on from that situation. 2, I'll work every single day to get a job. And 3, I will be out of your house as of this date. And if for any reason you want me out of the house for any other date, before then, I certainly can be, and I want you to know if things are going well for us, we can extend that date. But basically, this way, you know that it's going to be temporary in your mind, and you're helping your flesh and blood, and we're not going to fight. I understand why you fought before, and you stood up for yourself, and that's an absolutely fine thing to do, and an admirable thing to do. But you're not going to win that battle with your parents, and you understand that one. So then you explain to them that we're not going to ever talk about that because we know that it just won't get us anywhere. But what will get us somewhere is if you allow me to stay here. I mean, they have to realize that you're going to die if you're on the street.
I mean, I said that 6 months ago. I'm trying. I'm definitely.
You got to consider it. For Sunday.
They see me as like I get drug practices, so they think about do not allow sorcerers to live, do not practice divination or seek over, don't turn to so don't get defiled because I am the Lord. Right?
Dog, can you play their bullshit game a little bit and say that? Wait, what I'm trying to say is this: you say, I've thought a lot about what you guys have said, and I just need a little bit of time to get on my feet, but I'd like to continue to explore this, and I think that you guys have a nurturing home to be able to do it. Like, basically make them think that, hey, he might be coming back to the religion, so they'll give you a chance, and you just never come back to the religion, you just get on your feet.
I even tried that, dude.
All right, well, there isn't to say that
it's not to say
it can't work. Yeah, exactly, in the future.
I'm not gonna try and say, oh, let's do all of it. I hit them with everything. I hit them with all of that last time.
That's okay. That doesn't mean there can't be another time.
I think because my version of religion, which is based on the same books, but just the ones from 2,000 years ago, none of the recent translations, right? That I'm a little bit more lenient with things that they might consider evil.
Well, you just can't do those within their house.
Oh, of course, I understand that.
And then you just explain to them, I know that it's going to be difficult, but all of those things you don't do, and that you just need a little bit of time to get on your feet And if they would just consider it. And if they say no, that's fine. Ask them the next week. And ask them the week after that. And at a certain point, you're either going to be homeless or they're going to let you live there for a little bit. And you can always say to them, if you don't want me here, you can always kick me out. But you have to understand that I have nowhere else to go. You basically have put me in a position where I was unable to provide for myself because I had all this court shit over my head and I didn't have anywhere to live. Now my background is fucked up because of you guys. And I understand it's a decision that you made. I get it. But you have to understand I need a little bit of help. I mean, have you told them, and I'm asking, tell me what you feel you wanted. Have you said to them, Mom, Dad, I need your help?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been very honest with them like that. And they're not rational people at all? I get the religion thing, but like aside from the religion thing, are they rational?
No.
Okay.
Not anymore.
No.
Up until 6 months ago, I thought so.
How old are they?
6 months ago. My dad is in his 60s now, and my mom is 60.
Okay, so they're not old enough where you have to take care of them, but
No, and I already told my sister that's on her.
oh, there you go. All right.
I know it's fucked up, but right after this, I was like,
I understand that. You never know, though. Things can change.
And also, I think family's supposed to tough it out with family, and I don't like that my dad put his own mom in a home, even though she was reeling against the wall because of that. I understand anxiety. My dad doesn't understand people who have a mind riddled with anxiety, but his mom, my grandma, has terrible anxiety, and it fucks with her and like OCD, and I understand that.
Wait, you have a grandma who's alive?
Yeah.
Where does she live?
She lives in the home that takes care of her for not having all of her mental faculties.
Gotcha. Okay. And she doesn't have a house or anything?
No, she lost it.
Okay.
She sold it.
I understand. I get that. Okay.
Yeah.
So you've got your parents.
No more should-haves.
I know. So you've got your parents, and you got to get through Monday. But the second you get through Monday, then you put the pressure on your parents. And the worst they can say is no. And if you have to bullshit them a little bit with the religion, you can do that just to get a roof over your head so you don't have to spend the summer in 125-degree heat.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. You have your friend. I forgot. You've got your friend. Okay, who said that you won't have to be homeless. Okay, well, look, I still don't think it's a bad idea for you. I don't want to say to reunite with your family, but at least have it so that if you need a place to stay for a weekend, you've got it.
I won't pretend to be inhuman. There is definitely a part of me that still hopes one day me and my parents can come to some sort of agreement. I'm not an evil person. I don't. But I just, at this point, I just don't see it. And the way they've acted toward me is so far off the mark of what I think family should be for each other that I don't trust it's even worth entertaining the notion of a conversation.
I understand that, but if it means you're going to be in their will, you might want to say it. You might want to build a better rapport with them.
You know, it's funny. I told my sister I told her whatever our parents do in the will, I was like, tell the family to give it all to your kids so that they go to college and have a great life. I don't want a damn thing from them. They're not my family anymore. I was like, tell them to make sure it's only your name so that there's no money stuck in escrow because I will never claim it.
I get it, but you never know.
I know, trust me.
Yeah.
I got a little dramatic because I was angry, but
I understand that.
If the check still shows up, I'm going to cash it.
Absolutely, in a heartbeat you are. Okay.
I just want to let her know that,
you want to talk a big game. At the end of the day, you're going to take the money just like anybody will. I get it. Don't worry. Everybody understands how you feel. Okay, so, you got,
I
like,
never wanted to be at this odds.
no one does.
The part that hurts me is that, honestly, this all came about because I was trying to repair old damage in the family. And
I think it's shitty that your parents put you in this position.
I agree.
Like, it's almost they hurt themselves.
Of course.
Okay, so, but you don't have to worry about them. You've got your friend. What time is your friend picking you up?
8 a.m. probably. So we're going to be there by 9. We're going to be there before they open. Because they open at 9.
Okay, that's good.
And if he's able to take me after, I'm going to try to be there when they open the door. So hopefully there's nobody already waiting first. I'll be like, can I sneak in? Hopefully there's
right.
nobody here first. But
chances are, though, Doug, they're going to have a bunch of people there already.
I'm still going to give it a shot. And if I have to wait there, I'll just send them a text. Hey, no reason to hang out. And I'll try to see if I can't get someone else to give me a ride to Dr. Reefer after. Or I'll call a fucking Uber.
Hey, where is that doctor? The Dr. Reefer guy?
Opposite side of town, but no worries.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that one, I could see your friend or a friend getting you there if you needed. Because then you can say to them, look, all I need is the ability to go there and I'm home free. Okay. So then the friend who you have who's picking you up tomorrow is different than the friend who you live with, right?
No, right now.
Oh, they're the same guy.
No, I'm sorry. He's a different guy.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Because the other guy said you couldn't stay there, but the other guy said that you can. So, okay. All right. So I'm going to give you my honest opinion. And do I think I'll be talking to you on Wednesday, let's say?
Yeah.
50-50. Well, I'll say, if I had to go one way or another, I would say 51% are in your favor, but not by a lot. Now, that will change to be like 90% if you can come in tomorrow night and say, yeah, I got all this shit.
I'm going to come in tomorrow and show you all that shit. You see this?
Well, hey, dude, if you do that, then the other thing we have to do is go to ChatGPT and then ask it to outline this shit. But another thing I was going to have it do is, and you didn't mention or you didn't say to the probation people, you are an employed person.
I was up until today.
Oh, shut the fuck up. What happened, man?
He found somebody with more experience better.
Well, it can't have helped that you were gone for a week, right?
Exactly. I missed a day. I ended up missing a day.
All right. So you only missed one day of work, but he still got rid of you?
He hired 2 people at the same time to see which one would work out better. And I knew from the get-go that the other guy was better.
Okay, why was he better?
He was just better at the job. He didn't take 10 years off of working in a kitchen. He's been working in a kitchen. He wasn't rusty with holding a knife and working in a kitchen. I haven't done it in so long.
Gotcha. Okay, well you could still say that you're employed. There's no hard proof on that. And well, they're not going to be able to prove it, is what I'm trying to say. So you could say to them, hey, I'm an employed person and I've been going to see therapy. I've been going to a therapist and I'm going to a therapist again. And so, and I'm, if they talk to you about the marijuana thing, you're good there. Apologies on the job though. That sucks.
You know what? Honestly, it's kind of the least of it because it didn't pay that great anyway, and it wasn't many hours.
Right.
Like I said,
no, I understand. Didn't your
Tuesday, I have an interview for a full-time job.
Exactly, that's a big one. Didn't your friend get you that job though?
Yeah, he did, and I talked to him first. He's the one who's giving me a ride tomorrow.
Yeah, what a nice person.
Me and him go way back. I mean, I would jump in front of a bullet for this guy, and as I lay there dying, that's when I'd be asking, why did I just do that? Let me know before I go.
Well, because this guy is like the best friend that you could ever want.
Yeah, he's one of my ride or die guys. You know, look, I don't want to be in Vegas, but I'm always going to have him, and he's always going to be able to be wherever I'm at. So I'm always going to make sure to get set up so he can come hang out. Because I mean, when I lived in Hawaii, he's the only person who, you know, I was there for almost a whole year. He came out to visit, you know, so he came out to visit me on Hawaii. Yeah, he's a good friend.
Excellent. Okay, well.
Contact for like 7 years too, and one day he hit me up, and you know, and
you're still friends today. So he's gonna be at your place in like 8 hours.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, you do that and keep me posted during the day.
I will.
You take care of it. Let me say this, Caspian C. People come into my life all the time, and you know, I don't know what happens to them. Sometimes whatever, but I had a feeling something happened to you just because you're not usually gone that long, and if you have to go away, you have to go away, and we'll still be here for you.
I consider you my friend, and I hope you know that I am your friend.
Oh, I know you are. No, absolutely. So you go get some sleep, and we'll be here for you tomorrow, and you keep us updated, okay? Take care, Caspian C. Bye, my friend. That's Caspian C, everybody. Laying down some real serious stuff on us. Well, we wish the best for him. He's a nice individual. What do you want for him to have? I want him to make up with his parents. They got me. Oh, if I told anybody any illegal information, all it's hypothetical. You never know. I thought it was a joke. Thought it was a hypothetical. I would never tell anybody to do anything illegal. Are you kidding? I'm the head of all the mafia, so tight on me.
Like, we never got in touch with the journal to retract. It was other people that did that. We wanted to write a response, and I think we're still aiming to do so. So that's our goal. Like, I don't know
about
about the Munfadan. Yeah.
And while we're on my website, I'd just like to say that I've recently put up a major article.
Are you tired?
Concerning Göbekli Tepe, the issue of whether we're looking at a transfer of technology
Shut the fuck
or
up.
virtual evolution, or both. There's been a huge amount of research done around Göbekli Tepe. Archaeologists have suggested that research vitiates my argument that Göbekli Tepe was a transfer of technology. I've been investigating that research in depth, and my view is it strengthens my argument enormously. But again, we're getting into material that's too far and too deep to go into here. I would just like.
No, I think we should get into.
What makes you think it's a transfer of technology?
Well, I start off my Netflix series by saying it's an enormous site. You can't just wake up one morning with no prior skills, no prior knowledge, no background of working with stone and create something like Göbekli Tepe. There has to be a long history behind it, and that history is completely missing.
To me, the Natufian culture?
To me, it very strongly speaks of a lost civilization, transferring their technology, their skills, their knowledge to hunter-gatherers. And what I've done in this article is I've brought up to date my investigation into Göbekli Tepe. Of course, the Natufians are dealt with at great length in this article. But how do I search Natufian? There are many predecessor cultures. The question is...
Who worked in stone.
Who worked in stone. The question is, when did this stonework, if you look at the research by Huckley and Gopher, for example, and of the introduction of geometric elements into the stonework in pre-Göbekli Tepe cultures, you find that almost all of it comes after the beginning of the Younger Dryas, not before the beginning of the Younger Dryas. There is an interesting development at Ain Malaha in Israel, also called Ainan, where some kind of geometric plan seems to have been put into place. But the bulk of the work, the bulk of the I hate to use the word that archaeologists dislike, a Neolithic revolution, but the bulk of the revolution took place after the Younger Dryas.
So that's why you think it's evidence of a transfer?
Yes, I do.
Except that the fact that there's no domesticated plants or animals at Göbekli Tepe. So if there's a transfer of knowledge, why are they not transferring agriculture?
Well, there was actually agriculture in Abu Huraira, for example.
But not at Göbekli Tepe. Abu Huraira is a Natufian site that was occupied before Göbekli Tepe.
Would you find agriculture around Notre Dame?
Yeah,
it was a sacred site. Göbekli Tepe was a sacred site.
And we know that they're hunting gazelles by the thousands and harvesting wild plants.
Yeah.
This has been published ad nauseum by people like Laura Dietrich, who have talked about the kind of plants that they're harvesting and the isotopes.
But was it possible that they just didn't bring food to this area because it was a sacred site for ceremony and ritual, and perhaps not at all for people to live in?
No, it seems more like they were there about half of the year. So they're there during the warm months. If you look at the harvesting season from the plant remains we have, and then the wild plants that are gathered, and then if you look at the isotope evidence and the mortality profile from the teeth of the animals that they're slaughtering, we see that they're there basically during the warm 6 months of the year. So this is still...
But not at Göbekli Tepe.
At Göbekli Tepe, I'm talking about. Yeah, for about 6 months out of the year, that's when people are there harvesting these. And so I sort of say they found an ecological niche, and they've learned how to exploit this. And to sort of stay there for half the year, they probably went to the lowlands during the other half of the year, which is a fairly common mobile pastoral or hunter-gatherer strategy, which is where you move to where the food is in different seasons, right? And so that area is a very naturally abundant area during the warm months. And so, you know, there's so much more that's under excavation right now by Lee Clare and other colleagues that shows sort of domestic spaces around this ceremonial center that we have. I sort of think of it as like Washington, D.C. We have the ceremonial center in downtown, and then we have the less nice looking areas outside.
Is it possible that there was a sophisticated culture that also was hunter-gatherers because the resources were so rich that they didn't need agriculture?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing in this period. It's sort of
there was no need to grow plants.
I think they found a successful niche, and they really exploited it and did a great job with it. And so I think that that's what's going on right in this period, and it's also the period where we can start to see the start of domestication.
And so, do you think that also explains the resources that were required to build such immense stone structures, that they had the time to do this because they had abundant food?
Yeah, they had abundant food 6 months out of the year, and while they're there, they had the time to build those kind of structures. Exactly.
But were they the first of those kinds of structures? You think that were?
Well, I mean, that's a tough question to ask. So, I mean, we certainly have T-shaped pillars from other sites in the region. In fact, there were some that were found by Klaus Schmidt before he found Göbekli Tepe at Navali Chori.
And it's a younger site. Navali Chori is a younger site.
It is a younger site, and so I think there's more invested. But what we do have is good monumental architecture from that period that we've known about for 60 years. If you go to Tel Es Sultan or Jericho, there's a pre-pottery Neolithic tower there. And so it's an enormous, not megalithic, but enormous monumental structure that we've known about in that area from the exact same period. And
so this is pre-metallurgy? This
is all pre-metallurgy.
Pre-wheel?
Yeah, well, yeah, probably pre-wheel.
And where are they getting these stones from?
From the area. Most of them seem to be local. The quarries at Göbekli Tepe are right nearby.
And how do you think they moved those things?
You know, there's so many different ways to move large stones. There's been so many different experiments that show with rollers or ropes, you can get enough people and know-how, levers, and you can do that. And so, you know, there's so many videos on YouTube of Wally Wallington and others that show you how you can move stones weighing many, many, many tons.
I don't think there's any mystery around the moving of the stones.
Yeah.
I don't claim that there is. I think what's intriguing...
I go back to Tepe, but there certainly is in Egypt.
Yes, Egypt's a bigger mystery, and we can go into that.
Show us how.
But what intrigues me about Göbekli Tepe is the precision, the underlying geometrical plan of the site, and the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe. And I think that the transfer of technology that I referred to did take place. It took place gradually. There's a site called Tel Karamal. You've spoken of Jericho. The Tower of Jericho is fascinating. It's a sort of Neolithic skyscraper in a way, but it's after the Younger Dryas. There's Tel Karamal, which has got 5 towers. Kotik Tepe, Wantuklu Tara, Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira is a fascinating site, and it was hit by an airburst. According to the team working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, Abu Huraira, the destruction of Abu Huraira took place because one of those comet fragments 12,800 plus years ago exploded over Abu Huraira within 100 or 200 miles of Göbekli Tepe.
Certainly a controversial point. I'm not an expert on this particular topic, but I know a lot of people that believe that the evidence is not there for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Yeah, there's a huge dispute going on about it. It's an
not
interesting,
my specialty, though.
It's an interesting discussion in science.
I would like to say that destruction is an archaeologist's best friend. So when sort of a site is destroyed suddenly from earthquakes, from volcanoes, from warfare, from fire, it actually helps preserve material for us. And so, you know, if there is this kind of global catastrophe, that should make things more preserved and easier for archaeologists to find.
But isn't that dependent upon the scale of the catastrophe?
Well, no, because even like it's not going to be incineration everywhere, because we still have hunter-gatherer evidence everywhere.
Right,
and
but it could be incineration in a lot of places, and the hunter-gatherer evidence that you have is after the fact.
No, the hunter-gatherer evidence we have is from well before the fact as well. We have hunter-gatherer evidence going back 100,000 of years.
Right, but
and
when
in all
you
those
look
periods,
have you seen the evidence of the Younger Dryas impact theory in terms of like iridium levels, nanodiamonds?
I'm not someone who's qualified to be able to comment on that. I'm more thinking about it from an archaeological point of view, which is that if there was a destruction, just like with Pompeii or Herculaneum with the pyroclastic flow, that stuff helps preserve material for us. Same thing with earthquakes knocking over buildings.
Right.
Would an atom bomb preserve material for us?
Yes, because the atom bomb, the very center of it might vaporize stuff, but then the whole area that gets abandoned afterwards because of the radiation, that actually is going to make that area an archaeological paradise for people once that radiation goes away.
But if Randall Carlson's work on the impact to what was the ice that was covering North America
in one small landscape.
What do you mean?
Meaning he talks about it in the Scablands, right?
And not just the Scablands. He talks about that, but he also just talks about that there's massive evidence of intense erosion. So very quick water flow that happened through an area that was absolutely devastating.
I mean, look, so the more rapid a destruction is, the better it preserves for us, just like with sea level rise.
Right, but dependent upon how strong the force is, right?
But if
it's a global catastrophe, how is it so strong everywhere, yet it's not wiping out our evidence from hunter-gatherers at this exact same time? We have ephemeral traces, footprints, campgrounds, fires and hearths.
Right.
We have lithics.
Because human beings did survive, right?
Yeah, but we have it from this exact same period.
Right, but human beings did survive at that same
period. And it
period.
didn't wipe out the traces of them from that period.
But the traces you're talking about are stone tools and
hearths, footprints, things like that that are extremely ephemeral, animal bones and seeds. We have all of these things from the period around this supposed destruction.
But do you have them in the area where the supposed destruction occurred?
We don't know where the supposed destruction happened because nobody's ever found that.
But with Randall Carlson's descriptions of this massive floods of water, just hundreds of millions of pounds of water.
Well, let's go to J. Harlan Brett's long before Randall Carlson. I mean, the Channel Scablands are an enigma. The massive water flows. I don't think anybody's disputing that massive amounts of water flow through there. It's a question of exactly when that happened and why.
Well, also, what would be left over in that area? There's not evidence of hunter-gatherers in that area from that
Well,
time.
I remember he showed, when he was here last, he showed sort of mammoth bones from that kind of period.
No, that was from Siberia, though, wasn't it? Was it from Siberia or?
I don't remember. But it certainly wasn't from the Channel Scablands. But let's cut to the chase here. 12,800, between 12,900 and 12,800 years ago, a very dramatic climate episode occurred, and that's called the Younger Dryas. The world had been gradually warming up before that, and then suddenly it went very, very cold. There is evidence of a 6-meter sea level rise at exactly that time, which is very hard to explain. But it looks like the suggestion is that that was due to impacts on the ice cap, on the North American ice cap, and perhaps on the European ice cap. The evidence for the Younger Dryas impact is found in what are called impact proxies, and that's iridium, nanodiamonds, platinum, melt glass like trinitite, found in sites across a vast area of the Earth's surface. 50 million plus square kilometers, an enormous area. Abu Huraira, next to Göbekli Tepe, happens to be one of those areas. And what they're suggesting is that a fragment of a comet blew up in the sky, that it was an airburst, exactly the same thing that happened over Tunguska in Siberia on the 30th of June, 1908. That was an object that fell out of the sky, almost certainly out of the Taurid meteor stream, which is thought to be the progenitor of the remnant giant comet, because that's the peak of the Beta Taurids. It wasn't big enough to hit the Earth and create a crater. It blew up in the sky. When it blew up in the sky, fortunately over an uninhabited area of Siberia, it flattened 2,000 square miles of trees. It was absolutely catastrophic. If it had,
no, there is evidence.
There is evidence for that.
No,
compelling evidence.
There's not.
No, Vance Halliday and his colleagues just published a huge refutation of this entire hypothesis.
Of the what do they think?
No, not the Tunguska. We're talking about the.
You're talking about the. I'm sorry. Calling something a refutation doesn't mean it's a refutation.
No, but it still has not been replied to. That's currently the record.
Actually, it has been replied to extensively by Martin Sweatman.
But are you referring to Abu Huraira? Or are you referring?
I'm referring to the entire idea of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Right, but Tunguska, you're not.
No, I'm not debating Tunguska.
But that's what you were saying.
And I misheard him.
Okay, you misheard him. Yeah, he was talking about the amount of forest that was flattened by the Tunguska event.
I misheard him. I thought he was talking about.
It did happen during the Taurid meteor shower.
I guess it happened recently, like 100 years ago.
Yeah, but it did happen.
Yeah.
But it did happen during the same time of the year, where the Earth passes through.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not debating Tunguska.
Okay,
Yeah,
that was what it seemed like.
I
You were
apologize.
saying
I think this would be a good moment for me to just give a little bit of information about the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Okay. Can we do that? Because it's very important to my feelings about it.
Okay.
God, these short sight. I tell you, being 73 is no joke. So the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, since 2007, it's been a compelling and thoroughly documented case. It's been put together by more than 60 eminent scientists. Of course, some scientists oppose them as well. It was hit 12,800 years ago by multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet. Mark Boslow is one of the authors of that refutation piece that you've just put in. Here he is saying that Graham Hancock's use of impact hypothesis in Netflix is all wet. Here we have a post responding to that. Graham Hancock is a charlatan and a fraud. Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is widely debunked. I'm sorry, it's not. If you want to learn about the work done, go see Mark Boslow. Here's that paper you're talking about, Flint, the comprehensive refutation of the Younger Dryas hypothesis. Because something is called something does not mean it is something.
Have you read it? It's fairly detailed.
I have read it in great detail, and I've also read James Lawrence Powell, who the authors of this paper largely ignore, but who is a highly respected figure, and whose in whose view the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been prematurely rejected. Bill Napier is a member of the Comet Research Group. He's the person who's connected it to the Taurid meteor stream. He's talking about the evidence of a large comet about entering the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago, going into fragmentation, creating a wide debris trail through which the Earth passes twice a year. And it's a catastrophe of celestial origin which occurred around 12,900 BP, before the present. Now, you're referring to a refutation paper, but would you really so quickly accept it when you look at the credentials of the people in the Comet Research? I mean, James Kennett, marine geologist, professor at the University of California, he's a world expert in paleoceanography. Dr. Richard Firestone, James Whitker, Albert Goodyear, Alan West. There I am with Alan West at the Younger Dryas boundary in Murray Springs. And the Younger Dryas boundary is full of the signatures of a massive cosmic impact, probably an airburst, rather like the airburst that took place over Abu Huraira. I'm not expecting anybody to read these papers I'm putting up here. I'm just saying that the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been widely published, extensively published over the last decade, that there's a huge amount of information in support of it. There we're looking at the Younger Dryas boundary field extending on the right as far as Abu Huraira, and on the left covering most of North America. It's also found in Belgium, by the way. It's found in the deep south of Chile. It's found in Antarctica. It's found all over the world. This platinum anomaly, documented at the Younger Dryas onset, is particularly important. But the evidence of a cosmic impact at Abu Huraira, that one, I mean, we know that Michael Shermer is an opponent of my work. But even Michael Shermer, in my view, by the way, I want to thank Michael for this, a true gentleman. When he realizes he's got something wrong, he says so. And here he says, in the light of the work at Abu Huraira, he says he's going to address his priors about my theory in the light of this evidence from a massive cosmic impact over Abu Huraira. So the fact that a paper has been published which claims to refute the Younger Dryas impact is really not anything at all. The question is, what's the depth to that refutation? Is it a solid refutation? Does it really work? And why is it that the same team who claimed to have refuted the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2023 also published a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2011? Clearly, there was something wrong with their 2011 requiem.
I am not a scholar that focuses on these kind of questions. I focus on archaeological evidence. So I'm going to try to reply from that perspective. And so one of the examples you give is if this is Abu Huraira, for example, the site is still there for us to excavate. Indeed. We understand that it has some of the earliest domesticated crops there. And so the entire point is that this kind of, even if this hypothesis is true, it would not have wiped out the evidence for the civilization that you're looking for. Because we can see very clearly that if it's true at Abu Huraira, it did not wipe out the entire settlement. It's there. We're excavating it now.
Isn't Abu Huraira one of the first places that show evidence of real agriculture?
Yeah, so let's talk about some real agriculture.
That's part of the evidence.
Yeah, so Can we talk about some agriculture?
Sure.
All right, cool. Can you boot up my HD?
You got all excited.
Yeah, this is like my stuff finally. I did my dad's stuff earlier. Now I get to do some of my stuff. In fact, this is some of the sites I work on. Okay, I want to be clear that we have a lot of evidence for ancient plants and seeds, right? I'll show you the statistics. We have hundreds of thousands, millions of these just from the time period of thinking about domestication. So how do we even collect tiny little seeds of grains and beans and peas? Any idea, Joe?
No.
Okay, so you know how wood floats? So does carbonized plant material. So basically we collect samples from every single unit that we excavate, and we put it in what's called a flotation tank, where we pump up a bunch of air to separate any charred plant material from the soil and sediment. And then it sort of drains out right around here into a mesh, and then we can start to study it under a microscope. So all right, big question. What the heck is the difference between wild and domesticated wheat? Any ideas? No? Graham?
Yes, the domesticated wheat depends on human beings helping it continue.
And how do we identify that?
Not quite sure.
Okay, that's important though. So all right, let's go to the bottom here. It's the scar, right where that wheat kernel or the spikelet that the wheat seed is attached on, it attaches to the plant. And the reason for this is in wild plants like wheat or beans or peas, it's going to propagate itself by falling off the plant easily. If birds or humans are harvesting it, it's not that it wants to, it doesn't have agency, but it propagates itself more easily by shattering easily off of the stem of the plant. On the other hand, as soon as humans start gathering it, that does nothing, because some seeds fall, it replants itself in the field. But as soon as humans start gathering it and planting it in new fields, then all of a sudden there's an evolutionary sort of impact on the plant itself. And so what's selected for is the mutation for a seed that hangs onto the plant. Do you see what I mean? Because you're cutting off the plant, taking it with you, and then planting it somewhere else. And so this is a shift in grains that we call a brittle to a tough raucous. And you can see it's kind of a clean scar right here on the left in wild wheat, while it's a much sort of tougher scar on the right.
Do we know what the evolutionary mechanism is that would cause it to do that?
Yeah, so there's two different genes that actually control this in wheat, for example. And so we actually know, just statistically speaking, and by sampling wild wheat today, that this is going to exist within any field of wild wheat. There's going to be a few seeds with this genetic mutation. And then as soon as humans start collecting it and cultivating it, planting it somewhere, it's going to automatically put evolutionary pressure on that, and it's over time. And we see this shift from shattering to non-shattering in barley, in wheat, in rice, in every single grain species that we have domesticated. And so you can see this statistically, for example, in China, where over time, A, we have 35,000 of these now that we're studying. B, you can see the population of rice at archaeological sites. It starts off mostly as brittle, meaning it shatters easily, and over time it takes about 1,500 years for rice to evolve to become fully domesticated, where it hangs onto the plant more easily. And so we see this repeatedly. We could see this later on in the Holocene. So we're talking several thousand years later, like 5,000 years ago, in sort of the Sahara Desert during the Green Sahara periods, where we see the domestication of pearl millet. Same exact transition is what happens. And you can see these statistics of it happening, changing statistically over time, the population of millet in these regions from, a brittle raucous that breaks off easily to a tough raucous where the seed hangs on.
How does it figure out that?
It's just selectionary pressure. It's the pressure of humans now collecting it and then planting it. So as soon as there's one seed that's like that with that mutation, it slowly proliferates every single time humans replanted it in a new field.
And it just takes
thousands of years. Yeah. And we see this in wheat, barley, rice, oats, teosinte, which becomes corn. We see it in millet, sorghum. We see it with the pods for beans and peas. So the pod changes how it breaks off the plant. And again, it goes from shattering to tough. And so we see that with lentils, chickpeas, peas, common beans, runner beans, soybeans, fava, vetch. All of these species, dozens of them, it's the first sign of human domestication. And so that's what we can see. The second sign is
how many thousands of years does it take before this starts showing?
It starts showing up fairly quickly, immediately. So you get small percentages of it. For example, you can see this with the rice graph here with all of them. So at Abu Huraira, for example, it's a small percentage of the crops that are actually have this feature to
So
them.
it looks like it's just 150 years it starts changing.
Yeah, it slowly starts changing over. In fact, Gordon Hillman first worked out this would happen really rapidly, that it would take just a few hundred years for the population of these plants to change over. Now we know it takes a few thousand years for it to the full population at archaeological sites to go from wild, breaking off easy types to domesticated, hanging onto the plant types.
That is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating how the plant somehow or another adapts and figures it out that this is the way to survive.
It's really cool because it's not human selection either. In fact, 40 years ago when we first started studying domestication, we thought that all this was due to conscious human selection. And now we know that it's actually the plant adapting to us and what we do. Yeah, it's cool as hell, isn't it?
I agree with you on all of that. I don't want to stop you with your presentation, but what bearing does that have on getting rid of a lost civilization?
I'm going to get there. Again, it's not about getting rid of a lost civilization. I'm actually here to show that there's no agriculture at all in the Ice Age. So it doesn't have to do with the lost civilization, but that's a key component of your civilization. So the second trait...
there's no agriculture at all amongst the Inuit either, right?
No.
Right.
But
they survived.
But in his books and in his Netflix series, he describes this civilization as introducing agriculture. He talks about seed banks and things like that. In The Magicians of the Gods. I have a quote in here.
Show me.
Okay, you want me to?
Yeah. Let's see it. I want to see it.
Give me a second. It seems fanciful to you want to use it? I can't do your accent.
You want to read it?
It seems fanciful to imagine that we might, in an almost high-tech sense, be looking at the specifications of a seed bank here. Oh, this is from Fingerprints of the Gods.
No, it's from Magicians of the Gods.
Oh, maybe I repeated it in Magicians. And this is about the underground Vara that Yima is said in myth to have created following a disastrous cataclysm.
But is it possible that this cycle of domesticating wheat and beans and all these different things has taken place many, many times? And that if you left them alone, they would go back to the wild form, where if there was a disaster and people stopped growing them in this particular region, how long would it take for them to revert back to their original state?
Thousands of years again.
Thousands of years again.
Thousands of years.
How many thousands of years do you think?
Well, I don't know, because I'd have to look that up, because I know that we've observed this kind of stuff, feral domesticates going feral, but I don't have that off.
And you said how many years from the original till the whole crop?
Something like 3,000 years. Dorian Fuller's actually published a lot on estimating the time ranges of this.
So if you had agriculture in 12,800 years ago, around the time of the Younger Dryas impact theory, and then people are resorted to hunter-gatherers again, it takes a long time before they start using agriculture again.
That's not what he's claiming. He's claiming that...
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking. Is it possible that those plants would revert and then the process would happen again once people started growing them intentionally?
That's tough to tell, because what we see is it's exactly at that time, at least in Southwest Asia, where this domestication starts.
Right, so we haven't seen the reverse happen.
No.
But is it possible?
Well, I mean, it would have had to have happened a lot earlier.
If people weren't cultivating it anymore, wouldn't the natural selection revert back to the original state?
I agree with that. It would revert back.
But it would take a long time.
It would take a long time. And so I want to get into how the next trait size takes thousands of years after that, which is the selection for large seeds. So we measure these seeds, and we can see their change over time. And I have here a really cool...
Is this a selection by farmers and by people that are...
That's such a great question, because actually we think at first it's not. So this is the plants adapting to the fact that they're being planted in plowed and tilled and cleared fields. And so larger seeds actually grow faster. So they outcompete their neighbors that might have been planted with smaller seeds.
Oh, because it's monocrop, because they're constantly surrounded by other plants that are similar, and so they're competing for resources.
They're competing for resources, and the ones with larger seeds on average grow. So this is done from a lot of experimental archeology.
That is so wild.
Glynis Jones, Dorian Fuller, and others. Glynis Jones at Sheffield, who's retired now, has taught me this stuff.
That is just the fact. I mean, I know we're in the middle of this crazy debate, but just the wonder of nature itself. The complexity involved in these natural life forms adapting to their environment is so fascinating. And the fact that it's such a contentious issue amongst biological creatures, specifically human beings, because of religious implications. But if you just look at it in terms of what we know for sure with plants, it is such a bizarre process. It's so fascinating and complex, and there's so much going on. Just with our understanding of the communication the plants have with each other through mycelium and the different organisms that exist in the earth, and that they're sharing resources, and like, what a bizarre, fascinating world.
Almost mysterious.
Oh, there's a lot to learn.
So mysterious. Well, there's a lot to learn for sure. But
I think that's what's cool, because we have this kind of stuff. So you asked about selection.
Yeah.
So this is maize cob from about 1250 AD. This is part of the Southern Methodist University Archaeological
That's how
Research
little
Collection.
they were back then.
That's how little
wild?
they were. So if you want to hold it, you can.
Sure, yeah. Chuck it over here.
Be
So
careful
how
with
old
it.
is this?
That's from about 800 years ago. Yeah. And so I want to thank Matthew Bullinger.
Full
Yeah,
piece
that's
of
a
corn?
full cob. Yeah.
Folks, this is like a thumb. Not even my thumb. It's like one of my smaller fingers.
And just to get
This
a
is
sense
crazy.
of
Like, I think of a corn cob today. It's just, I mean, I had one over Thanksgiving. It was massive. It was like this big.
yeah, exactly.
We've
Now
grown
that's
like
human
a
selection.
forearm now.
That's human selection at that point.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. That's amazing.
And to give you a sense of just how much we find, this is our charred corn kernels. Again,
wow.
from Southern Methodist
And
University.
how old are these?
So this, they're not exactly sure where they come from. They think they're subsampled from collections at Powell Creek Pueblo in New Mexico. So several hundred years old for sure.
They're so little.
But yeah, they were collected a long time ago, so they're not sure. Yeah,
The kernels were so tiny.
And the
are
only
these
way-
like dehydrated?
they're charred.
They're charred, right? But would
That's
they be
how it's
larger?
surprised. Yeah, they probably would have been larger. So we study how charring impacts these things as well. Yeah, so we do a lot of experiments to understand that,
That's
so that we
cool.
can see the shape and the size and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that's so cool.
So to get back to your question, though, because I think you asked a good question. When we think about sort of this change over time with domestication, we also see a change in time in the kind of stone tools that people are using. So it takes thousands of years before we start seeing these sickle-type blades associated with harvesting these crops, right? And then the next step we can take is this introduction, this sort of transfer of technology that agriculturalists do when they move into Europe and elsewhere. And we can track this in real time. So this is from a project, I was actually doing the flotation to collect the plants from this project when I was a student, and this is in Albania, directed by University of Cincinnati. So these are the trenches that we excavated. But this is one of the earliest agricultural sites in Europe from about 6400 BC, right? And what's really cool is we can see what this kind of introduction looks like. We see a full package introduced at the same time. We see multiple different domesticated plants, multiple different domesticated animals, as well as new types of artifacts like stone tools and pottery of different types than what the hunter-gatherers were using there. And so this is kind of a parallel. This is where we see this transfer of technology, is when agriculturalists spread out and they take a whole package with them. We call it the Neolithic package. Right. And so that's one of the key things, is we have parallels for this. And so when we go back to this sort of end of the Stone Age type period, where we're maybe looking for something like a seed bank or a shelter that's keeping these, Noah's Ark or something like that, what we can also look at is it doesn't look like anything's introduced. These plants and animals get domesticated in the natural regions where their wild progenitors were growing and living. And so there's not like an introduction of a new species that was not there. Instead, we already saw these wild plants in place in the Ice Age in these spaces. And then we can date directly these with radiocarbon, right? There's no reason to assume anything else. We date plant remains and bones directly. And then lastly, I just want to talk about not archaeological evidence, but paleoecological evidence. So these are kind of cores taken in lakes, lagoons, swamps, on the sea floor. And this is what a palynologist, so those are people that study pollen, look at. And so this map is from an article that I was actually a co-author on, looking at different paleoecological proxies around the Greek peninsula. So we're looking
Is that a real image of pollen?
Yeah, this is pollen under an electron microscope from Dartmouth College, I think it is, this image. And so, we have these kind of cores that give us a sense of the landscape. And, we can track, for example, the rise of different agricultural societies from pollen that floats through the air. We can track, for example, tree crops when they start getting introduced and when they become common. We can track grains and when they come in and become very common in these different regions. And the key thing I want to draw your attention to is a lot of these proxies, these cores, are taken from coastal areas. And some are even taken from underwater. So we have underwater cores from the seabed, and we can reconstruct these sunken landscapes and the sort of ecosystem that was there. And nowhere do we see an ecosystem of agriculture, arboriculture, or anything like that. Instead, we see very natural landscapes, the type of landscapes that hunter-gatherers would live in. And so this, I think, is really important because there really is, it's not just that there's no evidence for agriculture that early. We have evidence against it from those pollen cores, but also this article by Peter Richardson and colleagues points out that agriculture, it was probably too hostile of a condition for agriculture in the Ice Age. The reason why is because there's too little CO2. Plants need carbon dioxide to be able to propagate and grow and be grown intensively in particular. It's also a period of aridity. It's very dry because so much of the fresh water is trapped at the poles in the ice sheets.
Yeah, but this is not the case of the Amazon, right? At the equator, the environment would be different.
But we have pollen cores from those areas, and again, we have no evidence of any kind of intensive agriculture.
Vastly understudied areas.
Yeah.
I never.
But they are vastly understudied, right? I mean,
Well, sure,
you
have to imagine that a pollen core is actually tracking a larger landscape, right? Because pollen travels really far. And so you're able to, with one core, track a much larger landscape and put that together. And so, I just cannot emphasize this enough. I have a phrase I like to use about archaeology. We work from the known to the unknown. So this is true when we excavate. We come down on the stub of a wall and we change what we're doing to follow what we know, which is that wall, and we expose it. When we found the Griffin warrior tomb at Pylos, for example, we found the corner on the very first day. And by the third day, we already expanded the trench so that we could catch what we know is there. And so it's the same kind of thing when you dig a layer. It's the same thing when you sort of test a hypothesis like Graham's, which is we want to work from what we do know. What we do know from the Ice Age and what we do know from right after this period of domestication. And so what we do know is all this kind of natural evidence about the climate, about the ecology, and about how domestication actually happens. And so that's why I think that, unlike the other part with the Ice Age sort of coastal stuff, I think that's sort of like, why do we keep finding tens of thousands of Ice Age sites that are hunter-gatherers? It's a bit of a coincidence we don't find your civilization. Here,
it's not tens of thousands, it's 3,000 sites.
That's not true. We have 13,000 different sites in the Paleolithic radiocarbon database.
No, I'm talking about underwater.
Okay, but we have 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped.
Not relevant.
According to UNESCO, and they're on the continental shelves.
Can I pick up on some points you've made, or are you not quite finished yet?
Sure, you can pick up, Graham.
I don't ever claim that very small numbers of survivors of my proposed lost civilization introduced a plant species. What I'm saying is that they introduced the concept of domesticating plants. There is evidence of very early agriculture, more than 20,000 years ago at Ohala.
Gatherers.
Yeah, of Ohala too.
Yeah.
They weren't. It never reached the stage of domestication.
Yeah. They're gathering, not planting.
That goes back 24,000 years ago. They gathered, but they did not domesticate. And there are a number of attempts at domestication, but it's after the Younger Dryas that we see this sudden surge in domestication. Now, I'm not saying, and I've never said, and you will not be able to find a quote where I've said that they introduced agriculture. They introduced the idea of agriculture. And we're talking about a very small number of people. The myths speak of 7 sages again and again in multiple locations around the world, bringing the idea of agriculture, but that agriculture is then applied to locally available plant species. And we do then see the long process of domestication beginning after the Younger Dryas, not before it. We don't see that domestication occurring before 12,900 years ago. We see some attempts at gathering crops. We see some sheen on sickles that show that people were cutting wild grasses and using the seeds. We do see all of that, but we don't see domestication. The steps that begin to lead us towards domestication begin after the Younger Dryas, and I think that's the elephant in the room. I think that what happened there during the Younger Dryas is extremely mysterious, and I don't think we have the whole story. And I'm simply proposing that the survivors of a civilization who were in very small numbers traveled around the world seeking refuge, sharing their knowledge with those they took refuge amongst, and sharing the knowledge of those they took refuge amongst. It was an exchange, not a one-way trip, and they did not bring plants and seeds with them. They worked with what was locally available, and that's precisely what we see happening after 12,900 years ago in this whole area of hundreds, thousands of square miles around Göbekli Tepe, going right down into the Jordan Valley. Abu Huraira being a particularly interesting example, very close to Göbekli Tepe, is the first steps being taken towards domestication. There have been multiple attempts to harvest wild grains before that, but no domestication. Suddenly we see the domestication happening. And of course it's happening with locally available plants. I've never said that they introduced plant species from elsewhere.
But if they're introducing the technology of agriculture, that would imply that they had agriculture beforehand, which, as I'm trying to show, it doesn't make any sense. You need to invent new species of plants. You need to go against all the evidence that we have.
What new species of plants? Why do you need to?
Well, because
they were using wild grasses in the area of
where they were
Hollow too, in the Jordan Valley. They were using them 23,000 years ago.
in the area of those wild plants.
But they did not domesticate them.
But then what was your civilization growing?
I don't know. What I do know is I don't know. What do you not understand about the word lost? I don't know what they were growing. But what I'm mystified by is this sudden surge towards domestication, which you rightly say is a long, slow process. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time, but we see those first steps being taken after, not before, the Younger Dryas.
And that's not so sudden. We're talking about thousands of years when agriculture starts in different places. So, it's very early in Southwest Asia, but it's 1,000 or plus year lag in East Asia or Mesoamerica. So when people say suddenly, I think that's a misinterpretation of the evidence. In terms of human generations, we're talking hundreds of human generations.
What I'm referring to suddenly is the transition from harvesting wild grasses to setting in process a project that will lead to domestication of wild grasses. And that cannot be demonstrated before the Younger Dryas. It can only be demonstrated after the Younger Dryas.
It's not a project, it's just planting them in the ground.
And that's why I think that there's something odd about the Younger Dryas episode. And to me, that's something odd when I combine it with mythology from all around the world about the destruction of a great civilization in a global cataclysm, about the fact that there were a few survivors, about the suggestion that they traveled around the world sharing their knowledge and ideas. That's why I think that the spark for the agricultural revolution that we see in that area was introduced. Not the agriculture itself, not the plants themselves. They used locally available plants. They'd be daft.
But to play devil's advocate, if they did do that, wouldn't it would immediately show up as agriculture?
No.
Why would it take thousands of years for it to take hold?
Because it takes a long time to domesticate plants, as Flint has been saying. It's not something.
Well, you see the shift starting immediately.
You see the shift in 150 years,
and you see it immediately at Abu Huraira.
Yes, and then elsewhere, not as early.
But is it also possible that the Younger Dryas impact theory affected the climate and it made agriculture more possible? And then they figured it out after that because it was colder before that, right?
Yeah, we've had lots of cold periods in the past. If you go back through the Ice Age, 400,000 years or so.
Right, but that's a different species of human almost.
No.
They hadn't 400,000 years ago.
400,000 years
ago. Right, but they hadn't figured out anything.
The earliest evidence so far for anatomically modern humans is from Jebel Ehud in Morocco. Mm-hmm. It's about 320,000 years old, 315,000 years old, something like that, anatomically modern humans. So I think it makes sense.
But but my point is they hadn't figured out anything that we figured out.
No.
So wouldn't it make sense that at one point in time, the human species would figure out agriculture? And if that transition would take place for over a period of thousands of years after a massive shift in the climate.
The mystery to me is why during the previous massive shifts in the climate that took place multiple times over the 400,000 years.
Because humans hadn't evolved to do any of the things that they evolved to do eventually. Build structures, dams, boats, seafaring.
Sure.
All those things took place afterwards, right?
Sure.
So there has to be a timeline for all innovation anyway.
No, I'm responding to your point. Was the climate shift the trigger for agriculture?
It had to be the trigger for something,
right? What I'm saying
whenever
is
there's a massive change in the environment, people adapt to that change. And if you look at the sophistication levels of societies over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, they always move towards a more sophisticated, they figure out new ways, new methods, they get better at things. It just makes sense that they would eventually figure out agriculture.
In this area, there were multiple attempts to figure out agriculture.
Right, but there was also probably multiple attempts to figure out how to make a boat before they figured out how to make a submarine.
Yes,
right?
I mean, so I tend to think that what we see with our record is it's very heterogeneous. So that's why we see agriculture showing up at different times in different places. And so I think that that's really key to get across. I do think that this climatic change, it introduced more CO2, it introduced more humidity and rainfall that made agriculture actually possible, sort of as an intensive undertaking to do. And so I think that that's really important to acknowledge, but I don't want to sort of say that the human agency didn't have something to do with that, because humans were the ones that chose to change from just gathering to planting.
Right.
And so I think that's really, really key to demonstrate.
I want to get to Egypt because I think it's one of the most bizarre accomplishments of human beings. And the age of Egypt is a fascinating piece of discussion, because whatever it is, one of the more fascinating things is Robert Schoch out of Boston University, the geologist who examined the erosion in the Temple of the Sphinx and determined it to be thousands of years of rainfall, and which would predate the Sphinx by quite a bit, because this is all stone that had been moved by human beings, and it had been used to construct the Sphinx. And this Temple of the Sphinx had been carved out. It's very clear that it was carved out. And you see these massive fissures that look exactly like water erosion. He specifically said that he showed these images to other geologists without telling them what they were looking at. And they almost unanimously said that it was water erosion over thousands of years of rainfall. And then when he would show them exactly what he was telling them to describe, then they didn't want to have any part of it, because they're like, okay, now you're saying something that's really crazy, because now you're saying that this structure is 11,000 years old as opposed to 4,500 years old.
Surprise, surprise! I'm going to disagree with you.
Shall we look at?
Well, it's not me. It's
No, Robert Schoch.
Shall we look at some images of the
Yes.
Sphinx?
Yeah. Let's look at images of the water erosion, because it's
and then I'll show some images of the quarries nearby.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Sure. So if you could be up again, Jamie, with the HDMI. And again, credit to my wife Santa, who has taken every risk with me, every step, every dive for the last 30 plus years. This is her aerial photograph of the Sphinx enclosure and of the Sphinx temple, so-called.
How'd you get that picture?
In a helicopter.
Wow.
Back in the mid-90s somewhere. Sphinx temple directly in front of the Sphinx, so-called, and the Valley temple to the left as we view it. And you can see that the Sphinx is a rock-hewn structure cut out of the bedrock with a trench around it. And if we go in here, the notion that the Sphinx bears the marks of precipitation-induced weathering is an evolution of an idea that the late, great John Anthony West had many, many years ago. You've had John on your show before.
Twice. Yeah.
He's a dear friend of mine.
He was great. Magical Egypt. I can't recommend it enough. It's such a fascinating
material.
He has two of them, two series. I think there's like 3 DVDs in each one, and it's just incredible stuff. Just on the undisputable things about the construction methods and how fascinating it is that they built these things.
Marvelous, out of the box thinker. I miss him so much. He was a dear
amazing
friend. It was he who brought Robert Schoch to the Giza Plateau. And Robert took a look at the erosion around the Sphinx and eventually came to the conclusion that the best explanation for it was that this Sphinx enclosure had been subjected to at least 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And Robert Schoch right now puts that back to around the 10,000 BC date, 12,000 plus years ago, during the Younger Dryas, when indeed there were heavy rains in Egypt. And it's these deep vertical fissures in the side of the enclosure wall which most clearly demonstrate what he's talking about. The rainwater pouring off the edge of the plateau would have selectively cut out the softer areas of rock and created these fissures that we see through it, and this rounded, scalloped profile in Robert Schoch's view and in mine.
I've had Robert Schoch on as well.
Yeah.
We talked about it for a long time.
And I want to pay tribute to Robert Schoch here. He and I have had our differences, but Robert Schoch, in my view, is a hero. Robert Schoch is a mainstream academic who has stuck his neck out for an idea that is very unpopular with mainstream academics. He's taken all the risks for his career, he's put himself out there, and he's spoken his truth. And I want to respect Robert Schoch, I want to express that respect and kudos to Robert Schoch for everything he's done. He's helped to advance this field enormously and to allow people to think previously unthinkable thoughts.
And I've seen him attacked
mercilessly. This happens again and again with archaeologists, unfortunately.
So
I'll just complete this point, because it's often said that the Sphinx was the work of the pharaoh Khafre, and that these two temples were the work of the pharaoh Khafre, particularly the Valley Temple that we see on the right there. There's no inscriptions in the Sphinx Temple, but when we come to the Valley Temple, what we're looking at is a limestone core, and those limestone blocks were actually taken out of the Sphinx Trench, which was then faced in a later time with granite. And there's a quote from Robert Schoch there, who's saying that basically the original temples were limestone and that they were faced with granite. Now, that's the interior of the temple. You can see that there's definitely two phases of construction there. There's the granite, no dispute that that's Old Kingdom Egypt. And then there's the limestone massive megalithic walls behind it, which are heavily eroded, as you can see even from here. Now, interestingly, is that temple really associated with the pharaoh Khafre? In 1947, I.E.S. Edwards, who was one of the leading Egyptologists of his time, wrote this: around each doorway is a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king. No other inscriptions or relief occur anywhere else in the building. That's been taken to assume that the name of the king was given as Khafre. Actually, Edwards corrected himself in 1993. Around each doorway was carved a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king, but only the last words, beloved of the goddess Bastet and beloved of the goddess Hathor, are preserved. No other inscriptions occur anywhere else in the building. In other words, there's nothing in that temple that directly connects it to the pharaoh Khafre. But what's interesting is the way that granite facing, which certainly was done in the Old Kingdom, has actually been, the interior of the granite has actually been cut to match the heavily weathered limestone that it's covering. It's been cut to shape that. They're honoring and respecting that ancient structure. And so, in my opinion, the geological evidence on the antiquity of the Sphinx is strong. There's no doubt that the ancient Egyptians were there, that they did work on the Sphinx. The head of the Sphinx was recarved into a human head. I and my colleagues believe it was originally the head of a lion, that the Sphinx was an entire lion.
But the evidence that it's been carved is that it has far less erosion than the rest of the body, correct?
And also the head is way out of proportion to the rest of the body. That's an issue, because one thing the ancient Egyptians were pretty good at when they put their minds to it was proportion.
Yeah.
And the disproportionate size of the head of the Sphinx in relation to the whole body of the Sphinx.
I mean, if you look at other ancient Egyptian sphinxes, they also have small heads. If you put my head on a lion, it would look small. And they all look relatively small.
Indeed, it would look small. That's the point. It was a lion before, and it was cut. It was heavily eroded, and it was then cut down into a human head.
But it does have a distinctly different form of erosion.
No, that's actually where I come and disagree with you. I have some photos as well.
What's your evidence that it was connected to Khafre?
The head. Oh yeah, and I can show you why. Yeah, because
eroded.
it's a different stratum of the natural limestone.
I see.
So if you look at the geology of the area. Are you finished, Graham? If not, I'll put up some slides.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let's do this. So first off, I want to sort of show this is what it looks like. Even the neck. You don't see the neck today because because they expanded the headdress as a support for the head. And so the point is that there's these different layers of this limestone here that we can understand geologically. And so there's this very dense limestone that's up by the head. And then the rest of the limestone is much more fragile and porous. So I do want to be clear, how do we date the Sphinx? What kind of evidence archaeologically are we using? Mm-hmm. And so what that comes from is largely radiocarbon dates from the pyramids themselves. So pieces of wood that were in between the blocks of the pyramids have been radiocarbon dated and definitively tell us that the pyramids were built during the Old Kingdom, right?
But didn't they do work on the pyramids at multiple stages? Where they would probably like reseal things and surface things and clean things. If they were constructed 12, 13, 20,000 years ago and people were still inhabiting them, 5,000 years ago, wouldn't it make sense that they would do things to them?
Well, we have inscriptions in there from areas that are sealed off from the actual construction, graffiti from the workmen, referring to, for example, Friends of Khufu and different workmen gangs that are in there. And these are in areas...
It's graffiti, like they
exactly.
You know that particular graffiti in the Khufu cartouche has long been suggested as a forgery by Howard Vines.
Except it uses versions of Khufu's name that were not known until later by scholars. And so that's
what versions of those?
I don't know, man. I don't read hieroglyphs. Where'd you get that information? Egyptologists.
Where'd you get that information?
I got that.
Zahi Hawass.
No, not from Zahi Hawass. I've never met Zahi Hawass. I got that information from reading, man. But okay, so let's go back. How do we know that these radiocarbon dates with the blocks in the pyramid relate to the Sphinx itself? Because the Sphinx is just hewn out of natural stone, right? These different layers here. Mm-hmm. So the reason we know is because geochemists have done stone sourcing on the chemistry of these stones in the pyramids. And they've been able to trace them to different quarries at Giza. And so this is photos of different quarries and cuttings for the quarries. And so they've taken samples from the quarries themselves and from the stones in the pyramids. They do different kinds of geochemical analyses to show the ratios of, in this case, magnesium and iron. And then they trace them back to specific quarries there. And so they know that a bunch of the stones from Khafre, for example, come from the area of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is from a quarry. It's a quarry site for those stones. And so one of the things...
Go back to that slide for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so this is a photo of some of these quarries, and I want to point out that the quarry walls look a lot like exactly the walls of the Sphinx itself. It has the same kind of erosion on it. It has the same kind of rough working on it. And so what you're actually seeing with the Sphinx is you're seeing this roughened shape from quarrying, which is then built with nicer stones around it.
Right, but we're talking about the temple of the Sphinx, the outside structure is what Robert Schoch was discussing. That shows much more clear indication of the water erosion. Not necessarily this, which shows a lot of kind of different erosion.
By the way, this restoration on the paws of the Sphinx is modern.
Yes, that is modern. I'm not going to deny that. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that we can't... A, I don't think that anybody really agrees with Schoch that it is erosion. B, if it is erosion, a lot of geologists do not. Nor do
many geologists do. Many geologists do agree with it.
Very few.
I think it's quite a bit. Graham, you would know more than I do.
I think it's quite a bit too, but it doesn't really matter to me. I think whether geologists agree with him or not, whether archaeologists agree with him or not, he's spoken his truth. He's made his case, and I think it's a strong and compelling case.
And what I'm trying to do is present the evidence that goes against him, right?
But when you look at those fissures that are in that wall,
you see the same thing on quarries there. You know, it's the same exact kind of fissures on this. Is just a completely different quarry in a different area of Giza.
That's not the most specific example of it, though. If you show other examples of that wall.
And so, I mean,
there's other examples of that wall that are much more rounded out.
So I have been to Giza, by the way.
See, this just doesn't look the same to me.
Wait, but I have a reason for saying that. I've been to Giza. The one time I went to Giza, it rained. In fact, the taxi got into an accident because the oil on the road got so slick that we were hit from behind.
Right, it does rain.
Very minor fender bender, but the point
but
is,
you're not denying that the climate radically changed.
How do you date erosion like this? That takes a lot of experimentation, and I've seen no evidence that shows how to date this kind of erosion to 12,000 years ago or something like that. Are you
in control of the thing now?
I am, and I was going to show
Graham, can you show images from what you were looking at when it shows the water erosion? Because it looks very different. The images that Graham was showing from where Robert Schoch did his work, it's much more extreme. The ones that you have are from a distance, and the other ones are kind of blurry, and you're looking at it, it looks similar. But like
I was there in 2003, so it's been
I'm
a
sure
long time.
You were. I'm sure you were. But this is different. The fissures in there are different. They really look like water flow. And if you're talking about the different layers of stone, which are softer in some layers and harder in other, if you did have that kind of water flowing through it, it would make sense that the softer layers would be more eroded. And that's Robert Schoch's contention.
And how are you going to date that, though, to however long ago? One of the other key disproved...
Don't you date it, though, by the amount of rainfall that we know took place at a certain time?
Because a small amount of rainfall can also cause erosion, especially in a dry environment. So in very dry environments, a tiny amount of rainfall can actually damage things even worse because things are so dry.
But that level of erosion?
Well, but you need to come up with some independent way of dating it,
Okay.
right? And that's where the issue is. What we do have is independent confirmation that the blocks in the pyramids came from the quarry right there.
Right.
And we have dates on those blocks from radiocarbon dates of wood in between those blocks.
There's an area where my work is misunderstood. I strongly support Robert Schoch on the 12,000-year-old dating of the Sphinx and of the megalithic temples in front of the Sphinx. I've never claimed that the pyramids are 12,000 years old.
Oh, I know it didn't say.
I didn't say
I know
you did
some
either.
people do.
Yeah,
though.
some people do.
Yeah, some people do.
I've never claimed that. I do not seek to divorce the ancient
That's
Egyptians
why I brought up
from
the
the Great
notion
Pyramids.
that they'd been resurfaced, because that's
Yeah.
the claim.
Yeah, I've heard that claim as
That
well.
people have been living in them for thousands of years, and so that the material that you're dating is from that time period.
Yeah.
And what do you make of the hieroglyphs that show kingdoms going back 30,000 years?
I've never heard that, so I have no comment.
It's in all the king lists of the.
Oh, you mean the dating of that? Yeah, well, so there's a lot of issues with the way that those are dated because they're not precisely dated. It's just generations. So it's about how you interpret that kind of stuff. But it's still, it becomes an issue of mythology. Are they adding in extra generations there and stuff like that?
Or are they actually reporting their truthful memory of their past?
Well, but we want to have directly dated evidence of that.
You might want to have that.
I think if we're going to talk about archaeological evidence, we need directly dated stuff.
And one of the things that's fascinating about Egypt is the discovery of older construction methods that are below and very sophisticated, below the surface, that the different temples were built on previous construction.
I mean, that happens in every culture,
Right.
where you see sort of spaces being reused in different ways.
Right.
Temple of Horus at Edfu, where the Atlantis story is told in an ancient Egyptian context, is a good example of that, because the Temple of Horus at Edfu was just the latest incarnation of a series of older temples that had stood on that site. It is a regular issue in ancient Egypt.
And so how much time are we talking about then? So if we go back to 4,500 years ago, which is the established date of the construction of the Great Pyramid, right? Somewhere around there?
Edfu dates to the Ptolemaic period,
Yeah.
so it's actually after Plato. So can I talk a second about Edfu?
We'll come to that. I think it'd be really good to talk about Edfu and Atlantis.
All right, briefly though, we've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I know. It's great. Everybody's hanging in there. But these temples that were built on these older temples, what time period is ascribed to them? Like, what's the oldest construction?
Oh, in the case of Edfu, it comes into the early Old Kingdom, the earliest, not prehistoric.
So what year?
Maybe 4,000 years ago.
And so, what is the oldest construction that we're aware of in Egypt?
I mean, we have Neolithic buildings that go back, 8,000 years or something, 9,000 years. Yeah.
I think the oldest construction that we're aware of in Egypt is the Great Sphinx and the megalithic temples in front of it. That's my view.
But we have no evidence from the Giza Plateau of any occupation that early, and that's one of the most intensively explored archaeological landscapes in the world.
In terms of food, seeds?
In terms of anything, yeah. In terms of artifacts or seeds or food, we have nothing that dates back that old.
The question is, like, what would be left?
Well, we'd find stuff just like we find stuff everywhere. I mean,
is there a point of no return though? Like, is there a time period, whether it's 20,000 or 30,000 years ago, where all the stuff you're looking for would have already been consumed by the earth?
No, because when you work in stone, this survives. Stone tools.
But what about
fire pottery? Bones themselves are going to survive in that kind of environment.
What do we think they used to transport these stones, cut these stones, place them, and how did they have a mathematical understanding of geometry to the point where they could put together this immense structure of 2,300,000 stones? If you think about everybody else that was alive 4,500 years ago, you don't think of anything even remotely as sophisticated as Egypt.
I don't know. I think what we're starting to see is that there is a lot more stuff that's very
right, but there's nothing like the Great Pyramid.
Look, in terms of like visual striking stuff, I agree.
Also accomplishment.
But the Egyptians tell us that they do it. They tell us the names of their engineers that design it, like Imhotep, and they have depictions of them moving enormous stones and statues that take 50, 60 people. They do it on sand. Here, wait, I have this booted up in my Google if you want, Jamie. This is from later, but sorry, I hate Google sometimes. But this is from a little later. I think it's New Kingdom, but it shows people moving this enormous statue. And so what they're actually doing is doing it on sand. come on, Washington Post.
And what year is this image from?
Oh God, I think it's New Kingdom, so maybe 2,500 years ago, something. No, more than that, 3,000 years ago ish. But what they're showing is they do it on a sledge right here.
A sled.
And then they pour water on the sand so that it can actually help move it. And so it makes it actually doable to move something that large. And so, I mean, I just want to get back to the point that, look, humans are smart people.
Can I ask you this, though? Is this is 2,000 years ago?
Probably more like 3,000.
Isn't that after these things were made?
No, because the Egyptians kept constructing large things.
So they did have things like this that they made during this time
period. They stopped
period.
building pyramids, but they still built enormous temples like a Karnak.
And these enormous statues.
Yeah, exactly.
Sliding megalithic statues on wet sand. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm wondering is how you get a series of actually dozens of 70-ton granite blocks up to 300 feet above the base of the pyramid to form the ceiling of the king's chamber and the floor and the ceilings of the relieving chambers above the king's chamber. No matter how much wet sand you've got, you're not going to get them 300 feet in the air.
Levers?
Levers? What levers?
Yeah, well, levers made of wood. We can find this
No,
online.
hang on. Levers made of wood. You've been to Giza, so you know what the Great Pyramid is. We're envisaging a ramp, right?
It's possible, yeah.
A ramp to bring stones up to that.
I'm envisaging very smart people with large labor forces and the equipment.
Me too. I'm envisaging that too, but I find it difficult to see how your wet sand example gets
this was
70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air.
But you've got to make the concession that there's such a jump between what these people were able to do and what everybody else was able to do. There's such a difference.
I mean, I think
there's such a difference.
Doing something different is how I put it.
It's not just doing something different. It's doing something on a scale that no one is doing 4,500 years ago. That scale's insane.
It's cool as hell.
But it's also, it's so different.
Yeah.
It's as different to the rest of the world as to hunter-gatherer civilizations that are in the Amazon to people that are living in Manhattan.
And that's why even in the Roman period, Egypt was a tourist destination. Mm-hmm. You know, to go there and see these marvels. And so ever since they've been built, it's become a tourist destination because they're so visually striking and they really grab at everybody's imagination, right? Mm-hmm. And so there's something very enigmatic about that. But I don't want to sort of say just because it's enigmatic and mysterious that we should not give credit to these people because they were
it's the same
smart
people. No one's saying don't give credit to these people. I think even people that are dating Egypt back, like if the hieroglyphs that dated back to more than 30,000 years, it's the same people. No one's saying it's different people that did it. What everyone's saying is, like, how did they achieve the level of sophistication that they absolutely, undeniably had at the very most recent 4,500 years ago? So just that alone, like, what the fuck was going on there?
There's a date stamp at Giza. And this concerns another issue between archaeology and me, is what counts as evidence? What can we regard as evidence? Archaeology dismisses the Great Sphinx as evidence for an older civilization on the grounds that you've put. Can't be presented as evidence for an older civilization. And the other thing that archaeology tends to dismiss is mythology and tradition. Can I give a small, quick presentation which is much to do with Egypt and much to do with what impassions me about this subject, and then we'll come back to. So this is another one of Santa's amazing pictures of the Great Pyramid from the air. The ancient Egyptians spoke of a time called Zep Tepi, the first time, when the gods walked the earth. If we're going to find out when that was, you need to have knowledge of an obscure astronomical phenomenon called the precession of the equinoxes. Now, we all know that everybody's heard the song, "We live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius." Actually, this connects to this idea. Because the Earth wobbles on its axis and is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars, it changes the times that particular stars rise in times of year, and it changes the positions of those stars in the sky as viewed from the Earth. Right now, at dawn on the spring equinox, the sun rises against the background of the constellation of Pisces. We live, if you like, in the age of Pisces, and we will do for the next 100 years or so. But because of the precessional wobble, we're going to move into the age of Aquarius in about 100 years. That just means that the constellation of Aquarius will house the sun on the spring equinox in that time because of the precessional wobble. And these shifts take place at the rate of about 1 degree every 72 years. Now, the discoverer of precession is attributed to a Greek astronomer and mathematician called Hipparchus. And we're looking at 127 BC. But these guys, Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend, in an amazing piece of work called Hamlet's Mill, strongly dispute that. And they suggest that we're looking at an extremely ancient knowledge of precession, worldwide heritage of a lost civilization to which all subsequent civilizations in all parts of the globe, forgetful of the source of the precious legacy they received, are the ungrateful heirs. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of the history of science at MIT. Hertha von Deschend was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. So they're no lightweights. They refer to the fact that a series of numbers keep cropping up in ancient myths all around the world, associated with imagery. And those numbers are all based on the number 72. I have to be quick about this, but 72 divided by 2 is 36. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. There's a whole series of numbers in ancient mythology, far more ancient than the Greeks, which deploy these numbers. They go back right into the Rig Veda in written forms and much, much earlier than that. If we go to Angkor in Cambodia, an amazing site. Again, Santa took this from a helicopter way back in the 90s. You'll find at Angkor a myth displayed on the walls, and that's called the churning of the Milky Ocean. And here we see the great serpent wrapped around the body of Mount Mandara, and teams of demons and angels are pulling on the body of the serpent. And this is seen as an image of precession, of the precessional wobble by Santillana and von Deschend. And they point out that it's not only expressed in myth, but also in architecture. So at Angkor Thom, we've got 108 statues on the bridge. That's a precessional number. It's 72 plus 36, 54 on each side. And it's the churning of the Milky Ocean by Mount Mandara that's being displayed there. Angkor Wat is, like the Great Pyramid, is aligned to within a fraction of a single degree of true north, south, east, and west. And on the spring equinox, if you go to Angkor and stand at the end of that long causeway right in the center, you'll observe this, and you'll only observe it then. You'll observe the sun rising directly over the central tower and sitting on top of the central tower of Angkor Wat. This site, nobody disputes it, is an equinoctial marker. It's designed to celebrate the spring equinox. And that's what you see at that time and at that time only. Let's jump over to Egypt now. When we come to the Nile Delta, here's the Great Pyramid. Now, I'll give you some statistics. It's 481.39 feet high originally. It's a bit lower today. It lost some 30 feet from its top in an earthquake. Footprint of the base, 13.1 acres. Weight, 6 million tons. 2.3 million blocks. Lost casing stones also came off in that earthquake. 115,000 of them weighing 10 tons each, covering an area of 22 acres. Angular slope is 52 degrees. And this monument is aligned to within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. Why do I pick 3/60ths? Because degrees are divided into 60 minutes. So we're talking about 3 arc minutes, a tiny fraction of a single degree of error in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid seems to be speaking to the earth. It's not only aligned almost precisely to true north, it's placed very close to latitude 30, 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. And most mysteriously of all, if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, which is a precessional number, it's one of those numbers, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So we have a monument that is perfectly aligned to geographical north, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale based on a key motion of the Earth itself, the precession of the Earth's axis. This to me is very clever. Now, I'm not going to support that here. There's not much time. But if anybody wants to freeze the frame and look at this slide, all this information comes from IES Edwards about the statistics of the Great Pyramid and the calculations are there. Now, there's the Giza Plateau. There's our three Great Pyramids. It's hard to... Can you see the Sphinx in this, Flint?
No, maybe
How about you, Joe?
Was that in the left-hand corner?
Yeah, it's in the left there.
Yeah.
It's in the left there. It's 270 feet long, but you can see how it's kind of dwarfed by the pyramids in the background. The Great Sphinx looks over the Nile Valley. That's the Nile Valley we're looking at. And the Great Sphinx is oriented perfectly due east. We've talked about the erosion of the Sphinx. This is the view from the back of the Sphinx's head. If you were there at the summer solstice, you would see the sun rising very far to the left, far to the north of east. If you were there at the winter solstice, you'd see the sun rising very far to the south, south of east. But if you're there on the spring equinox, you see the Sphinx is looking directly at the rising sun, just like Angkor does. It's an equinoctial marker. It's clearly there to celebrate the equinoctial moment. And we find the same kind of metaphor of a whirling, churning process taking place in ancient Egypt, for example, here. The question then becomes, was there a time when the lion Sphinx looked at the lion in the sky? And yes, there was a time when the lion Sphinx looked at the lion in the sky. And that time is around 12,600 years ago. It's not a single moment, it's an epoch of several hundred years. But the constellation of Leo, was the age of Leo, was rising, housing the sun 12,600 years ago. Precession can be used to fix the date of monuments, still is today. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, which freezes the skies above the Hoover Dam. And the reason that is there, the architect said, in remote ages to come, intelligent people with knowledge of precession would be able to discern the astronomical time of the dam's construction. So let's use this precessional tool to consider the age of the whole Giza Plateau. I strongly reaffirm, I do not insist that the pyramids are 12,000 years old. I do insist that the Sphinx is 12,000 years old. I think it's a very strong argument that Robert Schoch has made. But I do think the ground platforms for the Sphinx were there. I think that for the pyramids were there 12,000 years ago, and I think the project was completed much later by the ancient Egyptians. You need to know a bit about Egyptian mythology. The god Osiris, who walked the earth in the legendary Zep Tepi the first time, murdered by 72 conspirators, another one of those processional numbers, eventually becomes the ruler of the ancient Egyptian afterlife kingdom, which is called the Duat, which is both an underworld and a region of the sky. And here's Robert Bauval's Orion correlation. And one of Robert's strongest critics is Ed Krupp from the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, who doesn't accept the correlation. Nevertheless, he does accept that according to the pyramid text, the pharaoh rose to the stars as Orion. Egyptian astronomy recognized Orion, at least his belt, as the celestial incarnation of Osiris. And I want to pay tribute to Robert Bauval. He's another researcher in this alternative field who has suffered massive heart-rending attacks by the academic establishment, and yet who has contributed a key idea that is worthy of further consideration. One of the reasons I don't separate the Great Pyramids from the ancient Egyptians is that there are 4 shafts cut through the body of the Great Pyramid, and this is not disputed. The southern shaft of the King's Chamber points directly at the belt of Orion, specifically at the lowest of the 3 stars, as it crosses the meridian, which is the north-south line in the sky. In the epoch that the pyramids are supposedly built, around 2500 BC. And so do all the other 4 shafts also target stars in that epoch, the epoch of 2500 BC. But when we come back to the Sphinx, we have to remember this alignment is slow. It would have remained recognizable for more than 1,000 years, roughly the Younger Dryas, roughly from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. What confronts us at Giza, in my view, is a 3-dimensional representation of the sky of about 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. We have the Sphinx looking due east at the constellation of Leo. At the moment the sun bisects the horizon, we find that the constellation of Orion is sitting due south on the meridian with its 3 belt stars in the same pattern as the 3 Great Pyramids of the ground. And not only that, but precession has caused the orientation of the belt stars to change. In 2500 BC, they were in the wrong orientation. 10,500 BC, they're in the right orientation. And I'm just asking, are we looking at the date stamp of Zet Tepi, the first time, written in the astronomical language of precession? And in case anybody doubts that we've made up these images, these are shots from Stellarium. This is 10,600 BC. This is the due east view from Giza, looking at the constellation of Leo, rising in direct line with the gaze of the Sphinx. As the sun breaks the horizon, Leo is a bit higher. If we look due south at that moment, we'll see the constellation of Orion sitting due south on the meridian. And finally, we have Orion and the Sphinx in this single image. These are genuine images from Stellarium. Anybody can have a computer software program and go look at the ancient skies. And the ancient skies tell us that there's this astonishing connection between the Sphinx in its equinoctial alignment and the constellation of Leo, and between the Great Pyramids and the constellation of Orion as it looked 12,500 years ago.
What is your take on this, the understanding of the precessional equinoxes? Do you buy it?
Unsurprisingly, no. So let me explain.
Okay.
So my issue here, there's a bunch of things that Graham talked about, and I have replies to a few different ones. And then I'd like to do a quick presentation of, this has been a long conversation.
Yeah.
So I think the issue with the lion facing Leo rests on that assumption. So obviously it's facing the sunrise. It even aligns reasonably well with the equinox, but we don't have any examples of, say, a constellation sign facing another constellation sign. It's a one-off example that, as I started at the very beginning, archaeology is built upon patterns. And so a one-off example to me is not convincing that that's the intention of that, is to have it facing Leo, because we only have this one example. And it's an interesting idea, but I don't see it as proven at all. If we want to get into some of the math, so look, I had surgery this last year, and I was listening to one of your podcasts, Graham, while I was zonked out of my mind on painkillers. And
that must have been fun.
Oh yeah, and so it wasn't a Joe Rogan podcast; it was a different one you did. But so I wanted to check out this math about the pyramid, and so I know that you did not originate with this math, but you use it a lot to explain how cultures see the precession. And so in a sense, you take the height of the pyramid, 146.5 meters. You're trying to see how it relates to the polar radius of the Earth, 6,356,000 meters. And then you're using this precession number 72, which is the amount that the Earth's wobble changes by 1 degree in 72 years. And so you multiply it by 43,200. Why is that a precessional number? Because that's 72 times 600. And I checked it. I checked it in different kinds of things. If you do it in feet, or you do it in a metric system, it works, right? Because that's how math works. So with multiplication, it's going to be transferable to different kind of units, and it's 99.57% accurate. But then I thought to myself, wait a second, can we find this elsewhere? And sure enough, as Graham states, you can. So I went to my own backyard, the Parthenon in Greece. And the Parthenon has 46 inner columns plus 23 outer columns for a total of 69 columns, which I think is a pretty cool number in and of itself. You got 69. And then you can multiply 69 by 576,000, which is also a precessional number of 72 times 8,000. And you get 39,744,000, which is 99.17% accurate to the global circumference of the Earth. And kind of my point here, though, is that this will work for everything, because you have such a large number, you can solve it yourself. So let's take 420. We all love 420, right? So you just do this backwards. You take the polar radius of the Earth, 6,356,000, divide that by 420, divide it by our precession 72, and you get the solution to this problem, which is 210.185. Let's round that to 210, which is pretty cool because that's half of 420. Plus it's 3 times 7 times 10. And then when you do it in reverse, 420 times 15,120, which is that precessional number of 72 times 210, and you get 6,350,400. It's 99.91% accurate, more accurate than the height of the Great Pyramid. So every time you smoke a joint, you are connecting with the earth mathematically. The reality is that math is there to find relationships between numbers. And so we can go and find those very easily if we work them out. And I'm not saying that you did this in reverse. I'm saying that we're always going to find mathematical relationships between such numbers. And so that's what I think is really important here to think about, that it's always going to be there if you look. It's not something that the Egyptians necessarily encoded in there. That's a large assumption, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is, how do you think they were able to align the pyramid to true north, south, east, and west within such a slight degree of error? And do you think they had knowledge at all about the precessional equinoxes?
For the second one, I'd say I see no evidence of knowledge of the precessional equinoxes in ancient Egyptian architecture. In terms of the first question, aligning it with true north, there's different ways you can do that with the North Star, or by even on an equinox. If you hold up an obelisk or a stick and you trace the shadow that it makes, you're going to end up getting true north, east, south, east, west. And so there's different ways that they could have worked out what true north was. Which one they used, I'm not sure.
But the level of accuracy they achieved.
Smart people.
Yeah,
Smart
but
people.
just be kind of beyond smart. That's what freaks me out about the whole subject. It's like, how was this, regardless of the argument about the date, whatever it is, humans built it. They did somehow, they made something that is so immense and so mind-blowing that today people scratch their heads and say, how?
Yeah, and I think that that's such a cool thing when you think about the past. You know, they didn't have TV, they didn't have Joe Rogan to listen to, they had the stars above them. And so, you know, I fully agree with Graham that a lot of ancient cultures are looking at the stars, and we can track different times when they're aligning things with solstices, equinoxes, or different.
What do you make of the what looks like ancient drill marks and all these different bizarre ways it seems like they were carving the stones out? That's kind of inexplicable.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure if I'd say it's inexplicable. You oftentimes see those drill marks, and so they're not as precise as some people always claim online and stuff like that.
Not just that they were precise, but that it required a drill that moves at an insane speed.
Well, I think it required a lot of
insanely
sand. It was
hard.
the abrasion of the sand that actually did that. And so it's the sand itself is just slowly abrading down the granite.
With a core, but
Yeah.
coring it. Like, what would you use to do that?
A drill made of copper or bronze, and then sand and water. Yeah,
Has that ever been shown to be possible? To
yeah,
do that,
yeah. I
to
think
have
it's
that kind of
Scientists
results?
Against Myths on YouTube that has
They've done those core samples, like they've dug into
they've,
stone
they've
like
drilled
that.
into granite like that. Yeah,
I know that they tried to cut them, and it took a long ass time.
Oh, yeah.
Like sawing back and forth.
I think that's what we need to think about. Is this takes a long ass time? It's a huge achievement of human energy and things like that.
I'd
Yeah,
like to just finish on this point of the date stamp. It's not one thing; it's two things. It's the three pyramids on the ground and their relationship to Orion at the same moment that the Sphinx, equinoctially targeted, very precisely, not slightly, but perfectly due east, is gazing at its celestial counterpart in the sky, and the Milky Way is in position over the Nile River as well at the same time. It's a picture of the sky that we're looking at Giza, a picture of the sky 12,600 years before our time that we're looking at Giza. And I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's a deliberate, intentional date stamp that's been placed on that place. It's not just one monument; it's a whole complex of monuments on the Giza Plateau, and indeed the Nile River as well, which are being put on the ground to mirror the sky at that time. And I think it's worth taking seriously. I think it's worth investigating. And then we add the issue of the erosion of the Sphinx to this, which also puts it back to 12,000 years. And I think it's unfortunate that archaeology is so hurried to dismiss all of this and so unwelcoming to the possibility that we might be missing something in the human story.
Can I give a little conclusion myself?
Sure, please do.
All right. Jamie, do you mind if I can share my slides? First of all, I really want to express thank you to both of you for having me.
Thank you.
And
Thanks for coming.
I want to say I'm not here to tell people what to believe. I really am not. I'm here to try to share the kind of evidence that we have and what archaeologists actually do. And I really do strongly believe that we do update with new evidence. I think that every single paper we publish is trying to change the paradigm of how we see the past with new methods, new evidence, and new things like that. And what we're starting to realize is that humans were very resilient and very innovative. We're seeing these mammoth bone structures going back 30,000 years, something like that, 20,000 years. I think I got that date wrong. It's been a long chat. But so we're seeing this evidence for sort of major hunter-gatherer monuments that is growing and really changing our picture of who we are. But at the same time, I want to say that archaeology is very much about cultural heritage around the world. We need to give credit to the people that did things, and we need to really understand how modern people see their own cultural heritage and respect that. And so I just want to give a shout out to everybody listening from all over the world. Be proud of who you come from. But lastly, I have a couple things I want to say, but I want to say there's major threats to archaeology that are going on in the world right now. There was just a major BBC article from yesterday. Wales, where I am right now, there's a 20% across the board cut to cultural heritage in Wales. They're talking about closing the National Museum in Cardiff, the National Museum of Wales, one of the jewels of that sector there. And so I want to draw everybody's attention. I'll share the links with you guys to this petition in front of the Welsh Parliament to try to get this debated, because it's really important that these scale of cuts do not happen. Everybody that's listening, Graham, I think you and me can agree that archaeological research is important. You could not do the research you do without the kind of cultural heritage initiatives that happen.
Absolutely not. I couldn't do any of the work I do without the work that's been done by archaeologists. And I've said that on Joe's show multiple times.
I agree with you, and I want people to support the funding of archaeology, history. At Cardiff University, where I teach, there's threats to cut all ancient languages from the program, from the teaching program: Latin, ancient Greek, Sanskrit, and Hebrew. And so this is a huge deal. If you want to have people go out and do their own research, we need to have these kind of subjects available at public universities like Cardiff University. One of the top archaeology departments in the world, it was just ranked just a few weeks ago in one of the world rankings as like in the top 20 or 30 in the world. It had just closed. Sheffield, where I learned how to study ancient animal remains. University of Sheffield just completely axed and destroyed a few years ago. And so what we're seeing is a complete defunding of the humanities and the social sciences and history and archaeology, anthropology, and classical studies, and more. And so please, if we care about understanding these mysteries from the past, we need to fund being able to teach people. We need to fund the actual research into it.
Can I ask what's the motivation behind defunding archaeology?
Saving money.
To put on what?
I have no idea. New buildings. We don't actually cost that much. Most of our research is funded through grants that we competitively get, like my grant that I use to do my isotope analysis, or it's funded through private donations.
I can't understand how, with our knowledge of history, it's so fascinating that archaeology would somehow or another be underfunded.
Yeah, it's really bad. UNC Greensboro just cut their
so
anthropology, archaeology department.
Yeah, it's crazy when you consider what our culture does spend money on.
Right.
Yes.
That it's not spending money on finding out who we are and where we came from.
Exactly.
Finding out about our past.
Is there better evidence that we're sick?
Yeah, it's very good evidence that we're sick.
That we don't want funding of our
we
past.
We're a sick
civilization. Yeah. We tick all the boxes for the next lost civilization.
I'll get to that in a second.
Oh no!
I would like to, since you've had your moment here,
I have just a couple more things to say, and then you can finish up as we agree.
Okay, we'll wrap it up.
Sorry, we also face threats like looting. So the trade in archaeological artifacts usually comes from looting done by terrorists, different cartels around the world, and we need funding to protect sites and things like that. But I want to share that there's good archaeology on YouTube. I want to give a shout out to the World of Antiquity, Stefan Milo, Archaeology Tube. There's a new channel by Dr. Smithy Nathan that I think is really interesting. Pause this, go check out some of these channels. There's also a lot of really great archaeology podcasts. I want to give a big shout out to the Tales from Atlantis, The Dirt, Movies We Dig, and one that's not on here that I'm going to appear on next week talking about the Bronze Age collapse and climate change in the Eastern Mediterranean is Let's Talk About Myths, Baby, hosted by Liv Albert. So check those out. But lastly, I just want to talk about why it matters that we study the past. When we look at scholarship and understanding the collapse of societies, what we usually see is human resilience. It's not like everybody dies. People survive. It's the upper crust of society that disappears. It's the palaces, it's the political structures, it's the major temples, it's the monuments, it's the art. Normal people survive. And so what I want to say is if you are wealthy and you're listening to this and you're worried about societal collapse, don't go and try to hide from it. You need to invest in our society. That is what your wealth and status is based upon, is our society itself. So you need to invest in the resilience of the people around you and not thinking that you can protect yourself. Because if you look at history, go read these books. Eric Klein's book comes out tomorrow. Guy Middleton's book goes all over the world and looks at collapse. It is the rich and the elites who get eaten. So we have to invest in everyone if we want to survive this. And my own research into climate change at the end of the Bronze Age, what it shows is that the ancient Greeks adapted too late. It took them hundreds of years to realize that the climate had dried, and it took them hundreds of years to adapt their food production systems. And so let's not do that. We understand how the world is changing around us. Let's listen to that and try to invest in our future. Everything we do, whether it's trading stocks, deciding how to fix our plumbing, deciding on what we're going to do, is based on our knowledge of the past. And so we need to invest in our knowledge from the past and what it can tell us so that we can act properly today. Thank you.
Ironically, you sound like you're preparing us for the collapse of civilization.
I already gave that interview.
It sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah.
It sounds like rich people better put your money back in society.
Exactly.
Or we're fucked. Graham, you want to wrap this up?
Yeah, it's been an interesting conversation, Clinton. There's so much, both from my side and from yours, that we've not been able to touch on. My request to you is, I showed that clip where you're calling for a crusade against pseudo-archaeology. With pseudo-archaeology from the beginning. I believe your friend John Hoops, or your co-author John Hoops, is one of the moderators of my Wikipedia page, which people cannot edit my Wikipedia page. It's blocked. Now, the request that I have is it necessary for archaeology to insult those of us who come from different perspectives and look at the past in a different way? Insult people like Robert Bovall, insult people like Robert Schoch, insult people like John Major Jenkins, who John Hoops had a horrible campaign against back in the 2010s through until John Major Jenkins died in 2018. Does mainstream archaeology have to insult us all the time in that way? Is it not possible to have a meeting of minds and say, well, here are a bunch of outsiders. We archaeologists think that they're completely crazy, but let's actually entertain their views. Let's look at them. Let's not be so combative about this. When I first started writing about this, Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, I was immediately attacked by archaeology. It began immediately. BBC Horizon devoted a whole program to trying to rubbish my work and gave platform to archaeologists to do that. Why do we need to have this conflict? Why is it not possible to have multiple points of view on the past? Why ultimately does archaeology so much want to control the narrative about the past? Why do so by attaching notions like racism and white supremacy to people that archaeology disagrees with? Is it not possible to have disagreements that don't involve all of that? I'll tell you frankly, I was hurt badly, wounded badly as a human being by this association that you were very largely responsible for of my work with white supremacy, racism, and all the other stuff that's written about in the SAA's letter. I don't think any of that was necessary. I don't think any of that got to grips with the fundamentals of my work or my ideas. It was just an attempt to write me off and to smear me. And I think it's most unfortunate that perhaps if anybody can learn a lesson from this, it's actually, we're all on the same side. We're all looking at the past. We're all trying to solve the mystery of the past. Some of us are doing it in a rigorous scientific manner, in the manner that you are. Some of us are doing it in multiple different ways. I've devoted 30 years of my life to this subject. I'm passionate about this subject. It matters to me. I have never knowingly told a lie, although I am constantly accused of lying. I tell my truth, and I try to represent my truth as best as I can. And I believe that's true for the majority of people in the alternative field. Can't we have some kind of meeting of minds between alternative approaches to the past and the archaeological approach to the past? And is it not possible that something beautiful might grow out of that?
If I could speak to that, I think the problem is one of communication and this bizarre modern time where someone says something and then a bunch of people attack that thing that someone says. Yeah. There's a big difference between a rational, calm, kind person being able to have a disagreement with someone face to face. Because, I think today there were some contentious moments, but I think overall we set a very nice tone of just letting each side speak to what they believe and what the evidence shows, and have a very, I think, a productive conversation about it. And I think part of the problem is most people don't have access to the people that are saying these things that they disagree with. So what do? They make a YouTube video, or they make a blog post, or they make a podcast, whatever it is, and they dispute it, and they attack that person, and maybe they insult that person, or maybe they connect that person to a bunch of horrible things because they're so emotionally invested in one side or the other side being correct, whether they're right or wrong. And I think it's a function that it's a part of how human beings aren't really meant to talk to each other that way. They're not meant to share ideas. They're meant to do this. Human beings are designed to sit down and talk to each other. And I think so much of our world's problems, other than obviously geopolitical issues and military issues, and so much of our differences with each other, a lot of it is a lack of communication. We don't necessarily honestly communicate about things, and where you get a more nuanced understanding of who this person is you're talking to, where they stand, who they are, what their beliefs are, how do they get to these places, what caused them to think like this. And there's also the effect that it has on the person who's attacked, who wants to kind of attack back, which is very unproductive. It's very unproductive to carry around that pain. It's very unproductive to carry around that criticism. And it burdens you. It takes away resources from all other parts of your life. It can create stress. It can create a ripple effect that affects personal relationships, business relationships, all sorts of things in your life, your health, whether or not you take care of yourself. You're so embattled in these conflicts with human beings that are mostly unnecessary, especially at that level, amongst kind, intelligent people that really just want to find out what's true.
A good statement, Joe.
And we can all be nicer to each other.
I agree with you.
I really believe that.
We can all be nicer, and it doesn't need to involve pouring scorn and mobilizing hatred against others. As I say, I've been involved in this conflict with archaeology for 30 plus years. But the thing that hurt me the most is this bizarre association of me with racism and white supremacy and anti-Semitism and misogyny. All these words are in the Society for American Archaeology letter, which tried to get my show branded as science fiction.
So, one thing that I would say is I've read your books in the upcoming release of your show, right? And the tone between your books and the tone between your show was night and day. You were very combative.
What do you mean by the upcoming release of my show?
I meant back 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So you read all my books?
No, several of them, though.
Okay.
You have a lot of books.
Because that's the other thing I'm going to pick you up on that. I'd like to say right now is that in a show like this, we've gone probably over 3 hours.
Oh yeah, sure. We're at like 4 hours and 30 minutes.
But it's not enough. I've written a large number of books.
We'll talk about food tax in Atlantis.
Thousands of footnotes. For those who'd like to evaluate my work, do check out the books. It can't be possibly sampled here, just as Flint's can't, on the basis of a 3-hour show. But I think we've done well. I think there is some kind of meeting of minds. I like you as a person.
But I hope that we change our tones on both ends, because, like I said, the tone you chose in that show was offensive to archaeologists.
Yeah, that was because I'd been offended by archaeologists for 30 years.
But if we want to end this and take the temperature down, we have to think about how we do this, and we need to talk about different aspects of that in a friendlier way.
So are you still going to crusade against pseudo-archaeology?
Well,
what is it?
Well, I think, but the best way to crusade against stuff that's not correct is to do what you've done. Just come.
That's why I agreed to come here.
Yeah, that's great. And I think everybody's goal is the same. We want to find out what happened. Like what this incredible history of the human species. It's so bizarre, and especially when it comes to, I'm so fascinated with Egypt. That one to me is the craziest of crazy. Like what was going on there? Like what changed in the world that's not possible anymore? That societies like that don't exist, and how did they exist 4,500 years ago in this one place? And
they maintained their civilization for 3,000 years.
Yes, it's crazy. And it was also a place rich with resources at the time. There's a lot of factors, right? But it's just, that's the most important things. Like what happened? What happened? What was the process? So thank you, Flint, for coming on, and thank you for explaining all that stuff about grain and agriculture. That was really, really fascinating.
Next time I'll share my research on bones and ancient drugs.
I want to hear it. Let's talk. And thank you, Graham. It's always great to talk to you, and I really appreciate all your work and your years of dedication to this. And it's just opened up these conversations, and I think it's interesting. It's just really interesting to find out what happened.
Yeah. Well, Joe, thank you to you for hosting this first time ever kind of event.
My pleasure. I think it was great. So I think this can be done with a lot of subjects. Like people don't have to be assholes. You can all be nice.
That's a beautiful line to end.
Yes,
people don't have to be assholes.
Don't have to be. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Boom. So we're talking about losing eyesight.
Yes.
You actually take comfort in the fact that your eyesight is starting to dwindle?
You want to chase it. At first I was like, I'm fine. Then I'm 42. Then it's like, let's try some ones. Then it's 1.25s. Then it's 1.5s.
What do you now?
I stopped because I have so many fucking glasses. Some of them are 1s. Some of them are 2.5s. It's like a, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
But what I appreciate is where you're at by what you're able to retain if you fight for it, and the things that are going no matter what you do. Now, I've heard there's some Israeli guy who's got this app, probably from Laird, got this app, and you do it, you get your eyesight back. And sometimes it's about, I don't need to try to use something to hold on to everything. I want to pick the 5 or 7 things that I definitely want to hold on to. And I want to watch the rest of it go in and out with the tides.
I agree with that in some ways, but if there was a real thing where you could get your eyesight back, I would definitely be on that. I don't think there is a
LASIX.
That's not real. The problem, LASIX.
But I know
people several problems. You can get it if you have problems with your vision, but we have macular degeneration that's coming from age-related macular degeneration. LASIX doesn't really fix that.
But I know people who were wearing glasses and then got LASIX and they don't wear glasses anymore.
That's a fact. But also,
we never wore glasses.
They get one eye too close up and one eye for distance.
It's even more fun. Half the eye exams I've gotten wind up fucking me 2 weeks later. Like, these don't work.
Yeah.
What about the loss of a sense that you're accustomed to being fine annoys you?
What about it?
Yeah.
I like being able to see things. Read labels in particular. Like, how many of these fuckers am I supposed to take? And what's in here?
Yes.
Like, how many milligrams? What does that say?
Also,
this shit?
But it's also funny to go up to like a little Lutron pad and have to go like that. To me, it's a gas.
Really interesting.
Except the things you cannot change. Now, if someone comes in and says, Joe, Bob, I got it, we're done, come over here, it's easy, or it's a supplement, or do this for 2 weeks, or stop doing this, this, and this, then there's a trade-off.
Yes. Well, I'm down for anything that actually works to make your eyesight come back, but I've heard of nothing. Everybody that I've heard of...
This might be our project then, because you care and I don't, so we have a nice balance.
There's a guy named David Sinclair that I talked to. He's a professor at Harvard.
Yeah.
Is it MIT? Where the fuck is he? Harvard. They're doing some work with people that have serious eye diseases and serious injuries, and they're actually injecting some form of bacteria that has been encoded with some miracle cure for degeneration, and they can detach retinas, fix things, and
incredible.
Yeah. So they're working on some stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe in the future you won't have 2s and 1s and 1.5s.
Yeah. What am I going? I have a lighted to greener pastures. I'm sure there's going to be other issues and hurdles that you're going to go eyesight. I don't know fucking time that we got real shit going on here.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I'm concerned about that. That thing that you're wearing around your neck?
Yes.
Being as you are obviously known as being Iron Man, are you concerned with wearing a large thing in the exact same spot?
No.
Did you ever think of that?
Life is funny because I was doing this before I ever got fitted for the RT. So it was more of art imitating oddball stuff I was doing anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
yeah.
But Iron Man, obviously, that's even more interesting because maybe you were born to be Iron Man because Iron Man obviously had that from the comic books.
Loosely prearranged destiny. And what's incredible is how far afield you can go from it and still find your way back.
Yeah. Well, there's been it's the whole superhero genre thing is so interesting to me because there's so many reboots and there's so many like how many fucking Spider-Mans have there been? How many Hulks have there been?
Yep.
There's only one Iron Man though. You got that.
Thus far. What year is it?
Get the fuck out of here. You're Iron Man, man. It's just like there's certain dudes just own a role. And if anybody else tried to be Iron Man, we'd be like, nah.
Well, interestingly enough, East Coaster, a dad of some renown, very different. My dad was a kind of a underground filmmaker, auteur maverick. I grew up definitely being Bob Downey Sr.'s kid. Spent time on Long Island, which is, I think, where Tony was raised.
Yeah.
But when Stan Lee was really thinking that through, it was the Vietnam era, and he was thinking about the military-industrial complex. He was thinking about, how about if I can throw a little bit of, not politics in here, but karma. And he gets shrapnel by the own thing, and it becomes, So, and then of course there was the whole demon in the bottle. I think he was the first superhero who ever like had to, almost like hang up his jersey because he was hammered.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, there was obviously, but again, once something goes your way, you can draw all the parallels you want and you can call it destiny. But it was something that I definitely felt drawn to and I definitely fought for. And looking back on it, I go, why was I fighting for that? Because it turned out to be a pretty special thing.
Well, it was an amazing thing. I mean, you embodied it in a very strange way. I mean, it's inexorable at this point. Which is why I thought it was cool that you're going to do Dr. Dolittle, because I love the fact I'm a fan of your work. You've done a lot of great stuff.
Likewise.
And you doing Dr. Dolittle is like a cool. I want to say you're not taking yourself seriously, but you're taking a
trust
risk.
That I'm not.
But you're taking. I mean, this is a fun kids movie about a guy who talks to animals.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great break because like if you're Iron Man, like there's certain people that for whatever reason become a role and that is it. That's what we will accept. You are that guy. And you're not doing that. You're able to, through your talent and through your ability to take chances, you're able to be a bunch of different things as well as be the Iron Man.
Yeah, I mean, don't we? I don't know. If I'm noticing anything now, it's that we need to shift and we need new challenges. And just like MMA and society and politics, things are moving and morphing, and the information age is making things so everything's learning and growing from everything so quickly and improving or disproving or discounting whatever's happening next. But for me, I heard that this was on the table. My missus, who's my creative partner in all things, said Steve Gagan. I was like, I know Steve Gagan, Syriana. Really? What did he do? He wrote, wow, that's a big turn for him.
Yeah. And
then I said, but why do I want to? And I looked out, and we live on a rescue farm. We have alpacas and goats and kuni pigs, and it's just crazy. And I was like, okay, same way I did with Iron Man a little bit. I was like, all right, there's something here. And then before I signed on, I was just Googling like weirdest Welsh doctor. I just want to think of, I don't want to just do another English accent. So there's this guy, William Price, who's a nutty Welsh doctor. He was a neo-druidist. He was someone who believed like we could communicate with all nature and all that stuff. So I sent a picture of this wild looking guy wearing like a suit with stars on it and like a staff in his hand. I sent that to Gagan and he goes, that looks right to me. I was like, great, let's do this movie.
And literally that's it.
It's always it. You know what I mean? It's always that thing of you click and you go, here's my sense. What do you think? And then the gal or the guy says, yeah, let's lean into that. And then they go, but do this and that. Hey, will you give me some of this? And you go, yeah. And all of a sudden you're in a synergy. It's like a good interview, like a good fight, like a good dinner. It just kind of happens.
The gentleman right there. That's a crazy look.
Yeah. To me, I just thought can Doolittle be like that? He goes, does he have to be that way the whole way through? I go, no. When they find him, he's a recluse. And then the animals like clean him up. And then he looks less unhandsome or less weird for the kids for the rest of the movie. But let's find him like that.
This concept of things just sort of falling into place. I'm a big believer in that too.
Yeah.
What is that though? Is that you getting out of your own way? Like what is that?
Isn't that 70% of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say it's 70% maintenance of what can I do to do my part to stay out of the way. And then the other part, I always think of it as like this little super thin, invisible thread, but you can feel the tug, and you just you have to be really gentle, and you have to pause when agitated, and you have to go for it when you can, like, there's 4 walls in here, which one has the map behind it? It's that one. And you knock down the wall and it's there,
Yeah, what is that though? That's a
synchronicity, intuition.
But labeling it is very dangerous because it's so filled with woo.
Yeah.
So it's, there's so many people that are hucksters that have like made a career out of sort of like labeling it and defining it or teaching you how to get to it.
It's great because it's the commodity that you can't capitalize on, and yet if you don't show proof of its existence, you shouldn't even be qualified to speak on it. I don't know.
Right.
It's the big I don't know.
But when it happens, whether it happens with love or with friendship or with a career or with a path you're taking, you just know there's a smile. There's an inner smile like, yeah, this is it.
Well put.
I found it. This is it. I'm supposed to be doing this. Here we go.
Yeah. And I really feel it's so funny at this point in my life and being, kind of middle-aged and all that. Well, I know I'm going to fly around the world and I'm going to sell some soap. And I know I have a new project, and I know I've just retired my jersey on this 12-year journey I've been on. And how do I want to start? And it came up, how would you like it? I go, yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go have the Joe Rogan experience and kick off this year and this season and this new chapter by doing what I love, which is an interview as we're looking at each other, and there's a give and take.
Is the door to Iron Man totally closed? Because I don't believe it is.
Oh.
You guys can go through time now. You can go. You already opened up that door.
Let me ask you the question. If I pick the jersey back up and put it on, wouldn't you feel a little bit like, oh,
no
crap?
No.
Oh.
Here's what I think.
Right.
They go through a few semi-lackluster Avengers movies without you. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Here's the scene. There's a moment where the world's fate is at stake, and they realize they need a super genius. And then they figure out how to restart that time machine.
Great.
Come on, man.
Is that
the audience sees you when you step out of that thing?
Is this and you want a little arc on it too? Because if this is your idea, then you got to show up for it too.
I'll do it. I'll show up. What do I have to do?
I don't know.
I'll do whatever I have to do.
We all have to do whatever Kevin Feige
I'll hold the thing. I'll hold the clap thing. Do they still have that? Clap.
They do. They do. It's digital.
I'll hold that digital thing. I'll do it. But the way people would freak out if you came back, come on, think about it. Take a few years off. Do a few Dr. Doolittles, a couple more Sherlock Holmes.
It's interesting watching Eddie Murphy in this last little period of time. And I was talking to Colin Jost last night, who got to sit next to him at the Golden Globes and who was there and, on the show and writing for him, with him. When he hosted recently, and I go, it's just incredible. Our culture never encourages taking a break, never encourages saying, don't chase that thing because you've got it in your hands. And I love the idea that if you're good at what you do, then it's not about time. It's about, it doesn't matter when you decide to pick up the mantle again. It's just about, but it's scary, isn't it? Could you imagine? Like if they just say, hey, Joe, just don't do the show for 4 years and then come back and do it again. You'd be like, it's a lifetime. Who knows? What's going to happen?
Well, with Eddie, what's interesting is he was arguably the greatest of his era and just stopped. Just stopped for 30 years. And no one does that. No one who's that good. And then when you see him, I don't know if you ever saw him, he received some award. And he was on a panel, and sitting in front of a podium, rather. rather, and he was talking about Bill Cosby, and he was doing this routine about them taking away Bill Cosby's awards, and it was fucking brilliant, and the timing was so good, and all of us, comics were just sitting there going, he could do it tomorrow. He could just get up there tomorrow, and he'd be fucking murdering.
Yes, but it would be different.
It'd be different. He's a different human.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the more interesting things about it. It's him talking about some of the more homophobic stuff that he did in the past. Now it makes him cringe, and he just can't believe he was that person. But he was when he did Delirious, I think he was like 22 or something crazy like that, which is just bonkers that he was that good.
Anyway, I've been thinking about him lately in relation to a bunch of things, but also just that, particularly nowadays, giving yourself permission to not have to jump because, strike the iron's hot, all that stuff.
Yes.
And maybe it's just as a bit of an anxiety to the times, which I remember too. Speaking of past generations, I remember growing up in 1974, Nixon's black and white TV getting impeached. My dad and his buddies are whooping it up, but they're still pissed. And I'm going like, wow, it's not worse or better. It's different, but now it's on us.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of an urgency. And that whole thing of just being able to say, like, so to answer your question, to me, starting up again is off the table. I feel I've done all I could with that character. There would have to be a super compelling argument and a series of events that made it obvious to it. But the other thing is, I want to do other stuff.
Right, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, what you're talking about Nixon and people can lose themselves in current events. And what I mean by that, like, it doesn't necessarily completely. Your life is more than what's going on in Washington. Hunter Thompson talked about that when he was running for sheriff in Aspen. He was talking about how local politics, like your neighborhood, that's real. But this actually can affect your life. Like what's going on in Washington, how much does that affect your day-to-day existence? It's very little. But for some people, it becomes an enormous portion of the real estate of their mind. It takes over most of their day-to-day consciousness, where they're consumed with it. And it becomes a thing they're cheering for, or they're rooting against. And then, your life revolves on something that you have very little power over.
Teams, turf wars, interests.
Yeah.
Think globally, act locally.
Right? Yes. It's a beautiful statement. It really is. It's one of those cliches that you don't even think about. But then
I didn't know that was Hunter in that picture out there. To me, it looked like Joe Walsh.
Could as easily been Joe Walsh. I mean, he moved to Colorado too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Way.
Oh, damn if he didn't.
Yeah.
He once told me, I'll speak out of school, he said, Downey, you should just watch TV for a year, bro. I was like, thanks, Joe. And by the way, he's probably right.
Probably right. Look, if you just hung back and just did nothing but watch TV for a year, the fucking ideas you would have, you'd probably have a really rock solid idea of what's going on.
His was more trying to have enough things going on that I wouldn't have any ideas for a year, and then I give myself a break for a year.
Maybe that's good too. See, I think it differently. I'm thinking like analyze the landscape. I think Joe Walsh is one of the most underrated guys ever because he changed the fucking Eagles. The Eagles were one thing, and then Joe Walsh came around, like Victim of Love. That's Joe Walsh.
Yeah.
He came around and all of a sudden there was a rock to it. It's like they were kicking down doors and lighting shit on fire. It was different.
Yeah.
There was an edge to it, He added crazy. He added crazy to this beautiful harmony.
And I love it when the guys that added crazy go up to the thin veil between dimensions and say, I think I'm going to stay put.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they represent stability. They represent being okay, hanging up your guns, and just being,
Well,
free.
That's everything. Everyone has to accept that at some point in time, right? I mean, maybe that's you and your glasses, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone has to accept that at one point in time you're gonna have to get off the ride. But when you're doing great and you're kicking it, like boxers are a perfect example. They always last too long. There's only been a small handful Like Andre Ward recently, Marvelous Marvin Hagler in his prime, they just go, that's it, I'm done. And they actually are done. Almost every one of them comes back, and almost every one of them chases that dragon.
Here's why I love you. You're making an argument for and also the argument against me coming back and doing another picture.
Listen, I'm not married to anything except my wife. But I'm not married to any ideas. All the ideas that I have are just like, maybe that idea sucks. I love you as Iron Man. So I would if they opened up this time machine and you popped out, I just imagine the moment where everybody goes fucking crazy. It would be amazing.
It'd be great.
I would love that, but I would also love you hanging it up.
Yeah, it's just, first of all, it's 2020, and I'm not an OCD guy, but I keep thinking, see clearly, even if your vision is going. And it's difficult because I feel like we all just get buffeted by feelings and ego or fears or little, chips of resentments or intuitions that are tied to something maybe higher, but you think is out of your reach or whatever. So it was a perfect time. And I got to go have dinner with a bunch of the Marvel folks last night and kind of have just a little bit of extra closure because, the movie came out and it was bananas, and the directors were sending me pictures of like people flipping out in theaters when Tony snaps. And I was like, whoa, this is kind of like a really big cultural thing. But then like Victoria Alonso, who's the head of VFX for all these movies, a literal super genius, or Kevin Feige or Favreau or Scarlett, or some people that I've just been there with it for a long time. We were there experiencing it all when it came out, and then we see each other on a red carpet and it's not intimate, and then we kind of haven't really had a chance just to do nothing, just hang out and have some crudité and kind of talk shit. So it was really interesting being here today, because yesterday was this kind of, last night was this kind of real, like felt like closing the circle on things a bit.
That's got to be bittersweet.
Yeah.
But I like that you want to move on, and I like that you want to, and I like that you're doing something like Dr. Dolittle, because that's like, you've done a lot of wild shit in your life. You've done a lot of wild shit in your career, but you sort of embody every new chapter with the same kind of energy, although there's a different result, a different piece of art. It's all the same you. And that's one of the more interesting things about people, and particularly actors, because actors get to be a bunch of different things. And it's one of the weirder things about that craft. Like when you see, a guy who's like Daniel Day-Lewis, who like embodies these different humans, like literally becomes different humans. But it's always Daniel Day-Lewis. You know what I mean? Like, even though he plays these the There Will Be Blood guy and all these different psychopaths and various fascinating characters, it's always the energy. Like, you're pumped to see him do it, right? And I think I feel the same way with you. It's like, I know you're an interesting guy. There's a lot of shit going on in your head. So when you dive into something, whatever it is, whether it's your character from Tropic Thunder or whatever it is, like it's gonna be Robert Downey Jr. diving into something. So I would imagine it'd be kind of annoying, even though you were brilliant at Iron Man, to stay Iron Man.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I don't have to find out, right? It's just interesting too. Life is doing something, and I'm at this place. It's also it baffles me, confidence. What does it really mean? There was a period of time where I felt like I did the first Iron Man, and then I went and did Tropic Thunder, and then I was doing the first Sherlock, and I had my shirt off, and I was doing martial arts. I was all over the place, and it just felt like I was hitting triples no matter what I did. And then people are like, "Are you really as confident as you seem?" And I was like, "I guess right now I am, yeah." And I think this reminds me, we were just talking about the McGregor cowboy fight coming up. It's like,
You gonna go to that?
I'm gonna watch it. How can I not watch it? Two brilliant souls who cannot lose. Neither one of them can afford to lose this fight. Wow, that is not good.
Yeah, particularly Cowboy doesn't want to lose.
Heck no.
But there's this guy who's the poster child, the guy who's the one, right? The chosen one. That's Connor. And then this cowboy who's like, I think I can fuck that guy up.
The journeyman.
Yeah.
So confidence, there's been times when I felt I'm in possession of it, and then you want to let go a little bit because it's only ever the moment in life guiding you. The wind is so at your back that you're like, wow, are you just jumping over the waves and all that by yourself? And you're like, you bet I am. But there's a physics to the moment, man, moment, machine, whatever, and the wind's at your back. And then the wind does what the fucking wind does, and it changes. And you're left there thinking, what, so I think it's great to be in full possession of what you would call supreme confidence, and then see what happens if you don't hold on to it so hard, because it's great, but it is a bit of an illusion, because like everything else, it's always changing. And every day, the reset button, the space bar gets pressed, and it's like, now what?
Yeah. The reset button. Yeah. You kind of have to have a confidence to jump into some of the roles that you've taken, though. But I see what you're saying. Like that, you don't want to hold on to it.
Because it can come and go. I remember Warren Beatty, who I learned so many amazing things from. I was doing a movie called Pickup Artist with Molly Ringwald. Okay, and he was kind of the de facto producer of it, uncredited, and taught me a lot about just acting and what it was. And he said, "What's your action in the scene?" I was like, my action. I'm picking up girls. What's your action in the scene? And I was like, I'm driving a car, and he asked me, like, that thing sometimes if someone asks you a question and you get caught flat-footed, and he goes, no, your action is you're trying to go to work, but you're getting distracted by this addiction you have to trying to get laid. So your action is you're trying to get to work. And he said, always know what your action is, because then when you come in the morning confident, or when you come in the morning and you can't get your ass with both hands, you know what to do. So to me, one of the great lessons I learned from him was just boil down what it is you're doing, whether there's a camera around or just what am I doing today. Today I'm showing up and trying to be honest and also to listen and learn. But really, my action today is I'm beginning a process of promotion.
Warren Beatty's another guy who learned how to put his guns down. I remember watching that Madonna movie. Remember when he was dating Madonna?
Truth or Dare.
Yeah. And he's hanging around with her. And, she's in the throes of fame and everything. And he's like, what in the fuck is going on here? And
he's never seen it.
Yeah, but he's an older gentleman now. He's hanging out with her and just shaking his head. And, that kind of marked it for me. When Warren Beatty just realized, all right, let me step away real quick. If I had to talk to him, one thing I would ask him is, what was it like when Carly Simon writes a song about you? That's got to be a trip.
So many. I mean, we should do a whole session just about things I learned from Warren Beatty.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
I would imagine. He's a brilliant guy. Yeah. Clearly. Do you think that you could do Tropic Thunder today? Would that be possible?
Well, you could do it. And again, like Eddie, I look back to me, that movie to me was a circle back to my dad's movie called Putney Swope, which I highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen to see, about a black guy who takes over an ad agency in the 60s because everyone votes for him when the head of the company dies because they think no one else will. And it's about what happens when someone who is free-spirited takes over an essentially corrupt endeavor. And then he realizes and confronts his own corruption. But I remember I was probably 2 or 3 when that was being shot, and when it came out, and it was so a part of my upbringing, and I just remembered some of the folks that were around my dad at that time. And so when Ben called and said, hey, I'm doing this thing, and I think maybe Sean Penn passed on it or something like that, possibly wisely. And I thought, yeah, I'll do that, and I'll do that after Iron Man. And then I started thinking, this isn't terrible. Wait a minute. And then I thought, well, hold on, dude. Get real here. Where is your heart? And my heart is, I get to be black for a summer in my mind. So there's something in it for me. The other thing is I get to hold up to nature the insane self-involved hypocrisy of artists and what they think they're allowed to do on occasion. Just my opinion. And also Ben, who is a masterful artist and director, probably the closest thing to a Charlie Chaplin that I've experienced in my lifetime. He writes, he directs, he acts. If you had seen him when he was directing this movie, you would have been like, I'm watching David Lee, I'm watching Chaplin, I'm watching Coppola. He knew exactly what the vision for this was. He executed it. It was impossible to not have it be an offensive nightmare of a movie. And 90% of my black friends are like, dude, that was good.
What about the other 10%?
I can't disagree with them, but I know where my heart was.
Yeah.
And I think that it's never an excuse to do something that is out of place and not of its time. But to me, it was just it was a blasting cap on. And by the way, I think White Chicks came out pretty soon after that. Yeah. I was like, I love that. Yeah. I was like, that was great.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, it might be the last time we see that, unless things change. It seems like no one can really. I don't think you can do blackface anymore. I mean, we almost lost the Prime Minister of Canada because he did brownface. He pretended to be Saudi Arabia, right? He did Arabian Nights in high school or something like that.
It's an interesting and necessary meditation on where is the pendulum, why is the pendulum right?
Yeah.
Where is the pendulum maybe cutting in a little into what could be perceived as heart in the right place, openness of its time. But again, I mean, there's a morality clause here on this planet, and it's a big price to pay. And I think having moral psychology is job one. So sometimes you just gotta go, yeah, I effed up. Again, not in my defense, but Tropic Thunder was about how wrong that is.
Yeah.
So I take exception.
But no, I think you could do it today. I think you could. I think it could be done today. There would be so much outrage, but there would also be people cheering. And if we boiled down all the bullshit and got to the actual result of what the film did, it's fucking hilarious. To this day, I watched it again about a year and a half ago. It's a great movie. It's a great, fun movie. I mean, it's ridiculous, over the top, hilarious. And it worked, and your portrayal. I mean, it wasn't egregious. It was necessary. It made sense. All of it fit. There's square pegs and square holes.
I was just thinking square peg. I don't know why I was thinking. Oh, I was thinking about Sarah Jessica Parker. Am I crazy? I think I drove by. Is it that Warner Park near here?
Yeah.
I think she went to school over there when she was doing her show. Anyway, interesting.
Yeah, it worked. But it might be the last time we'll ever see a studio take a chance on a guy wearing blackface and the prolific use of the word retard. Those are two things.
And by the way, that's Ben. The funny thing too was all the heat got deflected to Ben and Simple Jack.
Yeah,
that's what people were pissed off about. And I go, woo, great. But you never know when it's going to be your time in the barrel. Sometimes life just says, you know what? And I've been on both sides of that coin. Sometimes life just says, you're a symbol now.
Did you have anybody that was telling you not to do it? Were there like agents or anyone else?
My mother was horrified.
Really?
Bobby, I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling. I was like, yeah, me too, Mom. But anyway, how are we?
First day on set, when I put the makeup on you, how hard you sweat?
There's been a couple times. I was all the night before, and we were in Kauai, and I was like, well, here we go. And I was just running. I think I had 6 lines that day. But I knew that there was going to be choppers, there was going to be squib fire, there was going to be choreography, there was going to be, it was going to be cacophonous. And the only thing that mattered to me, again, what's my action? My action as an actor in this movie is to know what I'm doing, even if what I'm doing is insane. So I ran those 6 or 8 lines I had 1,000 times, lying in bed over and over and over and over and over again. So the next day, I was free to enjoy myself and not be struggling to wonder what it was I was supposed to be doing. And then that's what it is. It was just, it was one little mosaic after the next. And by the end of it, I had some pride that I had made it through. Forget that it was, blackface. It was special effects makeup day after day after day after day after day after day after day, except for the odd times when I would have my bleached hair and blue contacts in my eyes, or other characters, and it was just it was a piece of work I was doing, and I cared about doing this professionally and as honestly as I could.
So when you memorize lines, that's an interesting thing. So that you're free to do it. Like when you memorize lines, is there ever a part, like when you're acting, where you have to think, like, what am I supposed to say next, and how much does that get in the way?
I have a very broad band of tolerances. I don't care if the people I'm with happen to not know what they're doing or don't know their lines or stepping on my lines or whatever, or want to change their lines and my lines. And it's always a different thing. It's like reading the room. It's like, if I was a fighter, you go in the octagon and they go, you ready? And you go, and then you just do it. You go in. But so I've had it where I would try to be off book before everyone else. I would get it down to an acronym. So if there was 1,000 words I had to remember, I would just remember the first letter of each, and I would put it on a piece of poster board, and then I would stand away from it, not as far as you and your archery setup over there, but far enough away to where I can see it, but kind of can't see it, back when my vision was a little more clear. And I would just run it. When I did the first Sherlock, we were rewriting it so much, and I would have pages and pages of stuff. I was like, give me an earwig. And it helped me with my accent. And then I started getting into what's so great? I can finish work, go home, hang out with my kids, or do whatever I want to do, go train. And in the morning, they can change it all they want. I don't have to trip if it all, unless it's some monologue that you want to really be committed to that's not going to shift. I'm just really that.
So you put one of those little earpieces in there to feed you the lines. Yeah.
And now I've kind of gone as far as you can go with that, and I'll probably go back to a new method or a new version of the old method.
So it's basically improvisational. Like you, in the moment, like you decide with whatever preparation you're going to do for each role, how you're going to do it. Whether you're going to go and memorize everything obsessively, or whether you're just going to be a little bit more loose and free with it.
Yes, it depends on the script too. Like Tropic Thunder, Justin Theroux wrote that script with Ben. Yeah, really good script. I mean, my missus, who's next to my mother, more so is the opinion I was really waiting on. And she was reading in the kitchen, laughing her ass off. She goes, "This is so wrong. This is so wrong." And she goes, "And it's so true. If you do this right, you're doing something it's about a bunch of self-involved idiots somehow or other becoming heroes." And she goes, "I love that. If that's what it stays, then it's going to be good." And so, like for instance, the never go.
Yeah.
Full blah, blah, blah. No. By the way, I guarantee you, I'm getting out of here. My stock is not plummeting when I leave here. I'm not smoking dope. I'm not doing a musk. I'm going to do everything right.
Stock went up the next day.
All right.
Drop 6, went up 9.
With who?
I don't know. I don't understand it.
I love that you now have it. Now it's a piece of art.
Yeah. With 6% in the smoke. God bless his heart.
Yeah, it just changes. It just changes. And I also know that I don't really know that much, and it's different every time anyway. But I really like when you have a loose concept of what you're doing. There's certain parts that aren't going to change much, and the rest you discover. So the first Iron Man, I mean, John and I, and the writers, or John and I, we were just, you write a line, I'll write a line, and then we were literally watching the puppies be born as we did it. Frustrating for people who, not Gwyneth, because she can look at a piece of paper and then go, okay, I get it. And she's got it all memorized. She's amazing. But what's for the highest good? Sometimes it's very self-indulgent to come in and hand out new pages or say, oh, I'm not saying that, so feed me that. You know what I mean? You need an environment of respect. But I like discovering things.
How much of acting is managing those weird relationships that you have with these other people that you're acting with? Like you've made some references to like people changing other people's lines and not being prepared. I got out of acting for that very reason. That was the thing that I went from a world of stand-up comedy, which are just a bunch of crazy people, to actors, which are a bunch of crazy people, but in a different way. And managing all the different characters and all the different personalities, how hard is that? That seems like that could really get in the way.
Well, yeah, sure it can. And it's like a thumbprint. Every time you're in a new project, it's a completely different, fingerprint. You never know what you're going to get. And sometimes projects seem blessed, and sometimes you could say they're cursed. But again, Susan Downey Esquire was talking about this yesterday. She goes, it's the only thing you can't overcome as a creative producer on a big movie or anything is. In principle, no matter what happens, you can fix it. Oh, we lost the light. Oh, the thunder, the weather came in. Okay, he got sick. Oh, she's pregnant. Okay, great. Let's change the costume. You can't overcome personalities.
Yeah, the relationships that people have with each other. Do you meet up before you commit to a role? Do you ever say, like, I want to meet Captain America? Find out what that guy's really like.
By the way, I mean, I love that you think I'd have the authority. Did you cast this guy? All right, let me get a taste of him. I'll tell you if he can stick around.
I'm really interested in doing that, but can we all have a group dinner sometime?
Yeah.
Meet these guys?
My MO is always, let's mind meld, let's get together, let's work weekends, let's spend time together, because you can't replace that familiarity. But so you have to try to build it. And sometimes it happens very naturally. Like I adore Chris Evans. I can't even tell you why. He's a Boston guy. He's technically and such a brilliant actor, but he also doesn't take himself seriously. He's flaky, but he's the first guy you would want to have your back or something like that. And yet we're different enough where I feel like by being who we are and then both having those characters, we were able to. I thought Civil War was a special moment in the arc of the Marvel films about turning one against the other and what it meant. And so sometimes you just get lucky. As a matter of fact, the whole Marvel universe, possibly without exception, just happens to be a really well, what do you call that? When you put together something curated group of souls.
Well, it's interesting because people take superhero movies seriously now. Like now, superhero movies are films that happen to be about superheroes. Whereas, for the longest time, superhero movies were bullshit. The TV shows were kind of clunky. They were campy. It was Batman with those silly pants on and Robin. And
I bought it.
Everything was bang, boom, bang. Remember, you'd see the big boom in front of the screen?
And yet, who was in the first Superman? Brandon.
Yes, right.
So there was always a seed of an attempt to legitimize something that was otherwise two-dimensional.
Superman was probably the first film that really did that, right? And then Batman. Yeah. And then the Batman series. But again, how many goddamn Batmans is it then?
Right. I want to see what Pattinson does.
Oh, that's right. He's going to be Batman now.
I like that guy.
How many Spider-Mans have there been? That's the most, right?
3.
Only 3?
Yeah.
And the 3 Hulks, right? At least. 1, 2, 3. Not counting the TV show.
Well, counting the TV show.
4.
Oh, you're right.
Eric Bana.
You're right.
Yeah. Norton.
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo. Who I think he's my favorite.
Oh, he was just born for it.
Yeah, it's perfect. You believe him.
Yeah. And again, his whole thing was, "What's my action?" It's like, you know,
how do you guys manage this giant CGI thing? Like, how does that work? Like when you're on the set. But that seems like one of the weirdest parts about acting in some of those Avenger films is how much of it is actually digital.
Yeah, you just kind of get used to it. I'll digress. I did a movie with Richard Linklater called A Scanner Darkly, and it was rotoscoped. So
great fucking movie.
I love that movie. Love him. And Keanu and I and Woody and Winona, and it was this cool thing. And we would shoot these scenes, and he would say, "Oh, you can just leave your body mic on the outside because we're just painting the whole thing." So that rotoscoping is a great metaphor for essentially what the Marvel movies became. When sometimes you would even go and I'm supposed to come in and throw something, and it was off camera, but everything else was great. Oh, we'll just move your arm later, and you go, wow. So you never want to rest on your laurels and say, But after a certain while, I was like, why am I wearing this football suit? Just put some dots on my shoulders so I can move more freely. And they'd be like, all right. I go, honestly, what are you really using all this stuff I'm wearing for? They go, for reference. I go, great. So I'll wear it for one take, and then I'll take it off, and I'll relax a little bit. But then other people would be like, or Bettany would be like, I'm stuck in this fucking thing, Don. It was painful. So everybody got to join in on the joys and the miseries of the technical challenge of doing it. And speaking of Ruffalo, by the end, because he's Smart Hulk, he literally, they were just making him big wherever he was, and they put a little, a piece of PVC with a big Hulk head up about 5 feet over where his head was, and he was just there in a green suit. So in a tracking suit with his package out, and he'd be like, let me just at least tie a little sarong around my, come on guys, or whatever, And so I think Mark went about as far out into the ionosphere of CG as you can.
I didn't get the whole smart Hulk thing. I didn't get how he figured that out. It wasn't really Hulk is supposed to be Hulk.
Right.
It's supposed to be the alter. It's like one you can control, one is the genius scientist.
Exactly.
And one is the beast.
But after so many times, and again, this is the genius of the people who break and shake stories over there. Feige and his team, is they go, oh, he's Hulk, and then he's not Hulk. He's Hulk. It's a big battle. Oh, he's so conflicted. What if he could meet himself in the middle? And then what corner have we painted ourselves in by having him meet himself in the middle? Because then you can't, if that doesn't work, you can't go back to the way it was. You've done it. Or you can go back to the way it was. So I just think that the real genius of the Marvel creative team is and the Russo brothers who did the last few Avengers, Infinity War, and Endgame, is they go, we love writing ourselves into a corner. We love it. Because then it activates all of those, how do we get out of purgatory juices, and then you get the next right idea.
Now, when you guys sit down, when you first receive a script for one of these things, do they consult with you? Do they discuss this with you? Do they just lay it out and say, this is the character arc? How do you feel about this? What do you think?
Yeah, but it's changed over time. I think if you're one of the folks who has their standalone movies, like Scarlett has Black Widow coming out, I think you take a bit of a different tack in how much meaningful. I think the legal phrase for actors and studios is meaningful consultation, not script approval, because then anybody could hold a studio hostage because I don't approve this $30 million that you're trying to spend right now, so your schedule's fine.
When you say I don't approve, I picture a bathrobe and I picture fine china and teacups. That's what I picture. I don't approve, and then just storming off.
I've had my moments too because I'm so passionate about story. But again, after more seat time with the same people and new people coming in and getting a pretty brutal education on what kind of process these movies require, you just start trusting more that they're thinking on your behalf. And also, little things are easy to change. Big things become a inconvenience to the higher good. And at what point do you want to pull the air brake on something where the train's, already leaving the station?
Well, I would imagine it would be a fine line that they want the actor to be comfortable with the character, and they want maybe some feedback would be beneficial, but they have a path, a vision that they've created.
Yeah.
And they would like to see you somehow or another at least morph slightly to get on this path.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, after I had my second round of kids with Susan, I became both artistically, I had a bit of a renaissance when I was doing the third Iron Man. And then after that too, I was like, well, now I'm going to do this Avengers, and there's so many moving parts, and it's so difficult just to get all these schedules to coincide and get everyone together that I'm not going to be like, I'm not feeling it. So again, it's that thing. It's sometimes, what do they say? Faster alone, further together. Sometimes you can only think about further because you got to get downfield. Other times you're thinking, hey, this is my moment to run, and I need a little help and a little approval, and I need a little leeway. But that's any creative endeavor.
I would imagine when you're involved in something that's so epic, when it's actually over, it probably almost seems surreal because the production is so massive. There's so many moving pieces. There's so many special effects, so many things that you have to sort of visualize while you're doing it. And then after it's all over, you're done. And what is a big Avengers movie? How many months are you involved in this?
Well, I mean, it could be some part of 18 months to 2 years, depending on how far out you are, and then 4 to 6 months of principal photography, and then additional photography, and then post, and then I always include promotion, from soup to nuts, I think is the phrase.
Soup to nuts.
Yeah,
how does that work?
That's a Joel Silver phrase. One of my great friends, and probably one of the greatest big movie producers of all time. We did the Sherlocks with him. He did the Matrix series. My missus was running his company for 10 years. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which is, I think, in some ways the best film I've ever done, wound up being a calling card. It came out and it bombed, but Jon Favreau saw it, and he said this guy could do an action movie. And so that wound up being my calling card into the Marvel universe. But to answer the question, it can be anticlimactic like anything. I mean, this is surreal. I've maybe seen you around a little bit, but I feel like I know you because I see you all the time and I listen to you, and I'm a martial arts nut. And yeah, isn't it? Sometimes when you get outside of the fortunate, interesting, creative experience you're having, you kind of go like, it's very dreamlike.
Yeah. Yeah, my whole life's a dream. Yeah.
Except for the ramifications. The ramifications.
When those come back and bite you in the ass, you're like, yikes, this isn't a fucking dream at all. This is dangerous. Yeah, I remember the first time I met Phil Hartman. I was stunned that I was actually sitting, we were at a stable read, sitting across from him, and I'm like, how the fuck, you're a famous guy. You're a really famous guy. I've seen you in movies, man. I've seen you on television. Here you are, right there. How weird. And it seems it's very hard to be normal. And then after a while, that becomes normal. And then the fact that it becomes normal becomes surreal. And then it really feels like a dream. Like when I meet people like you, we've just met an hour or so ago, and yet instantly I feel like I know you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange. But you're not full of shit. When someone's not full of shit, it's pretty easy to get to know them. You say something, I say something back, go, oh, I know how he works. I see what's going on in there. This is an actual human. Here we go. We're talking.
There's a good litmus, too, because you watch your show pretty quick. And I just love it, too, because in your show, you start, it's a rolling start with you every time. You come into the show and you're already kind of thinking about stuff. So it feels very organic. And part of me even this morning was like, I hope he looks into my eyes and doesn't see a complete and utter foolish fraud because I would probably believe him if he mirrored that back to me.
Oh no, that's a danger, right? Yeah, if you respect someone and they think you're a fucking idiot, you're like, oh no, I might really be a fucking idiot.
But there's been times when, in just being myself, someone who I respect has looked at me and said, "What are we talking about?
Yeah,
what are you even saying?"
Sure.
And you remember that because it kind of it stiff arms you.
But part of those are good because you realize, well, you were probably off on a fucking stupid tangent.
Yeah.
And that's part of being a person. You know, part of being a person is like, I don't know what the next word out of my mouth is going to be right now. No one ever does. Unless you do, and if you do, it's kind of weird.
Some people are poker players. I respect some people that are that because there's an ability to, maybe it's fear-based, but I always appreciate people who, those people like their icons or big shots or that they hold a certain esteem, and all of their texts, they're very simple. It's like, yes, we should fix that.
Sure. Yeah, sure is my favorite.
Sure. Okay. On it.
Yeah. No periods either. Like, you don't have time to make a period.
It beats the all caps texts.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like those at all. Those people are weird. Although C.T. Fletcher, he sends me all texts.
Huh.
I love him. But he's shouting at everything. Everything is a shout.
Yeah. But yeah, the surreal part is, I think part of the reason I'm still so interested, not just in life, but also, getting to do what I do, is I'm a fan. I love movies. I love creativity. I love music. I love culture. And the fact that I actually have a place in it while I'm observing it and digging it is like, it's an honor.
Well, that's a beautiful perspective. And that shows in how you carry yourself, and it shows in the work that you do appreciate it. One of the saddest things is someone who's in an amazing position who doesn't appreciate it. And that drives other people crazy too. Like, prima donnas drive people crazy for a variety of reasons. But one of the big ones is you don't appreciate how fortunate you are. Like, and people love when people appreciate good fortune and appreciate a well-earned position and are, engrossed in a beautiful life of something that they really enjoy and something that really inspires them.
Well, I need to be kept right-sized because I can easily fall into self-seeking and depression and self-pity and judgment and all that stuff. It's kind of it's a bit of a default, but I spend enough energy and I've had enough help over enough years to actually just say, oh, that's just awful, destructive behavior. You're entertaining in your head,
Bad patterns, just bad thought patterns.
Yeah.
I think we could all fall into those. I'm ruthlessly self-critical. It's, for me, sometimes it's very hard to step outside and just take a pause and recognize that not everything's going to be right the first time you try it. I think that a lot of people that are really great at things, it's one of the things about them is that they're not very satisfied with their work. Like, they're always looking to improve it. They're always looking for it to be better. And then that can start that cycle in their head of self-loathing and anxiety and anger at their performance or their work or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then that can lead to depression. That can lead to just self-hate.
Yeah. And what are your tolerances? Like, I'll be the first to tell you, like, do certain movies, or when we were doing Tropic Thunder or one of the first, Iron Man movies, I was like, I'd go over to the monitor, I'd be like, play that back again. That was so good. Dude, let me see that again. I need confirmation.
Yeah.
Because it's always a miracle. You stayed in frame. You got the line right. Your eye line was right. The lighting was right. The sensibility was right. And you just look at it and you go, oh. It's like, I don't know, for me, it's like the playback of the perfect Superman punch KO and just go, show me that again.
Yeah.
Or when we were shooting Tropic Thunder, I had a little teaser clip for Iron Man, but it wasn't coming out until the next year, and we were going to go to Comic-Con, and so I got to see it and show it to people, and they're like, oh, I think that movie's going to do pretty good. And then when we went to Comic-Con, we saw it, but It used to be like that with music too. Like I write music. I haven't for some time, but you would write something and then you just listen to it on the loop because you go, wow, that's not. I know that I was here and I did that, but it feels kind of inspired, and you want to get on that stuff. But yeah, self-critical is important as long as it doesn't bleed out into and over the edges and just make everyone miserable.
Right. Again, get out of your own way. Yeah. Again, I mean, that's one of the many tenets of life. Learn how to get out of your own way with everything, including with creative endeavors. It seems like that thing that you said about music, most people who write things or create things say that they know they're doing it. Like if you make a great sculpture, you know you're doing it. But where is it coming from? Like what is the idea that manifests itself into this perfect thing that you could step back and look at, and it seems surreal. How did I create that? Did I? I don't know if I did. I mean, I definitely made my fingers move, but I don't know if that's me. Who wrote that music? Who performed it? I know you did, but there's a thing inside you that sort of like tunes in to this energy of ideas, and then it comes through you. And again, you kind of have to get out of your own way while you're writing something. And then when it comes out, it's a weird feeling. Yeah. It's not like if you hammer a nail into a board, you fucking are very aware you did that. You're very aware. But there's something about the creative process that's you're not totally there. It's weird.
Yeah. Because it is you and it isn't you.
Right.
What does you even mean? I love it. Well, you always hear it too in sports. It's like, how'd it go today, Federer? Oh, I was out of my mind. I was not in my mind. It was a beautiful day. And I think you saw the results.
Yeah. Sure.
Fluid, effortless, poetic.
Well, fighters talk about that all the time, that like, especially a counter shot, like they land something and they don't even have any idea they're going to do it. And they did it. And then it caused the knockout. It's their training manifests itself in this one special, beautiful moment where bang, this thing happens. And then they see the guy drop and like, holy shit.
Oh yeah.
And then they walk away, and it's the work. It's there's so many things involved, right? There's so many moving pieces. You have to be working on your own mind to learn how to get out of your own way. You also have to be like really engrossed in whatever the activity is that you're doing, like obsessed, in love with it, passionate about it. And then you have to have the discipline to show up and actually do the work. There's so many different moving pieces, and it all has to be managed. And it's not solid. It's like a fucking raft on the ocean. It's moving around. You're always trying to like figure out how to keep it moving and functional. And it always seems unmanageable. And after it's over, you're always like, oh, how the fuck does that even work?
Yeah, we call it the fader board.
Oh, yeah.
Weird thing,
right.
Like, how do you get it all? And honestly, particularly in the last 15 years, when I started really taking martial arts seriously, half the stuff that I've been able to do right in my creative life are principles that I learned on the mat with my Sifu. Guard your center. Keep your eye on the lead elbow. Get to the blind side.
How often do you do that?
I started, I think I'm in the 15th or 16th year. Sifu was over day before yesterday. So, a bunch of times a week. And if I'm working on something, or if you can make it to location, we'll have long stretches where we're doing it every day. And there's gradings. So you got to prep for those, It's
So what are you doing? Are you doing Kung Fu? Like, is it a very particular style?
Traditional Wing Chun.
Really?
Yeah. Which is
very underrated art form.
Yes. Also, so many trade secrets, and so different than how I see it when I'm looking at videos. In that, in UFC, everything is out in the open and it's discussed, and you see in a lot of the Eastern stuff, there was a turf wars, and we're not really going to show them our footwork. We're not going to do this. So, but anyway, it's been a real deep dive with my Sifu, Eric Oram, whose Sifu, my Sigung, is Grandmaster William Chung, renowned kind of Hong Kong rooftop fights, all that stuff. Amazing lore, but very technical, difficult to build, and easy to use.
You very rarely see that in the UFC. One of the best fighters in the UFC uses it regularly. Tony Ferguson. Tony Ferguson uses trapping hands.
The mook jump.
Yeah. He grabs wrists and comes over the top with elbows. He does straight Wing Chun. He does it all the time. And he even practices on a wooden dummy.
I got my ass kicked by a wooden dummy for about 3 years. And then I finally understood the principle of don't fight force and force. And, it's just nuts. So anyway, half the time, if I would be in a critical artistic situation, I would just say, because Wing Chun problems are life problems are Wing Chun problems, and I would just go back to how did this kind of relate to, because I don't like getting clocked and getting my teeth knocked in, because we tend to, sometimes we glove up, but we're not wearing mouthpieces. It's very...
Why do you wear a mouthpiece?
It's certainly not, because he's very good at pulling his punches, and he's also even better at making sure that I don't accidentally hit him. But we get as close as we can to what the real experience would be. But again, it's like everything. I'm sure, a few clicks back down the road, there's things that instructors were doing that would be considered illegal to do to a group of students nowadays.
Yeah, for sure.
So
not just a few clicks while I was coming out.
That's what I would imagine.
Yeah. They'd hit each other.
Yes.
The students would get beat up.
Yes.
It was a normal thing.
Yes.
So did you start training for Sherlock Holmes, or you started training before that?
I did. It absolutely coincided with my recovery. And the two things just somehow or other seemed to lock in. And talk to you off the record and afterwards about any and everything to do with my recovery. As far as it locked in with this, it was an apprenticeship, and it was an apprenticeship that was contingent on me being in a certain headspace.
Well, it's a good thing too, because it's a very addictive thing. People get very addicted to martial arts, and it's a good substitute for sometimes negative addictions. Bourdain, before he died, he was obsessed with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, became really obsessed with it at 58. Wow. And got really good. He was training every day, and he was trained twice a day every day. So he went from, when I first met him, he was chubby, he was smoking cigarettes, he drank every night, still drank every night. But, he just did enough healthy things to keep his body together. And then his ex-wife got really into jiu-jitsu, and then he decided to follow her one day to classes, and he was kind of mocking it and laughing at it at first, and then became obsessed, and then really got good. I mean, he was the guy won in a tournament, and I mean,
oh my gosh,
yeah, he's fucking 60 years old.
Jesus age.
What's really crazy is a picture of him walking down the street, and I think they were in Rome, and he has no shirt on, and he's fucking ripped. Anthony Bourdain, full six-pack. Yeah, dude, he was obsessed. He would take a private every day. Look at him. Look at that photo. That's crazy. He's like 60-something years old there. So he would take a private lesson every day, and then he would take a class. So he would take a private lesson, sharpen up techniques, and then he would roll.
Yeah.
He'd take group classes, too, which is very, very critical. You've got to roll with different people.
100%.
Yeah, and so he was in there. And it became a good thing for him to sort of become addicted to this positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it wasn't going to be golf. It wasn't going to be something passive like that. Even though I hear it's great, but it's just been a great gift. And it's also the thing where, you're never done. I made black belt 5 years ago for another grading, and now we're doing a lot of weapon stuff. And it's just,
that's awesome. Congratulations. Yeah, my Taekwondo teacher said something to me when I was very young. He said that it is a tool for developing your human potential. Yeah, and I never forgot that, because I'm like, it's because it's really difficult to do. Like, all martial arts it's really difficult to get your body to move that way and to be able to be effective in a conflict situation. And if you can do it, and you can do it over and over again, and you can overcome that difficult thing, and you thought it was insurmountable, and then you figured out how to do it, eventually you get to this point where you realize, well, everything in life is like that. Everything in life is like something that's a puzzle. You have to figure out how am I approaching it wrong? What can I do to make it better? How do I get more competent at this particular skill or this particular discipline.
And just the humility too. I mean, if I've noticed anything in the last couple of years, just in UFC, which by the way, I was doing a Robert Altman film called The Gingerbread Man back in the 90s, and UFC had just started off, and I was getting the VHS tapes and watching them. And so when they go back on the 25 years ago, I was like, I've been there from jump.
That's awesome.
But we watch, it's just that thing of no matter what you think, the tides are changing quickly, and you just got to keep working.
Well, that was a real wake-up call for a lot of martial artists, was the UFC, because a lot of the stuff that they were doing really wasn't effective.
Yeah.
They thought it would be if everybody was playing by the rules in the dojo and sort of following along but once you really saw an actual caged event where people were just going balls out, you realize, a lot of this stuff just doesn't work.
Yeah. And I love how messy it was at the beginning too, because the style matchups were they were almost
crazy,
laughable until you saw the violence.
And no weight classes. Yeah. You and I share another passion, resto mods. Yes. You have was it a 1970 Mustang?
Yeah, I got that 302. It was Speedcore, a couple other ones.
Speedcore does amazing stuff.
They're great.
Yeah, and when I saw that they were doing your car, I go, oh, this is going to be good. Yeah. You picked a unique color, too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only.
Oh, look at that thing. God.
Yeah, that's back east right now. That's a good car for straightaways. That's a nice Long Island car.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But the beautiful thing about something like Speedcore is they're going to take that car and make it so that it's manageable. You can actually drive it. If you drove a real 1970s stock car,
God.
it's horrific.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how far we've come.
Yeah.
In those cars, it's like you're like blindfolded as you're driving. You're sort of aware of what the car is going to do as you turn the wheel, but not really.
No, to me, it's like a crop duster without wings. Every time I start, I just you go, Jesus Christ, I got kids. I got kids. And also, since I threw my hat in the ring with this kind of green technology initiatives, I'm probably going to wind up auctioning them all off, to be honest.
Right.
Drove a BMW electric car here.
I saw.
I
started laughing when I saw it pull into the park. I'm like, okay. I get it. You got to do what you got to do. I have a Tesla.
I'll hold on to a few.
Works. Yeah, you have to hold on to that one.
You got to. What is this?
That is a tarantula hawk that Maynard Keenan from Tool sent me from his farm in Arizona.
Oh,
it's we were talking about it on a podcast. And he's like, have you ever seen one? I go, no. And then a week later, one arrived in the mail.
Hold on, let me see what this says.
Yeah, you can't read it. Yeah.
By the way, have I been too far off mic this whole time?
No, you're fine, man.
Okay.
We're good.
You could give me a sign.
Jamie's a master. He knows how to handle this.
Right.
I know you have a lot of other shit to do, so I'm gonna let you get out of here. But I just want to say it's an honor to meet you. A real pleasure to sit down and talk to you. Appreciate you taking your time, and best of luck with everything.
Just flew by, pal.
Yeah.
I'll be back. Trust me.
Okay. I hope you do. Hope you do come back. Bye, everybody.
You know what I wanted to get to? There's a guy named Bran Farron. Have you heard of him?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So I get picked up in Atlanta, take me to Atlanta jail. I go and put me in this modular, and I go in this modular, and there's black people and all the different races, right? Well, over there, they don't politic like we do in California, right? So this is my first understanding of how this system works, right? So I go in there, and the only thing that you can't do in that system is you can't eat at the same table with a different race. Besides that, once you're up from the dinner table, I can trade with any race. I can do whatever, talk to them, chop it up. But
you have to eat with people of your own race?
Only. Yeah. Wow. So then...
and they tell you this? So somebody informs you?
Oh, yeah. I got informed when I went in. So when I moved from Atlanta to California politics much different. You can't trade with blacks. You can't trade with others. You can't trade with... So you can only do trade with your race, and then the whites get along with the essays. So what ended up happening is like So you have others, which are any other race besides Mexican, white, or black. And this is a car. It's called a car, right? So everybody has a car, their own race. So you have Woods, you have Skinheads, you have Paisas, you got Mexicans, you got Crips, Bloods, and others.
And the Paisas roll with the Mexicans, the Skinheads roll with the Woods.
Yeah. And if something really pops off, some race
click
shit,
up.
then Mexicans and the whites will click up against the blacks, or the blacks.
It's always on them against us. It always sucks to be. It sucks to be black in them times. I'm telling you, real shit. When we thump though. We thump. So we always knock them out
so
anyway.
You start trying to figure out this shit, you know, like you get thrown into that fire, you're trying to figure out all these unwritten rules. You know, there's no rule book, law book come in and say, hey, do this.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
So a guy could really direct you in the wrong way if he wants to. You know what I mean? Like tell you some sideways shit, and next thing you know, you're in a wreck. You know?
Ooh.
So I go in.
Set you up.
So I go in. This was actually my second experience, not my first experience in there, but my second experience. I go in, they put me into a psych ward, a psych watch, getting extradited from Atlanta to here. And so I go into this area, and I don't know anything, you know, and this black guy in the psych ward is like yelling in this module, you know, like, anybody want to learn how to play chess? Anybody want to learn how to play chess, you know? And I was like, hell yeah, I want to learn how to play chess, right? So I walk over, I sit down with this fool, and he starts showing me how to play chess. But it's a black guy at a black guy table, and I'm a white guy. So now I just sat down at this black guy table, and all the Woods and all the Skinheads in there are like now against me.
Oh no.
But I didn't know. Like,
oh no, you had no idea.
I had no idea.
Oh no.
Right? So now
no.
Yeah, so now my cell pops, and I go to walk to the shower, and I walk past the other cell that pops, which is another skinhead in that room. And I go walk past his cell, and it's smack, right? But now we're fighting.
Wow.
You know, so clean this kid up. Now they move me to another module. Now this kid put a kite out, like, oh, we got to get this guy. So.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So I'm moving this other module. At the time, the institution had a lot of skinheads in there, and the skinheads will politic hard. Like, if they have numbers, then they'll push the politics, you know? And I looked like a skinhead when I went in. I had no hair, you know, like a just bald guy going in there, you know what I mean?
Right.
So they all start treating me like I'm one of them, but I'm not a fucking skinhead. So this guy come over, and he's trying to get me to hide this little shank in my cell. Well, that's weapons manufacturing, carries 2 more years.
Oh my God.
That's how people start getting hit. You start catching cases, more cases. When you're only supposed to do 2, now you're doing 10. It just stacks up, but go ahead.
And then there's intimidation factor, right? So this guy got a big ass swastika tattoo on his face right here, teardrops, lightning bolts everywhere, you know what I mean? Like this, he's a lifer, you know?
Right.
So big shit goes down. I end up choking this guy unconscious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Drag him out of my cell because he's trying to get me to hold this shit in my cell. I can't, I'm not doing this, bro. And you come in my cell, it's on. Right? So now we fighting. Take this guy out, right? Just choke him out, beat him up, drag him out, hit him with some elbows. Now he's leaking. Drag his ass out into the little modular.
So do they know you can fight before you're in here?
Don't know.
No.
They have to how long before they figure it out?
Well, it took a minute. It took a minute because most of the fighting goes on in the cell or in the shower. You know what I mean? So when the fight actually broke out in the open, when I was fighting multiple people, is what happened. And then all the fucking guards watched. Everybody's watching from their cells. You know, like this is a different time. So this whole incident takes place. I beat this guy up, take him out of my cell. Right now, they take him away. They move this guy out of the modular.
So they get mad at you?
No, they just come in. You know, they don't really care. The guards don't give a shit. They don't give a shit.
So you fucked that dude up. Is he out cold? Or does he have do they have to ask him what his story is?
I don't give a fuck.
They don't ask you. They just let you go. It's okay. Like, is there a punishment? That's what I'm getting at.
They locked me in my cell. I couldn't get out of my cell for like 2 weeks.
Oh, for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just alone in yourself. Constant.
Yeah.
Nothing.
They
nothing
won't
but
pop
yourself.
the door. So what happens is for a certain amount of hours of the day, they got to pop the door and let you into a bigger cell, a bigger room. You know what I mean? So I just couldn't get into the day room for like 2 weeks. But the crazy shit of it all is, like I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to learn this system, right? This new rules. So what happens is this guy, okay, we talked about the cars and the races, right? So each race has their own car, which means there's a key holder. The key holder to that car controls the race. So they make decisions for the race. They try to keep other races out of car wrecks. Like now we got a feud with the blacks, or we got a feud with the Mexicans, or whatever.
They call it car wrecks.
Yeah. Well, if we get in a fight with them, the key holder is the guy that can communicate with the other key holders to the races and try and keep peace.
Delegate it. Wow. Yeah. And so I didn't have it happen where we were finna get it out with the Mexicans, and then our keys will go and they keys, and we finna jump. We get ready to jump, and they shake hands. All right, it ain't going, and then it go back down.
So yeah, and you're trying to figure all this out. So what happened was I beat this fool's ass, and now I got the keys.
Oh wow!
But I can't have the keys because I'm a first termer. So first termer's not allowed to have the keys. But nobody wanted to try to take the keys from me. So in order for them to take the keys from me, they got to fight me to take the keys away from me.
Oh boy!
So that kind of changed the dynamics of the room, because now I'm able to navigate with these other races and have these conversations with these fucking ignorant people that don't understand how to really talk. You know what I mean? Like how to communicate and keep things cool. They misunderstand what this guy says or misinterpret what this guy says, and next thing you know, it's hot for everybody. You know,
and it's just misinterpretations.
Yeah, because they're dumb. Most of these guys are dumb, bro. Like they're like the conversation. It made me, in some ways, you're sitting there listening to these guys. You're like, these guys really think this shit. Like,
fight about the dumbest shit.
Yeah. So
cities fighting over teams, fighting over just the dumbest shit. Xbox and PlayStation, and somebody said something wrong, and then that escalated into something that was personal.
Yeah.
That's quick.
So now they take me from there. That incident takes place, right, and we resolve some of that stuff. But now these guys are in different modulars, so now they're putting these kites out to try and get me as I'm going to court. So what happens is you catch a chain with some guys, and then we go into these holding tanks, all these different holding tanks, and you get put in that holding tank with that guy that got a kite that's looking for you, and now it's on. It's cracking. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
So I'm sitting in my cell, I'm getting ready to go to court, and there's two huge-ass guys, and they're in there talking to each other about trying to get me, but they don't know that it's me. So I'm sitting in there, I'm listening to everything that they're trying to do and how they're going to try and set this shit up, and I'm sitting right in front of them. They don't even realize it's me.
Wow.
And I'm thinking, honestly, I'm like, these big motherfuckers, I'm thinking, they're going to take me out. Like, there's only so much you can do. You know what I mean? Numbers. So I make it through that whole process, and I catch the chain. And when I catch the chain, they take you from county to state. And I catch the chain with this same asshole that I got into it with, I took the keys from.
Oh my goodness.
And this is like, he's been in the system a long time, right? So now we catch the chain, we go over to Donovan, RJ Donovan, it's 4 yards, level 4. Do you know how that works?
No.
Level 4 being the highest level, most dangerous criminals. Yeah. The next level is Superdome in San Diego.
So why'd they bring you to a level 4?
Because my charges, the kidnapping, all that, because those charges were so intense, they put you in with those people, you know? Yeah.
Holy shit.
So I catch the chain, right? I go over there, I catch the chain, and this guy's just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Like, we're gonna get you, you know? And I'm just thinking the whole time, like, this chain comes off, I'm gonna rip this guy's ass apart again, you know what I mean? So I go into reception, and we're in a cell block, it's like 360 degrees with a gunner, all this stuff, some desks, and come check you in. And now our cells, like, we don't get out of our cell now until they intake us, right? So now I'm in there, it's like 3 months. And there's this guy next door, we start talking through the vent to each other a little bit, you know? And we're playing chess and shit, like, through the little vent.
Mm-hmm.
So piece of ground shit. And they call me out to the thing, talk to the officers, and this guy goes, I don't know this guy, again, in the cell next to me.
Right.
And I walk past his cell, and I hear him yell, like, through the thing. He's like, hey, bro, kick that cord over to me. I'm like, kick that cord over. Like, kick that cord right there. Kick that cord over to me when you're coming by. And I'm like, what do you want this cord for? You know, it's like connected to this fan, right? So when I come back, I kick this cord over, and I wasn't going to do it, but I was like, fuck it, right? So I kick this cord over there, and next thing you know, in the night, I get this fish come through, right? Like, it's like they make a string, right, with that thing on it, and swing it out into your cell. You take this kite, and then you can read the information on it or whatever, you know. So I kite it around to everybody and get it to who they needed to get it to, right?
Okay.
So this guy shoots this little sheet kite over to me, and I open it up, and it's a fucking sack of weed, dude. Right? And I'm like, that's why this dude wanted that cord. He took that cord and he started a wick. So he started a fire. He had a bag of weed. So now he's smoking weed, and the whole cell is like full of weed, bro. And he shoots it. I say, bro, I can't have this. Like, I try to shoot that shit back to him. And he's like, no, you got to keep it. You get coffee with it. You get whatever you need, you know? And I'm like, oh shit, okay, you know? So my other cellie that was in there, he was like, I'll take it. And I was like, fuck yeah, take that shit. So I got a bunch of canteen and shit, you know, like coffee and stuff for it. And so this guy like really was like thankful I did it for him, you know, like kick this cord. So I never seen his face. Like never seen this guy's face, right? Just hear him talking through the thing. And so the guy I caught the chain with puts this hit on me. Like they want to try and stab me, right? So it goes around to the other key holders. The fucking guy next to me was a key holder for the Bloods. He's a black guy. Because I kicked that cord over to him. He hit me up through the cell. He's like, hey. He says, is your name Beanie? And I was like, fuck, right? I had to go back over to the vent, right? And I said, no. and he goes, oh, good. And I'm like, oh, good. Right? And I'm like, hey, I said, what if it was? And he goes, well, is it or not, fucker? And I go, well, it's not Beanie. I go, it's Baney. And he goes, it's the same shit. I go, okay, bro. He's like, hey, I'm going to let you know. They're going to pop this door and they're coming for you. And I was like, really? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, they're going to come and get you when this door pops. They're going to pop this door. You're going to go to shower and they're going to send some guys to come and get you. Oof. My other cellie, he knows already. He didn't tell me. In order for that to go down, they have to tell your cellie so your cellie can stay out of the fucking way. Oh, wow. So he knows about it. He's known about it. And now he tells me through the wall, and now I know he knows about it. You know what I mean? And I'm living in this room with this guy. So door pops. My cellie takes off running out of the cell. So I just posted up at the back of the cell, just waiting, you know. And sure as shit, two guys come flying in. One guy flying in trying to stab me. And fucking scrapping, rapping all over the place. Fall out of the cell. We're up the stairs. Fucking push the guy down the stairs. We fall down the stairs. I'm tired as fuck. Like fighting two guys. I'm tired. I'm lumped up a little bit. And I look over this way and I'm barely breathing. Look over this way and all the fucking cops just watching. Just watching. Oh my God. So this other guy come over, he's kicking. I grab the other guy, drag him on top of me, and I'm just choking him, you know, like trying to use him to deflect this guy from getting at me. Right. And then realize this guy's out. He's not even awake. Push him off, and now it's just me and this guy and everybody in the cells watching, and all the cops watching. And just tear this fucking guy's ass up. We leave. This guy never got up. The guy was choking. Never got up. Just eyes full of blood, right? So they send me to another cell block. I go in there for a couple of days. Guard comes in. We're gonna move you to the gymnasium. So you move me to the gymnasium. Now I'm out of the cell block. I'm in a gym with 300 guys. I walk around. I get yard access, all this stuff, right? And the cop says, I really appreciate what you did for us out there. He's like, that was pretty fucking amazing. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, I want to get the fuck out of here. Three, two, one. Welcome. Thanks for doing this, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for inviting me. This is awesome.
I've seen a bunch of videos online of you talking about space and your dream of being an astronaut as a young man. And what is it like just to see the Earth from above and to be? You lived up there for like what, 95 days?
95 days, which actually is kind of a bummer, to be honest with you, because you know this if you saw that video maybe. But yeah. The thing is, if you stay for 100 days, they give you a patch, right? I'm at day 95, and the Space Shuttle Discovery shows up to bring me home, and Mark Kelly was the commander. He goes, Garrett, it's time to hop in and come home. And I'm like, man, I just need 5 more days
to get that patch.
Can we just like go around a few more times or something? And
yeah, work. It seems like 95 days should be enough, man. Give the man a patch.
Right. You know, how much does a patch cost?
What's the longest anybody stayed up there?
The longest for an American was Scott Kelly's, nearly a year in space, as longest in a row, basically. But it is a Russian that stayed up there for longer than a year, and he has the all-time record.
How, and when they come back, like what is 90 days like coming back? Because I've talked to people who've gone there. When they come back, their balance is all off, the equilibrium's all screwy.
You're kind of you're kind of messed up, and your vestibular system is what's affected the most. At least that's what's most noticeable when you first get back. Actually, the first thing I noticed, let me back up, is how heavy things were again. You know, so I took off my helmet and I was holding it in my hand, and it felt like I was holding the anchor to the USS Nimitz. You know, it's like how am I ever going to brush my teeth? It'd be like too arduous. You know.
Does your body severely weaken in 95 days?
Well, back in the day, back when I was going there, so that mission, my long-term mission was back in 2008. And back then, we were still losing bone density and muscle mass as we're going up there. You lost about 1% of bone every month. So I was about 3% low.
They don't anymore?
They don't anymore, because we found out, we came up with better countermeasures to prevent that.
What are the countermeasures?
It's basically working out. And it's resistive exercise that does it for you, which we knew back when I was going. But the problem was we had we had this machine that was kind of a first generation of the workout machine, and it could do large reps but low load. So you're doing like a lot of reps at low weight, and that helped. But what helps, it turns out, we found this out kind of by happenstance, but it turns out that high load, low reps works much better. And so we got this new machine that you could really crank it up to 11. And the guys now that are working out on that thing are coming home with no muscle or bone loss at all.
Wow, that's because what's the Canadian gentleman that we had on? Yes, Chris Hadfield. When Commander Hadfield came back, I believe he said it took him a whole year to recover.
Yeah, I mean that was still like still kind of in the early days. So I don't know which machine he used. He probably did use a new one. But overall, it does take to get everything back, to get your full vestibular system back, your sense of balance, to get all your bone, all your muscle back to baseline. It took me a year to get all that back too.
Wow.
It's kind of like rehabbing from a major sports injury.
That's got to be so strange. Your body just wants to shrivel up when you're up there because there's no gravity.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's an adaptation, and the body is incredible. So what it's doing is it's realizing, hey, you know, I don't have to carry my own weight anymore. So why do I need this big bulky skeleton? Right?
Oh, wow.
It's like you're becoming kind of like a fish, where you're shedding all the bone density because you don't have to. Your body realizes I don't need it. It's like a fish in water. You know, how fish have very slender bones.
That's an interesting way to look at it, like a fish.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we fight it by working out.
And how often do you have to work out? Every day?
Every day.
Every day. How often? Like how much time?
They schedule 2 hours. No, you're not on the machine for 2 hours, and it's also prepping. You know, getting changed and cleaning up afterwards. But so you're working out a good hour every day.
What is it like to sweat in space?
It's weird because what happens is if you don't notice, like in the beginning, you don't even realize it, but it's all building up. And even without, like, if you have no hair to soak it up, it just builds up like this thin film of water on your head, like a coating of water. And you don't even notice it because it doesn't run down. And then somebody calls your name and you're like, yeah. And then,
oh, that's crazy. I never even thought of that. So it just kind of floats off your body.
Yeah, it's like a dog shaking itself, you know, and it just goes everywhere.
So if you have it on your arm, you can kind of just go, and the sweat will go flying.
You know, your crewmates won't be too happy with you if you do this a lot, but yeah.
Wow. Oh, is there video of people doing that in space?
There's got to be.
There should be.
We've shot so much video. Somebody's got to have done that, but.
So are you basically doing like compound movements, like deadlifts and squats and things along those lines?
Yeah, functional fitness kind of stuff where, and you're focusing on certain areas. So the bone loss comes mostly from your legs because you're not loading. So basically our bones need a stimulus to regenerate. And it happens to us every day. So as you walk, as you go upstairs, that load that the bones feel, the compressive load, is telling the bone, hey, make some more. Now you take that away and the bone stops making more. And that's the problem. People say, like, can't you just take like calcium pills? But it's not a mineral deficiency. It's just there's no load.
That's interesting. The body adapts so quickly.
Yeah.
The 90 days has such and if you didn't do anything for 90 days at all, you'd be in real trouble, right?
Yeah, that's what's really kind of freaky is thinking about, like, well, what if we don't fight this? Because all these adaptations you go through are not a problem when you're in space. It's only a problem if you want to come home. Right? Losing that bone, even like not using your vestibular organs anymore, your semicircular canals, your otolith organs, you're not making use of those for your balance. You're just going purely on the visual. What that does initially is it make you kind of sick. You get kind of, it's like being airsick or seasick. But once your body adapts, you're fine. So the question is, like, what would we become if we didn't fight it? What if we just went with it and stayed up there?
Like a water balloon. What would you become, right?
You become, actually, the place that I think in science fiction that gets it the most correct is if you watch The Expanse. You ever watch that show?
No, I heard it's a really good show. I never got into it, though.
It's good, and they get it right because they show people like these belters that live in partial gravity like their whole lives, and they have much more slender bones. And like they catch this like terrorist guy, and they want to torture him, and all they do is they make him stand up in gravity on Earth, and it's incredibly painful for him. And
wow,
yeah, that would probably be what would happen.
And it must take a long ass time to get everything back. If you went from Earth gravity to the space station and you lived up there for a year and didn't do anything about it and then came back to Earth, I mean, you'd basically be like, it would be hard to crawl, right?
Yeah, you would, if you don't try to fight it, the vestibular stuff would come back probably about the same rate, but you would be really hurting with your muscle atrophy and your bone. So you would lose a lot of your skeleton if you're up there for a year and did nothing. And you would also, all your muscles that you don't use, like in your legs and your postural muscles on your lower back, you're not using those anymore. So they would just like waste away to nothing. You'd be okay in your arms because you're doing everything. Everything you do is with your arms. That's how you move. That's how you get around, is by pulling and pushing. But you don't. There's no walking. There's no stairs. There's nothing.
Does it affect the way you think at all?
You know, some people describe a kind of an issue with short-term memory. They call it like space brain. And
boy, is that a small group of people that would understand what you're talking about there. Yeah. Oh, I got space brain, bro. I got that too.
Oh yeah. So it's something that I never really noticed it, but I don't know how much of that is real and how much is like you're freaking out because you're in space, right? So it's distracting and maybe you forget like what that number was you're supposed to remember. But you know, like if you're really in the middle of something and you're all excited and you kind of can't remember somebody's phone number, it's kind of like that.
Oh, okay. So it's just, well, I would imagine that just being up there breathing that recirculated air has got to be odd, right?
Yeah, and it might stink, but I don't know. Because the other thing that happens is you have this big fluid shift. So right now we have a lot of blood pooling up in our legs, and our heart, its most important job, of course, is to feed the brain oxygenated blood. And then when you take the gravity vector out of the picture, the heart sends too much up to the brain, and the stuff doesn't collect in our legs anymore, and it all shoots up here, and you get this shift of all that blood volume to your upper body, and your head gets all puffed up.
Whoa.
Yeah, like my first night in space, I went to sleep, which was kind of hard to do because you're in space. You don't want to go to sleep, right?
Yeah.
And on that first night, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I could have sworn I was standing on my head doing a headstand or a handstand. I'm like, why am I standing on my head in my sleep? This is strange, right? And then I looked out the window, I saw the Earth. I'm like, oh, that's right, I'm in space.
So all the blood was just kind of pooling in your head.
Yeah.
As if you're like hanging by gravity boots or something.
It feels exactly like that.
Wow.
And then after a day or two, you get used to it and it doesn't bother you anymore, but you feel congested because you still have all this volume up here. So your sense of smell and your sense of taste are all deadened.
Wow.
It's kind of like, yeah. So it's kind of like when you have a cold and your sense of smell and your sense of taste are like not as strong. So it's like that all the time. That's why we have every hot sauce known to humankind up on the space station.
Oh, really?
Like sriracha, we got Louisiana Cajun fire sauce and all whatever. We got like a whole stockpile of it because you pour that on everything so you can get some taste. Because otherwise everything tastes really bland.
Oh wow! Now what are you eating up there?
Oh, it's terrible.
Is it freeze-dried foods mostly, or?
Well, yeah. You don't go for the food, all right? This is not like a foodie holiday. It's like so you got basically two choices. You have the American food, which is essentially MREs, like military freeze-dried, irradiated, infinite shelf life kind of stuff. And then the Russian food is also based on their military rations, but from submarines. And the Russian food actually tastes better, but the problem is one of presentation. Because it comes in cans. So you get these cans, and even though it tastes good, you open that can up and you look at it, and it's like, God, it looks like dog food.
It's like congealed and
yeah,
but it tastes better.
Like, it tastes better, but it's just like so unappetizing when you open that can up, and it's just not.
What would happen if you brought fresh things up there? Would they rot at the same rate that they would rot in America?
Oh, yeah. The thing is, we have no refrigeration. Oh, we didn't when I was there. They actually have a small refrigerator now. So you can't have anything that needs to be refrigerated. But you would usually, like, for the first couple of days, we'd take a bag of fresh food. And we took, like, sandwiches and fruits and vegetables and stuff. And then, because that's the last time you're going to have it. After that, it's all going to be the stuff in the packets that you add water to.
No. When the first day you actually got up there, was that the first time you had ever been in space?
On my first mission, it was the first time in space.
So your first view of the Earth from above.
Yeah, was that right there? Yeah.
What is that like?
Wow. Well, I didn't see it right away because I was in the mid-deck, the downstairs of the shuttle, and there's only one window down there, and it's in the corner. Okay, so it's in the hatch, and it's like the size of a dinner plate, and I was up there. You got a lot of work to do as soon as you get up there. So I'm working like crazy. And after about 30 minutes, I see this pale blue glow coming from that window. And I'm like, that's the Earth. I should have a look at that. And I was super excited for this, So I wanted to be ready. So I paused, I closed my eyes, I meditated, call it whatever you want. I just got ready. And when I felt like I was ready, I floated up to that window. And I opened up my eyes and I gazed out for the very first time at the Earth from space. And what that felt like is really, really hard to describe in words. But if I had to pick one word to describe what I was feeling at that moment, it would be meh.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Just meh?
Just meh. I mean, it was all right. It was pretty. It had a lot like those earth colors, like blues and greens.
Right.
But man, we've all seen pictures of the Earth from space, okay? I mean, we got like HD video coming down from space now, where it's just spectacular. You can see stuff in that video that you can't even see with your own eyes, like the aurora and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure like John Glenn and like Yuri Gagarin had no idea what to expect. And so when they looked out and they saw the Earth, they freaked out, and it was amazing. And it was beautiful, but it was underwhelming. I guess my expectations were so high. Like I felt like there should be like some heavenly choir, and then we should all hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
Yeah, most people that have done it, they talk about this realization that this inescapable realization that we're all on this thing together, and that all these boundaries of civilizations and cultures and countries and continents are all nonsense. We're really just all on this one thing together.
Yeah, they call that the overview effect. And a lot of guys come back and talk about that, and they really feel it. They talk about a world without borders, and it's a beautiful sentiment. And I don't want to knock that in any way, because it's like really. A world without borders. What do you expect to see? You expect to look down and see like dotted lines between all the countries? I guess you do. It's inescapable when you look down and you see the planet and you realize that we're all in the same boat. But that didn't strike me as a sudden realization, because I think it's because I knew that before I went. You shouldn't have to go and strap into a rocket and blast off and look at the Earth and know that basically we're all human beings, I think. I mean, I think the things that unite us are so much stronger and more important than the crazy little things that divide us, like race or sex or nationality or politics or whatever. And at the end of the day, we have this one home, and we're all stuck here in together. So I had that strong knowledge before I went, and maybe that's why when I look down, I'm like, yeah, there it is. Okay, I get it. But it wasn't like all of a sudden, like the shade was pulled back, and there was like suddenly a new realization about life.
Well, is there one place that's the spot on the space station to get the view, where you really get a big window?
There's this huge window called the cupola that wasn't there in my first mission, but it was there in my second mission. So I got to see it the second time.
They added a window?
Yeah. It's not just, it's like, let's get the Sawzall and put the...
Yeah, how do you add a window to the space station?
Yeah, you just, get the... No, they added a whole module. And the module had this cupola, which is like a...
Is that it right there? Is that what you're looking for?
That's exactly it, yeah.
Wow. So that's pretty tight.
It's like it's a dome. And so you get the full 360 view, and it's spectacular.
Wow.
And we tell the guys that don't get to do a spacewalk that this view is just as good as doing a spacewalk.
But it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
But don't tell them, because it makes them feel better.
They're going to listen.
Yeah.
What is a spacewalk like?
Oh, man. Well, first I got to tell you that the likelihood of me doing the spacewalk was like slim to none. When I first got there, they tell you that when you're interviewing to become an astronaut, to go talk to some of the other astronauts. And so I went in there, and we had this presentation about spacewalking, and it seemed like to be the ultimate experience, just an incredible thing. And I wanted to do it bad. So I went, I'm talking to this one astronaut who's a pretty tall guy. Those of you that can't tell from the podcast, I'm 5'4". Okay, so I'm not like a real towering individual, a little vertically challenged, I guess. And I'm talking to this real tall astronaut, and I said, just heard about the spacewalking. It sounds awesome. I've been living in California. I've been doing like some rock climbing, some scuba diving. Maybe that'd make me a good candidate to do a spacewalk. And this tall astronaut looked at me, like right in the eye. He laughed in my face. He said, "What are you, 4 foot what?"
How rude.
I know. My first thought was, I thought astronauts were supposed to be polite, and this guy was not being nice, but he was actually just being brutally honest. It was kind of tough love, and he was like, "Listen, the suit is one size fits all. You're gonna get in that thing, and it's gonna swallow you up, and you're not gonna be able to do anything. You're gonna be useless. So this is impossible. Forget about it." So I was kind of pissed off, but I wasn't gonna let this guy stop me, right? So I get there, I got the job, and I go down for my first training exercise, which was in this huge pool we got in Houston. And it's like, it's 100 feet wide, 200 feet long, 40 feet deep. And we could fit like most of the space station in there. And they get a crane that comes by, they put you in the suit, which weighs, something like 175 pounds and stuff. And then in addition, you're in it too. It picks you up and they plop you in the water, and you float around. And it's kind of like being up in space, and that's how we train. So I get down there. It's my very first exercise, and I could tell in the first 5 minutes of this training exercise, that big tall astronaut that laughed in my face was right. I was failing. I was not doing well. I was screwing up. I was like, it just wasn't going well.
Why did they make a one-size-fits-all suit? It seems...
They have the ability to alter the arms and the legs a little bit, and they have it's actually 3 different size upper torsos. There's a medium, a large, and an extra large, but that's it. It's limited, and because it costs a lot of money to make different sizes, so there's only the gloves that can tailor, because that's actually the most important thing. But I'm getting my butt kicked, and I got a needs improvement, which is a NASA nice way of saying you failed, right? But I wasn't ready to give up. I went and I I knew I was going to need help. So I talked to the people that make the suit, and they did some of those things. So like they shortened up the arms, they fixed it up a little bit for me. And then I talked to the trainers, and we said, okay, yeah, we got to think outside the box here. If we give you the standard procedure, you're going to be at a disadvantage, but maybe we change your body positions instead of going straight onto the work site. Maybe we come at the work site from the side so you get more reach that way. And we started working at it, and we got better and better. And the end of the story is that eventually I got the highest possible qualification to do the most complicated spacewalks we do. And I ended up doing 3 different spacewalks over the course of my career. And that big tall guy that laughed in my face, he didn't get to do any.
Yeah, that's what you get for talking shit, sir. Look at you out there.
Yeah, that's me.
Now, what is that feeling like? Because it's got to feel insane when you're strapped to a space station that's floating around and you're just hanging by a cord.
Yeah. Well, you're holding on tight. And you do have that safety tether that you see there. And they can prepare you for everything except for the visual. So when you are in the pool, you're staring at the pool wall. When you get up there and you see the whole earth below you, some people go out there and get like a sense of fear of falling. But of course, if you let go, you're not going anywhere.
Right.
The space station's moving 17,500 miles an hour, but so are you. So it's kind of like doing a wing walking on an airplane, but with no air to blow you off the wing. So when you look at the space station, it's rock solid. But you look down, and some people get the fear of falling, and then they hold on real tight, which is a terrible, terrible mistake. Because we call it spacewalking, but you're not walking. You're doing everything with your arms.
So you can wear your arms out?
Exactly. So now if you're climbing and you get like kind of totally thrashed in your forearms, and now you get that claw hand and it's useless.
Yeah.
You can do that, and you got like 7.5 hours to go. And that's bad. So
you're out there for 7.5 hours?
Yeah.
What if you have to pee?
Diaper. Yeah.
Poop as well?
Try to avoid that.
You do your best?
As a scientist, I had to experiment, right?
Of course.
So during a training exercise, I waited till like the very end, just in case, and I let one go right before they pulled me out of the pool one day. And I resolved never, ever to do that again.
Is that number 1 or number 2?
Number 2.
Oh, boy.
Number 1 is no big deal.
Yeah, I save that project. I could have told you what was going to happen. That's disgusting. And you're doing it in the pool, too. You're not doing it in actual space.
Yeah.
To be one of the rare people that has actually pooped in space would be very interesting.
That's we keep all these records. I don't know who's got that record. It's not me.
Diaper. Oh,
yeah.
Boy. So you just have to let it go when you're up there.
Yeah.
And so what are you doing when you're out there? So if you're doing 7.5 hours worth of work,
you're basically doing maintenance. So it's kind of like being a mechanic or a technician. The way I describe it, but the suit is like so hard. It restricts everything you do because it's blown up to about 4 pounds per square inch. And so even just closing your fists takes work because the suit's like a balloon. It wants to stay like this. And so just closing your fingers takes effort. And over 7.5 hours, that gets really fatiguing. You're moving your arms, everything is, and the suit can only move, like you can't do this, right? You can do this maybe. So your ability to raise up your shoulders is really limited. So you're trying to do all this work, but you're working inside this suit. And I describe it as like, it's like trying to change the oil in your car while wearing a medieval suit of armor. It's hard.
And what kind of maintenance are you doing on the outside of the spaceship?
Oh, we're cleaning the windows, getting the bugs off, and that's another. On this particular spacewalk, we were assembling a robot that we took up there, but we did other things like we put a new antenna on top of the space station. We swapped out a bunch of batteries that were getting old. Stuff like that.
That's fascinating. So you have to have some real understanding of mechanical things as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're putting stuff together.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really helps to have some kind of mechanical aptitude. I mean, a lot of us like working on our cars or building things in our garage, hobbyist kind of stuff. We actually started right after, as I was leaving NASA, which is back in 2010. we set up like kind of an informal program where we're like going over each other's garages and doing car repair stuff just to get more hands-on experience with that kind of thing.
So when, like, say if you have to do an antenna up there, is that something you're trained for on Earth in the pool, and then you go up there and do it?
During the shuttle days, absolutely. Everything we did was choreographed down to like exactly where I'm going to put what handrail I'm going to put my toolbox on. I mean, everything was all figured out in advance. But nowadays, and sometimes on space station, even when I was there, when things break, you don't have the luxury of training. If we're going to do a shuttle mission, we're doing a really complex spacewalk. We'll do everything we're going to do in space at least 10 times in the pool first. But these days, you don't have that luxury. Something breaks, and you brief it, you talk about it, you have some PowerPoints, and then you're out the door and you got to go do it.
So how much briefing and how many PowerPoints?
The training that goes on prior to one of these unscheduled DVAs is, typically on the order of like a day's worth of activity, all told.
So are these PowerPoints preloaded onto the space station, and you get it, or do they have to beam it up to you?
It depends on exactly what you're doing. So we identify like the most likely and most serious things that could go wrong, and we practice those in the pool, and we have all those procedures suitcase before we ever go. But then sometimes you get a surprise. Sometimes something breaks you weren't expecting to break, or it breaks in a certain way, or there's a complication that you weren't planning on, and then you got to improvise.
Wow, that's got to be crazy. Because, and you're probably doing things that other people on the space station maybe haven't done. So there's no one that can tell you, hey, I did it. It's no big deal.
Yeah, but even if you're doing something that you rehearsed 10 times and you think you got it all figured out, you still get surprised when you actually get up there. The big one that I remember is on my second spacewalk, we're connecting this dish antenna, and it had to go on top of this big boom, like a big pedestal. And there was a connector that had an electrical connector. And we had like an hour or so to connect the thing. And without it connected, it wasn't getting any power or data to that antenna. And it could get too cold. And this gazillion-dollar antenna could be a worthless hunk of junk if you take too long. You're on the clock. Because when it was in the shuttle, it was plugged in. It was getting its heaters were on. And now you got to plug it back in and get the heaters back on in a certain amount of time. And so we're like, okay, we planned this, we trained this. We get up there, and the connectors won't go together. Like, it doesn't fit. And these two pieces of equipment sat next to each other for like a year in Florida, like a warehouse. And nobody ever thought, maybe we should make sure this thing fits.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And we got there, like, it doesn't fit. And we're like, crap, what do we do? So we're shoving so hard, we're pushing on this thing so hard that the guys inside the space station said they feel the space station shaking. Like, that's how hard we were trying. And then we see little metal shavings come off, and one of those, they can get in the connectors. We're like, that's bad. So we stopped. And then this was like kind of my big hero moment. Like in the movies, they like Brad Pitt saves the solar system and stuff. This is my thing. All right. It's not that exciting, but I thought I had this idea. I said, hey, the problem we were basically having was that the female side was too small and the male side was too big for it to fit together. So I said to the one of my crewmates inside, I said, hey, how long till the sun comes up? Because, it takes 90 minutes to go around the Earth, and every 45 minutes, the sun is either coming up or going down. So it can't be that long. And he goes, actually, about 10 minutes, because we're behind the Earth, and it was dark, and then in 10 minutes, the sun was going to come up. I'm like, perfect. So I took the female side. I'm sorry. I took the male side, and I held it in my glove. Okay, and I put it behind the structure. I knew the sun was going to be coming from here, so I put it in the shadow. And I waited for the sun to come up, and it hit the female side. And the temperature difference, if you're in the sun or in the shade, can be up to like 600 degrees Fahrenheit difference. So I let the sun hit it and warm it up. And I took the male side quickly out of my insulated hand and away from the shadow, and I slid it in and went right in.
Wow.
And that was it. Saved the day.
So you just deduced this, just understanding how things change according to temperature?
Yeah. Thermal expansion.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's my thing.
Did you yell at the people who manufactured it?
No. We were so happy. I have video of this that you can, and we were going, woohoo, give each other high fives in the suits, and we were doing like, woo.
Wow.
That was victory.
That's a great victory, though. That really is. That you figured that out.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been stuck up there. How the fuck did no one try it before they went up there?
I don't know. Maybe they did, and it just like maybe they weren't when it got up to space and it experienced those different temperatures. It expanded differently. I don't know for sure, but so I'm not pointing any fingers. But it didn't work, and but we solved it. And that's the kind of thing that you can't like until we have AI or something that can really learn. You can't code that. So that's a real benefit that humans bring to the equation. Being able to adapt to something you didn't expect.
Otherwise, that thing would have been junk.
Yeah, if a robot's doing it, you're stuck. It's going to keep pushing. It's not going to, you're not going to be able to reprogram it.
Now, that feeling that you were talking about of looking out the window where it was kind of meh, and then the difference between that and the spacewalk, is that where you get this real sense of being in space above the Earth?
The spacewalk, you can't, that's breathtaking because you have this helmet that's like a giant fishbowl, and after a while you kind of forget that it's there, and you're just like it's like the old Superman with Christopher Reeve when he's like flying around the Earth and he's just like in his underwear or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like that because you forget. Like if you ever have gone scuba diving and you get to the point where you just kind of forget you have the mask on.
I've never scuba dived. I've only snorkeled.
If you spend a lot of time down there, you can get to the point where you kind of like forget that you're in this alien environment, and it becomes like you become one with it. And that's a wonderful thing.
Well, you've done underwater exploration as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What have you done there?
I lived for 2 weeks in the bottom of the sea.
Oh, Jesus. I get weirded out just you saying that. 2 weeks at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah.
How deep?
It was exactly 20,000 millimeters under the sea. It was about 60 feet, which works out to be about...
Oh, only 60 feet? That's okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't freak me out too much. I thought you were going to say like miles.
No.
I'd start panicking.
No, it's about 60 feet. But the cool thing was we stayed there for weeks.
Wow.
Now if you're normally scuba diving and you go down 60 feet, you have 60 minutes. And then you got to come back up or you get too much nitrogen in your blood and you're going to get bent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a problem if you just stay. The problem is then if you stay, you build up all that nitrogen in your blood. Now you can't go back up. So like if you run out of air or you lose sight of your buddy or something, you can't go to the surface because within a couple hours you'll be dead.
Wow.
So you have to stay down there. And we use cave diving techniques that we did a lot of training for to be safe. And we had redundant tanks, redundant manifolds, redundant regulators. And we could have valves that we can flip around so we can always make sure we can get air without ever having to, in an emergency, ever having to come up, because coming up is not an option.
So how do you eventually get out?
It's a freaky thing. It takes about a day. And what you do is we're living in this habitat, and it was kind of like a submarine on the bottom of the ocean, but it didn't have a motor, so it was just like stuck on the floor, like a big cylinder. And it had a hole cut in the side here. And the only thing that was keeping the ocean out was the air pressure inside.
Whoa.
Kind of like taking a cup and flipping it over, putting it in the bathtub and trapping the air.
Oh, God.
And you just scuba dive on down, and then you swim into that thing. And then once you pop up in that hole, it's like you're in a swimming pool inside the habitat. And then you just step out into the habitat.
Whoa.
Have you ever seen the movie The Abyss?
Yes. It's like that.
It's like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
How accurate is that movie?
I think what's the Navy SEAL in there? He gets like
it's crazy from the
gets
bends.
like what do they call it? Deep dementia or something?
Yeah. Is that fake?
Yeah, that's fake.
Goddamn Hollywood. So this process of getting back to surface level, how long? You said it takes a day. What do you have to do?
So what you do is you close up that hole and you convert the habitat into a pressure chamber. And what you do is you very, very slowly bring the pressure back to sea level. So you decrease the pressure and you slowly, as if you're slowly going up in the water column. And then as you do it gradually, the nitrogen slowly comes out of your blood and you can feel it kind of tingles.
Oh, wow.
Over the course of a day, you try to lie still in your bunk and just like read a book or something, but you feel like this tingling. And then after about a day of that, they get you all the way back to sea level slowly so that the nitrogen, you know what it is? It's like if you take a can of soda and you shake it up, if you open the top quickly,
right.
But if you open the top really slowly, and he let it slowly come out. You don't get all the bubbles.
Right.
It's that same effect.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah.
Oh. What's freakier, being at the bottom of the ocean or being up in space?
Up in space is more surreal. Yeah, because the floating, the earth out the window, the views are better. But being down there was pretty wild too. I remember once we were doing this experiment where I had my crewmate and I had an ultrasound, and we're doing this telemedicine experiment. So there were these docs in Houston looking at the screen, but there's a delay. And I'm supposed to find her kidney, and I'm like searching around for a kidney. And then I look up and I look out the window and I see a 6-foot hammerhead shark right out the window. And we have a guy in the water. And I dropped a giant F-bomb, like, fuck, you know. And all the docs in Houston are freaking out. They're thinking, like, in a moment they're gonna see her liver explode on the screen or something. And they're like, what's that? How's the patient? I'm like, patient's fine. Got a 6-foot hammerhead out the window.
Yeah, that's got to be really weird, right? You're in that thing in their world for how long? 2 weeks?
Yeah.
So is that the weirdest animal that you saw? Is the hammerhead?
The scariest thing I saw was one night I was taking a dump. This is a true story. The way you do this, okay, number one, you just pee in the pool, okay? But if you have to go number two, you go into the pool because you don't want a floater in your pool, right? That's
of course
like Caddyshack. You don't want that,
right?
So what you do is you go. You don't take a tank. You just take your mask and your fins. You go down
naked.
You can. We had a mixed gender crew, so I wore some trunks, but you know. And then you just go down, and you have to swim. I don't know. It's like maybe 10, 15 feet. It's not that far. And there's what we call a gazebo, which is just a little dome that has air inside. Now you're out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, like with no tank, and you're 60 feet down. It's night. You can't see a thing. You're alone in the ocean. But you can see this little gazebo. You swim to that. You pop in, and then you got air into some valves. You let in some fresh air, and then you hold on, and you take off your trunks, and you just let it rip. But the problem is the fish get accustomed to this.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
So they go there knowing that you're going to poop.
As soon as you drop in the water at night, it's like the dinner bell going off. And there's like school.
Gosh.
Yeah. Because this is feeding time.
Whoa. And so you feel them like pecking at the back door?
The worst are the angelfish because that shape, they can get like right up in there.
Oh,
it's like not cool.
Boy.
So you take your fin off and you're like whacking them.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So that's all bad enough, but as you're doing that, and you're in the pitch black Atlantic Ocean, 60 feet down, no scuba tank.
At night,
with the sound of the ocean like lapping against the dome, and you're looking down, and this endless black, just a black void, and you're thinking about every single scary ocean movie like Jaws, The Meg, whatever, The Abyss, all those scary movies, right? And you think about all those things that could be down there. You can't help but going through your head, so it's kind of freaky. And then you finish, you put your mask back on, and I took a big breath, and I went down, and I opened my eyes in my mask in the darkness with my flashlight, and I saw, like right in front of me, this huge eyeball, like about the size, I don't know, of a saucer, like this big, staring, unblinking right at me, and I freaked out. I just tore off for the pool, for the moon pool and the habitat. I jumped in there. I surfaced. I'm screaming, and my crew come running, thinking I've been bit by a shark or something. And I'm like, giant fish. And
what was it?
It was a Goliath grouper.
Oh, I've seen those things before. They're enormous.
Size of a cow. It's like
hundreds and hundreds of pounds, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Scared the living hell out of me.
Yeah, those things could literally eat a person.
Yeah. It was big enough, that's for sure. And so just the sight of it scared the heck out of me.
So where were you? Were in the Atlantic?
Yeah.
How far away were you from like Florida? Like where were you at?
We were just off the coast of Key Largo.
Okay, because that's what I was saying. Like they live down there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an enormous fish, man.
huge.
I've seen videos of people catching them off of boats, and it seems surreal. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's one.
It's like a giant largemouth bass. Mm-hmm. That's what it's like. Like if you go bass fishing, they're so similar to bass, like in the way they look.
Yeah. Now imagine like
Jesus Christ, look at that thing.
Yeah. Imagine like being eye to eye with that thing in the middle of the dark Atlantic with no scuba tank.
They're delicious too, I bet. Like I don't know if they taste as good as regular grouper.
I wasn't gonna. So you get a different. Yeah, I wasn't gonna find out.
Look at the mouth on that thing. Good Lord.
I'll tell you another quick story about down there. So I went out for a night dive once, and I spent the beautiful thing about saturation diving like this is you can do basically infinite time, bottom time. You're not limited to like 60 minutes. You can stay out there for 6 hours, whatever. So I was not doing this night dive, and I found this beautiful shrimp, and it was just spectacularly gorgeous. It was like translucent. You could see through it. You could see its organs move, like internal organs, like doing their thing. And I stared at it for at least like an hour. Just held my light on it and just sat there and stared at it. And it was really beautiful. And I come back inside the habitat, and I'm kind of hungry. And the best space food we got is shrimp cocktail. And I pulled the thing off the shelf, and I'm like, oh, that looks good. Then I'm like, I can't do it, man.
You felt bad because you just saw the shrimp? Wow.
I ate it the next day.
The next day.
Yeah.
But for that day, though, you really felt bad?
I felt bad.
Wow. Grouper, you would have felt bad? Like a nice grouper sandwich?
It scared me. So I think I would have been okay with that after. Just because it was.
Yeah, I wonder if they've ever eaten people. Because it seems like they could, they swallow giant fish. It seems like if you're not a large person, they might be able to just suck you right in there.
See, now, if this happens to me again, I'm going to be even more freaked out.
I feel like I've read that grouper have bitten people before.
Yeah.
Like, probably trying them out. Like, if they get hungry, if you're that big, you probably have to eat so much.
Yeah, just nonstop, buffet for those guys. And, yeah.
So when you're down there and you're doing all the swimming, you're using a rebreather?
No.
You're using tanks, regular scuba tanks? And what is the capacity of these tanks? Like how long can you stay down just swimming around for?
We have two, and we can isolate them in case one of them springs a leak. But you don't have that much more time than a standard scuba tank. But we have is refill stations all around the floor with high pressure hoses. So we have these quick disconnects on our system that you can plug in and fill it right back up, and then you're good to go for another couple hours.
So when you swim to go take a poo, you have to do that? You have to wear the tank, or do you just hold your breath?
Just hold your breath. You're not going that far.
How far are you going?
Like 15 feet or so.
In total pitch black.
Yeah. There's a light on the gazebo, but that's all.
So you see that light out there, and you know if you get to there, that's where you're pooling.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Wow. That's got to be so strange.
Yeah.
What was it like to get back from that? I probably feel it seems like it would be real similar to getting back from space.
Yeah, it is. The thing about it, what makes it such a great training exercise psychologically, is if you had to get to a hospital, it takes about the same time from that habitat as it would from the space station. In both cases, it takes about a day. And the space station, you got to get in the Soyuz, you got to put your spacesuit on, you got to detach the Soyuz from the space station, you got to separate from the space station, you got to do a deorbit burn, you got to land, the helicopter's got to come get you. By the time all that's done, it's like a day.
And the Soyuz is a Russian craft.
Yeah.
So we have to use Russian crafts to get back from the space station.
Right now, we have to use Russian craft to go and come back.
How weird is that?
It's not cool.
What happened?
All right. So it's not good. None of us are happy about this. But what happened was the shuttles, let me just say this, is a magnificent flying machine. I mean, what's really remarkable, if you go down to like the California Science Center and you look at Endeavour, we designed that thing in the 70s. Like, it doesn't even have a microwave. All right, it's got a conventional convection oven.
Wow.
So it's like ancient technology. The flight computers on that thing, your Apple Watch could run circles around them. I mean, it's like nothing. They're so primitive. But it took off like a rocket. It landed like an airplane. You could carry people. You could carry the Hubble Space Telescope in a trunk. You could do a spacewalk from it. Has a robot arm that you see there. There's Endeavour. So that's my flight, actually. That's STS-123. In the middle, that's the robot that we put together.
Wow.
But anyway, it's an incredible machine, and we'll never design anything like it, maybe ever again. Certainly not anytime soon. So, despite its technological incredibleness, for lack of a better word, it had a couple key limitations. One was it's not that safe. So we lost 2 of them, Challenger and Columbia, and we could talk about that. I knew the guys in Columbia, and that was really, really rough. And then the second thing was it's super expensive because it took so much maintenance, even though it was reusable, or most of it was. It took so much maintenance. It took a standing army to keep it running. We're spending, I think, $3 or $4 billion a year on the program, and there's no way, if we wanted to build something that was going to be more cost effective or safer, there's no way we're going to get a plus up from Congress of like an additional $4 billion a year to go do that. The only way really to make it happen was to stop flying the shuttle. So we took a very painful decision, and we said, okay, we're going to retire these things so we can make something new. And we know that there's going to be a gap period where we're not going to have anything, and it's going to suck. But the good news is the great timing about this conversation right now is that gap ends this year.
Really?
Yeah. 2020 is when that painful period is put to rest.
And what happens?
We're going to have a SpaceX Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon?
Yeah.
That's a great name.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, we're going to have a brand new ship. And not only the Dragon, we're going to have the Boeing Starliner. And then we have 2 other private companies that are going to be launching people this year. It's incredible. These 4 companies all trying to put humans into space with private companies.
Yeah.
And the schedules are just aligning. So it's all looks like it all will happen in 2020.
Now they've done some civilian trips up into space, right?
They have, and that's all happened by paying the Russians.
That's what it is?
For rides, yeah.
Why is their equipment so much better?
It's not. It's the only game in town. Once we retired the shuttles, there was nothing else available.
But I would be like, hey, how well are you guys maintaining these things?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Like, tell me what's your maintenance schedule?
It's been a little scary lately because they've had some mishaps, right?
Like what?
Well, we had a launch go squirrely where the rocket didn't work right, and they had a punch off. Nick Hague was the American on that. Unfortunately, he was fine. He
punch off
away.
Meaning eject.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Not something I want to do for fun.
So during launch?
Yeah.
So you're launching, and they're like, "This is not good."
Yeah. It has these side boosters, and one of them got stuck. Didn't come off right, and they were starting to spin out of control, and then they punched out.
Oh my god! How far up are they when they punch out? So we say punch out or punch up?
Punch out.
Punch out.
Abort. You say abort.
Okay.
But I don't. In that case, I don't know the exact altitude. They were fairly high. They were probably. I think they were still in the atmosphere. So I'm guessing something like 40 to 70 kilometers up or so.
And so they punch out and abort. And then are you in like a capsule? Like what are you in?
In a capsule. And then from that point on, it's kind of like a normal landing. If you survive the giant, yank, I think they were pulling something like 5 or 6 Gs, I think, when they separate, or maybe even more, that system, when they pulled off. And then at that point you're falling in the capsule, and then the parachutes come out. And from that point on, it's kind of like a normal landing.
Oh, the G's got to be crazy, right? I did a flight with the Blue Angels once.
Oh yeah.
And I think we went 7.5 G's or something like that. It wasn't that bad, but it's so weird.
Yeah.
When you see the consciousness closing in like an elevator door, you see the blackness on the sides.
You get the soda straw thing going. Yeah.
It's very weird. So that, like in space, like to get ejected, or I guess actually not in space, in the atmosphere. And do you have to climb into that thing before you can abort, or are you in it already?
There's no time. It's a rocket. And in that case, it's a rocket on the top that pulls the capsule away from the booster.
Oh, wow.
Just like we did with Apollo and Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on Dragon and also on Starliner, we've got much more advanced systems that are built into the capsule. And so they push. Instead of having a tower up on top that pulls you away, they have engines down here that push and fly away. And the nice thing about that is the tower, you actually, if you don't need it, you have to throw it away. You have to jettison it. But that's kind of like needing to use your ejection seat every single time you go for a flight. Because if you, for some reason, if it doesn't jettison, you're dead. You can't get the parachutes out with that thing stuck up on top. So that's like a failure mode that if you put the engines down here, you don't have to worry about that. Plus, you carry it with you the whole time. So you could use those powerful engines to really get quickly away from the booster, like the Falcon 9, if it's having a bad day. You can use those.
If it's blowing up?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bad day.
That's a seriously bad day. What does it look like? Can you pull up the SpaceX? What's it? Dragon what?
The Crew Dragon.
Crew Dragon. Whoa.
There she is.
That looks like something from the future.
That's the if that's the test we just did. That's an artist drawing of it. But this is the final big test we had to do before we actually put people inside. And we did that successfully just a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
So what we did was we lit up those eject engines. There, that's an actual shot. Yeah.
That's insane. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
That looks like a UFO. That's crazy.
And that rocket went kablooey. Not that we blew it up, but it started, once it separated, the rocket started tumbling out of control and it made a giant fireball. And
is that normal or expected?
We kind of thought that would happen, yeah.
Well, you were right.
We weren't planning on using it again. There it is. So there it is, separated from the booster.
Wow.
And the booster went kaboom, but the rocket, but it was I think, if I remember right, I think it was 1.5 kilometers away when the rocket went kaboom, and it was fine.
Now, when you guys do these test flights, do they have to anticipate where this stuff is going to land? Like where you have all this giant metal with fire, and you shoot. So, like, as you're launching, you have to take into consideration what the trajectory is. Wow, that's the explosion. SpaceX complete successful abort test launch of Dragon crew capsule. Wow.
Yeah.
So you have to think about where so they have to calculate what speed, how fast the Earth is spinning, where it's going to drop.
Well, that's why, and theoretically, you got to be ready for this any given flight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this one we knew it was going to happen, but it could happen anytime. So that's why we always launch out over the ocean.
Oh, okay.
And that's why Cape Canaveral is where Cape Canaveral is, because if you look at a map of Florida, that's the Cape is where Florida juts out, has a little prominence that juts out to the east into the Atlantic. And that way you can go due east, which is generally what you want to do when you launch. Or you can even turn a little bit north or south, and you're not going to fly over anybody's house or Disneyland or anything. And if something goes wrong, in the old days, like on the shuttle, we actually had explosives on the tank. And there were these dudes, these range safety control officers that would sit with a big red button.
Oh, Jesus.
And if they see you going out of control and you're heading back towards land,
boom.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What a responsibility they have.
We used to go by before launch and meet those guys, look them in the eye.
Oh, they must look like psychos.
Show them pictures of our family.
It's like, don't get itchy, bro. Don't get itchy to hit that trigger.
Yeah, so give it a potato.
It seems like a crazy way to handle it, that the junk has to fall into the ocean.
Yeah. Well, now the Russians and the Chinese don't necessarily honor that. The Chinese have dropped nasty burning boosters on, it's sparsely populated, but they still have dropped these things on like villages and stuff.
Oh boy.
They're a little less
really
concerned about this kind of thing.
Fucking China. God damn it. There you go.
But in the U.S., we launch, and the reason that you usually want to launch to the east is you want to take advantage of the Earth's rotation to give you like a slingshot effect. Because if you go to the east, the Earth is rotating this way. It kind of slingshots you into orbit.
Oh, wow.
Going with the rotation. And that's why you also want to be as close to the equator as you can. Because if you're at the North Pole and you launch east, it's not going to help you, right? But the lower you are towards the equator, the more of a slingshot you get.
Now, did they have to figure out over time where those things were dropping? Did they ever make some mistakes?
I don't think that we've had rockets blow up on the pad and do a bunch of damage. But once they're up and out, I don't think we ever, in the U.S. anyway, had that problem, because we always had the ability to blow it up if there are red lines. And if it passes a red line, you push the button. Now it's all done autonomously. So you have GPS monitors on board that self-destruct if it sees that it's going past the line. There's nobody with the button anymore. It's all automatic.
Oh, wow. And these boosters that fall into the ocean, do they have them documented, like where they're landing, so they know where these things are scattered out throughout the ocean?
They know approximately. And one cool thing was, probably the most famous booster that landed in the bottom of the ocean was Apollo 11. the Saturn V, and it was just sitting there, as a fish habitat.
Oh wow!
And Jeff Bezos, with his own out of his own pocket, mounted an expedition and went and got those engines.
That's when you know you're a baller.
Yeah.
He just throws some money at pulling the rocket boosters from Apollo 11 out of the ocean. Holy shit.
It's like,
that's crazy.
What am I going to do this weekend? Maybe I'll watch a movie. Or now I'm going to go get those engines.
Look at that. Wow.
There you go.
Powerful Jeff Bezos.
And the hard part was finding the right ones. And they got down there, they saw the serial number, and they're like, yeah.
Look at the image. Finding the right ones, because there's a bunch down there?
Yeah, there was a bunch of Saturn Vs.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they found the right ones. Look at that. That's nuts. And perfectly preserved.
Yeah.
And then when did he do this? What year was
that's
2019.
The engine that pushed Buzz and Neil and Mike to the moon.
Wow. That's madness.
Yeah.
What a crazy image.
Boosters landing in China.
Oh yeah.
That's them hitting the ground.
Yeah,
rewind that again.
But it is very quick. I started right where the explosion was. There's other ones that shows it falling from the sky.
Ignited on impact with the ground. So these people are just chilling, and a giant chunk of metals falls from the sky. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Not only that, but that's hypergolic fuel. So that's like, you don't want to be breathing that stuff. That's pretty toxic.
Look at it, just landed on people. They're like, "Whoops, sorry."
That's a BRC. Big red cloud, or BFRC. You don't want to be near that.
What is in that cloud?
It's hydrazine, so it's NTO, MMH, monomethylhydrazine, and nitrogen tetroxide. It's stuff that you don't want to drink.
Look at that falling from the sky. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It fell in a small village. Yeah, China doesn't give a fuck. They just let it go.
It is. I mean, that those villagers are getting pretty unlucky because it is pretty sparsely populated. So you're just playing the odds. But we wouldn't do that.
Well, that has to be terrible for their breathing and their health.
Yeah,
that stuff is going to linger, right?
Yeah,
I guess we get into their drinking water.
I mean, the quantities of that are probably not going to be like catastrophic. The bigger risk is getting blown up by it, but it's still not good.
So why doesn't China adhere to the same sort of rule? Well, they do what they got to do. Yeah. So when you're a part of these expeditions, and you recognize that you're one of very few people that ever gets to experience these kind of things, do you feel like a responsibility to try to relay this information to people? Like,
yeah, it's part of our job, So when I was at NASA, they would send us out to do these PR events, and we'd go to schools, and I would go back to like Jersey, where I'm from, and go visit all these school systems. And
what part of Jersey are you from?
My parents are from Newark, and I grew up in Parsippany.
Mine too.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, Parsippany, I know where that is.
Parsippany. That's where I grew up. Went to Parsippany High School.
Wow. And so you go back and try to inspire kids to pursue this same kind of thing.
And I still do it. So I was just in Israel last week. I just got back 2 nights ago, actually. So every year on the anniversary of the Columbia tragedy, they have a space week in Israel where they have a whole bunch of STEM education events. And there's also a technical conference. And then there's a memorial for the first Israeli astronaut that was on Columbia, Elon. So I got to know his family really well. And I go back there every year, and we had the memorial last Friday. So yeah, I'm still, and I think I met every school kid in Israel. And I got to, just try to get them excited about the future, about a bright future,
Well, one of the reasons why I brought this up is I saw a video where you talked about how during your childhood, you had a photo on your wall of looking at the Earth from the moon, the photograph that was taken.
Yeah.
And that's what set the seed or planted the seed in your head.
Yeah, right. So I also go out and I do a lot of public appearances and do motivational speaking kind of stuff. And I talk about the importance of both inspiration and determination. So I found out when I was a kid that they were taking not only fighter pilots but also like engineers and scientists to be astronauts, because I was totally super stoked by the whole concept of going into space. But I had a mom that's like, scared of flying. She was a typical Jewish mom. She was like, I told her once I wanted to join the Air Force, and she in a public restaurant, and she started freaking out and started soliciting opinions from the other parents. Would you let your son do this? And I was like, oh,
that's hilarious.
So I never thought, I knew that being a test pilot was not going to happen. So I thought being an astronaut wasn't going to happen. But then I found out that you could do it. You can be an engineer and be an astronaut. And then that was my eureka moment. I was inspired. But to be determined, I got that photo and I put it over my desk, and it was that was my that was the beacon, that was the goal. And I kept working. And anytime I was having a difficult time, I looked up at that thing and said, one day I'm going to hang that in the astronaut office in the Johnson Space Center. And I still have that thing.
That must have been surreal, the moment when you were on that spacewalk, thinking about your childhood and thinking about being inspired by those images.
Yeah.
That was holy shit, I'm actually an astronaut. I mean, you really are an astronaut. I mean, how many are there?
I think there's been around 500 people that have been to space.
Ever.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Pretty small
That's
percentage.
not a lot. And now with SpaceX, what is your role with SpaceX?
So I left NASA in 2011, and I went down and met with Elon, and I said, hey, I really like what you're doing here. Can I help? And he gave me a job. So I left NASA and I came here, and I worked there for 7 years, did a bunch of different things, eventually became our director of space operations. So my team was responsible for operating mission control at SpaceX and controlling. We have another Dragon capsule that we use for cargo, to take cargo, and we've been doing that for a long time, up to the space station and back. And so we would operate it in mission control, but we're designing the crew one that we showed you. So we were coming up with the procedures and all the rules of how we're going to use that thing, and meeting all of NASA's requirements, and helping to provide input to the guys designing the displays and the suits and the controls and the seats and all the stuff you need for people. And so that was I did that for quite a long time.
What are your thoughts on this? What's happening now with space travel, where it's transferring into the public sector, or the private sector rather, instead of being something that the government handles? Now it's private companies. Is that a good thing?
It's a great thing.
Is it?
Yeah, because first of all, it's not quite that black and white. In the media, it's all portrayed as commercial space, and these are private companies are taking over. The truth is, at least for the human orbital space flight that we're doing at SpaceX and that Boeing is doing with their vehicle, it's a public-private partnership. And so NASA is working very closely with both those companies, and we're working together. And in a way, it's not really that different from the way it's always been. NASA didn't have a NASA factory that built the Saturn V rocket. It's built here by McDonnell Douglas, and North American Rockwell built if I remember right, North American built the command module, and the lunar lander was built by Grumman. So those were all private companies. They're contractors, but they're still private companies. And what's happening now is just a slight change to the relationship between NASA and the private companies, where NASA's not micromanaging quite as much as they used to. They're saying, okay, here's our top level requirements. We want you to get 4 people up and down to the space station. That's a bit of a simplification, because actually the requirements document is there are thousands of requirements, but they don't go down and tell you how to meet each requirement. They leave it up to you. So now SpaceX has a lot more room to innovate than North American Rockwell did when they built the vehicles back during Apollo. So that and the other thing that's different is the funding. The way NASA's paying, it's firm fixed price. All these other, the space shuttle, when we build an aircraft carrier, it's cost plus contracting, which has been terribly abused, and it's been horrible for the U.S. taxpayer. What it says to the company is, it could cost whatever it costs. That's what we'll pay, and in fact, we'll give you a profit as a percentage of the cost. So your incentive as a company is to make the cost as high as you can, so your profit is as high as it can be.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. So it's not cool, but they had to do it that way. During World War II is when it started, because nobody knew how much it was going to cost to build a P-51 Mustang, because nobody did one before. So they came up with this mechanism, but now it's kind of been abused. Now we're using it to do things that we've done before. And then the third thing is that the companies own the intellectual property. So what that means is, Rockwell, that built the space shuttle, couldn't build a new space shuttle build like Space Shuttle Enterprise or something, and then go sell tickets on it. They weren't allowed to, but we can. So we're going to build this Dragon. We're going to take Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, 2 friends of mine, are going to be the first astronauts to ride it to the space station. And once we meet our NASA's our number one customer. They're paying the bill. So once they are satisfied, we can then go make another one and sell tickets and take, private individuals. So really, that's the key difference. And I really think that 2020, we're going to look back at 2020 as a year that everything changed. Really? Yeah. Because all those dreams of science fiction, like being able to take your vacations around the rings of Saturn and like all the like private space stations, all that kind of stuff that we grew up hoping would happen when we were older, I think it's really finally starting, because this is the beginning of that infrastructure, that private sector commercial infrastructure and ability to actually get it done.
We're always talking about how wrong they got the future in like Space 1999. Remember that television show?
I like that show. I watch that all the time. Yeah.
But all those shows, like even I think Blade Runner was like now, right? Didn't we discuss this like last year, 2019? Like we got everything wrong in terms of what the timeline was.
The timeline is totally wrong, but I think that the overall direction is right in a lot of this stuff, and we'll get there. I really do believe that if we don't end up killing each other or have some horrible catastrophe like an asteroid hit us, we're going to end up living in space and have that kind of Star Trek future. I mean, I really think that's our destiny, as long as we don't screw it up.
Man, how far out are we looking at Star Trek?
Star Trek might take a while. Do we got like warp drive and all that kind of
years?
And we got to find those dilithium crystals.
Captain, she's breaking up. Yeah, like how far do you think we are? Like if you had a wide timeline of like literally being able to go to another planet.
Well, going to Mars is something we could do now in a decade if we really, really, really want to.
Elon keeps saying that.
I think he's right. I mean, it's not a question of technology. The big missing piece, I think, in understanding about what that would be like is the effect of radiation on the human body. There's engineering solutions we could come up with for that.
This is for the prolonged journey, the 6 month journey.
Once you start talking about, so right now, like on the space station, I took a bigger radiation hit than I would have if I stayed at home.
But how much of a hit?
The amount of dose I took was not that much. It's like a tenth of a sievert or something. I mean, it's like it was pretty.
What's a sievert?
A sievert. If you take 1 sievert, then you're increasing your chance of getting cancer, depending on your age and gender, about a couple additional %.
Can you mitigate that with supplements? Like, is there iodine that you take or something along those lines?
There's some, maybe antioxidants, but I think that's not a panacea. That's not going to fix this problem. It could help, maybe.
They say take iodine tablets, right? If you're exposed to radiation, isn't that like something that they recommend?
Yeah, for like nuclear reactors or and all that. But I think that protects function of one of the organs. I can't remember, but it's not going to solve. That's not going to solve this problem. But you can shield yourself with anything that has hydrogen in it. Is a pretty good shield. So water is great. Like when I was on the space station, I put a big water jug around my head.
Really?
I figured it couldn't hurt. And then like liquid hydrogen or even plastic that's derived from hydrogen is pretty good shielding.
Okay, so you could have like conceivably a light plastic suit that you wear that could shield you from a lot of the radiation on the way to Mars?
There's actually a company in Israel that is teaming with NASA that's going to fly these like vests on to try to shield the people. You can also put it in the hull. Or you can have just a storm shelter, because there's basically when we're on the space station, we're above all the atmosphere, but we're still below the magnetic field of the Earth. So we still enjoy a lot of protection from radiation. Once you go out of that and you go to the moon or to Mars, then you're basically hanging it out there. You're no longer protected by that, and so you're going to take either GCR, galactic cosmic radiation, which is just everywhere out there.
That sounds terrible.
It sounds bad, doesn't it?
GCR, galactic cosmic radiation. That sounds really bad.
Yeah. Those are those are ions up to iron, so heavy ions, that there aren't that many of them, but when they hit you, they can do a lot of damage. They have a lot of energy. They're accelerated to like near relativistic speed, so like near the speed of light. And then there's the solar. Then you got to worry about solar flares, SPE, solar proton events, and those don't come. Those are very like unpredictable. Well, they're a little bit predictable with sunspot activity, but they come every once in a while, and they're giant spikes. They last a couple hours to a couple days, and they could totally fry you. They're even worse.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So conceivably, we could send people to Mars, and halfway there, they get cooked.
Yeah.
So you have a 6-month window where you have to just roll the dice?
Well, so what you can do is you can have a storm shelter, right? And where you put like a lot of this shielding. And then if you could detect the SPE, the GCR is there all the time, but the solar events, you can detect them coming, and you have enough warning time to get everybody into the storm shelter.
How much time do you have?
Usually when you first start seeing some of the proton radiation, then you have like an hour. So you got time.
So you're sitting in that thing going 48 minutes from now, it's coming.
Yeah, and you're just like hunkering down there, probably grabbing all the water bottles you can.
Wow. Yeah. And depending upon how big the ejection is, you don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah. It could be at different magnitudes and different directions.
And it could just kill you even if you have the shielding.
I mean, if it's a really huge one, and we didn't really have any capability of defending from it when we did Apollo. And there was between 2 Apollo missions, there was one of these big ones.
Oh boy!
And we just got lucky that it was in between. So
that seems crazy. Like what a nutty roll of the dice.
Yeah, but again, there's and we keep getting smarter about it. And I think, for like right now, we can send you to Mars and bring you back. And probabilistically speaking, you probably have like an additional 4 or 5% chance of developing cancer over your lifetime, which is not like a death sentence, But
it's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're getting better. And the thing about it, there's 2 things about it. One, we keep getting better technologies, better shielding. We can actually come up with there's ways you can do active shielding with magnetic. You can create your own magnetic field around the ship. And so it almost be like Star Trek with like a force field or shields or whatever. So there's ways that maybe we could do that. There's also the other thing that we don't know. We know exactly what radiation is out there. We don't know exactly what that radiation does to humans. The best we have to go on is like data from some of the atomic bomb survivors and radiation workers that work in like power plants and stuff to take some dose. But it's a different kind of radiation. So right now, the error bars are really big. So when we say like, 5% chance of cancer, that's taking a very conservative estimate. If we can find out what it really does to humans, maybe it's a lot more benign, and maybe we could sharpen that pencil and say, yeah, it's acceptable.
What if people come back smarter? What if it's like some fucking X-Men type shit?
Yeah, maybe you could
I mean, radiation is always bad in real life, but always good in comic books.
Yeah.
Right?
We wouldn't have Spider-Man if it weren't for
the
that.
Hulk, Spider-Man, so many superheroes that were involved in some sort of an accident. Wasn't Dr. Manhattan? Wasn't that a thing with him as well?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think from The Watchmen, I think he became who he is because of an accident.
The document, I believe so.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that, I was up, I had my kids after I did that flight.
Uh-oh.
So I'm hoping that they would like one
Those
day.
are genius kids.
Yeah.
How old are your kids now?
I got a 9-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl.
Notice anything unusual about them?
I did notice one day the 2-year-old girl was concentrating on her blocks and one of them started floating. But
Man. So what changes have been made since you go from the old shuttle model of that technology to the SpaceX Dragon Crew thing?
Probably the single biggest change is we've gotten a lot better at electronics and software. So the vehicle is highly automated, and that's why we can fly like normal people that don't have like years and years of training, because it's so much more smarter than the shuttle. The shuttle.
You shouldn't say so much more smarter.
So much smarter.
But you're such a genius. You're not supposed to use language like that. You're a goddamn astronaut. So much more smarter.
Yeah, all right.
That sounds like something I would say. You got to talk better than that, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry though. Sorry to interrupt you.
That was math was always my thing. My verbal SATs weren't that spectacular, but yeah, so it's much more smarter.
And what about there was always an issue with the tiles, right? With the re-entry tiles, that's what did Challenger, which one was
Columbia.
it? Columbia. Yeah. That's what did Columbia. And the new design, have they made advances in how that stuff is applied, or is it a different surface they use?
Yeah, so that is something that's also not really worrying anymore. The reason that Columbia took that damage was it was foam, like the big orange tank that's behind the space shuttle. It sticks up above the space shuttle, and some foam fell off of it. We always had some foam shedding off the thing, and in the beginning we took that very, very seriously as a major problem. But the thing is this concept of I'm gonna forget the name of it now. Well, let me just describe it. So you get away with something for so long that it's normalization of deviance. That's what it's called. So it's when you get away with something for so long that something that was a deviant thing or something that was bad is treated as a normal thing, and that's what happened to us. Because we knew that foam coming off could do damage to the space shuttle. And in the beginning, we tried really hard to do something about it. We treated it very seriously, but it was hard. We couldn't really come up with an easy fix. In the meantime, we're flying, and nothing bad was happening. What was really happening was we were getting lucky. And then eventually, a big piece came off, hit Columbia right in the wing, and it shattered, made a big hole inside the wing, but nobody knew for sure. And they made a bad decision to not investigate it further, assumed it was okay, brought him home, and obviously you know what happened.
So it could be possible to fix something like that if they had known?
It could have been possible. We did a lot of things. Like when I flew, we had a lot of things in place to try to fix that. One, we got rid of a lot of the foam that was unnecessary. We tried to do things that stopped the foam. We also had ways of detecting it so that we would know. We had sensors in the wings. We added a maneuver we do when we fly up to the space station. We did like a pitch over where we took photographs of the heat shield to see if anything got hit. So at least we would know, and then we could shelter in place on the space station. So there's a lot of things we can do with the shuttle, but the thing about with Dragon and Starliner and the new vehicles is they sit on top. So there's any foam that comes off the rocket is not going to hit you. So problem solved. So that's one example of how we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Now, is the surface different? Do they still have the same kind of tiles?
The heat shield is.
Can I see what it looks like again? The heat shield is
the material on the side of the capsule, on the walls of the capsule, is made out of silica, so it's similar to the tiles, but the material that's in the heat shield itself is an ablative material. It means it kind of like as it heats up, it flakes off and it takes the heat away with it, and that's kind of more similar to like it was during Apollo. It's a much more advanced.
Wow, look at that thing!
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Can we see that? Can we go there? Will they give us a tour?
I bet we can. I bet we might be able to pull that off.
I want to see a spaceship.
The guy you should have asked was my boss when he was here.
Yeah, we were talking about other shit.
I know. He's got the keys to the factory, but there she is on the launch pad.
Wow.
So that white stuff at the top on the capsule itself, that's kind of like the same material as the tiles, but the heat shield on the bottom is called pica, phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. So it's a different, very high tech material that is really, really good at withstanding tremendous amounts of heat. That heat shield is way oversized. You could use that thing at least 10 times. And this really was originally designed for actually entries coming back from the moon when you're going much faster and you build up a lot more heat when you hit the atmosphere than just coming back from the space station.
So ultimately, that's the goal for these things: to take people to the moon, to take people to Mars, to take people.
Well,
and reusable, right?
This is just a start. So reusability is key, and there's elements of this vehicle that are not reusable. That trunk you see, the cylinder below the capsule is not reusable. We throw that away. The second stage on the Falcon 9 we throw away. And Elon hates that. With that, the holy grail is 100% reusable, but affordable reusability, where you don't have to spend like a gazillion dollars refurbishing it in between flights. And we're getting there. And the next vehicle is going to be that's going to be the real. Hopefully, we will get that holy grail with this Starship that we're working on now.
So there's a top secret one that you can't talk about. Is that what it is? You seem hesitant.
Well, it's just we got a lot of development going on, and it's not top secret. I mean, Elon went down to the press conference in front of it in Texas not too long ago, and
showed what it looked like.
Yeah,
is this it right here?
This is one of the tests.
It's called Starhopper.
So this was a beginning. This is a test bed to test the engine to make sure that we can.
Oh, that's fake.
That's real.
That's real?
That is
Come on.
That is not CGI.
Really? That's
real.
The thing?
That's the thing.
Whoa.
Now the real thing is going to look just like that. This is really testing the engine and the sensors and the electronics.
Look at what is the jet coming out of the bottom?
The bottom is a Raptor engine. It's burning liquid methane and liquid oxygen, and then those puffs at the top are cold gas thrusters just to keep it pointing the right way.
And so that's landing now.
Yeah.
My God, that's amazing.
Isn't that awesome?
That is amazing. Look how gently it lands.
Yeah.
Dude, that seems like science fiction.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. Like this thing, and I know that the guys up in Blue Origin, the Jeff Bezos company, has got all kinds of incredible stuff on their drawing board. 2020 is the start, but it's just the start.
Show me that again. I need to see that again. I need to see that.
Better pictures of it.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Yeah,
but I want to see that thing land again. That video of it landing is crazy.
I got lucky.
Did you?
Hold on.
It's so crazy though. The image to see it gently come down and perfectly land. Like, look at that, man. That looks like some War of the Worlds type shit. Like that's in a Tom Cruise movie, right?
Yeah.
Like if they were flying over Earth and they were starting to land. My God, that's amazing.
Yeah, I remember when Elon first talked about landing rockets on their tails, he was like, I think I remember him saying, yeah, we want to do it just like Buck Rogers. So,
of course he said that.
So I'm working with Ron Moore on this TV show I'm working on now.
Wow, look at that thing.
And, yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Huh? For people who want to see this, Jamie, what is the name of the video? So people listening can go.
Starhopper test.
150 meter Starhopper test, more than 2,800,000 views.
Yeah,
2,700,000 views. That's amazing, man. 2,898,000. Wow, it's on the SpaceX page, so you can go and check that out. So that's next stage. That's next stage.
That's where we're. So there's going to be a rocket, and then that thing is going to sit on top of it, or something like that thing. And then we're going to get both back. The rocket will land on its tail, and then this thing, after it goes off to the moon or even Mars, it'll come back and also land on its tail, and then we'll get both pieces. We'll get 100% back.
Wow.
And then we really got reusability going. And hopefully we'll be able to use each one like 100 times at least.
Now, is there any innovation or any breakthroughs in fuel and in the type of propulsion systems that you need? I mean, conceivably, is there ever going to be a time where we have like a Star Wars X fighter that could just go shoot off onto its own?
There's potential for more advanced, more efficient thrust engines, and probably one of the most promising ones in the near term is actually a nuclear engine, a nuclear thermal rocket, where you, instead of using combustion to propel hot gases out the back of your nozzle, you actually use a nuclear reactor, and you take hydrogen, you flow it over that, you heat it up like super hot, and shoot it out the back without lighting it on fire. And if you do that, you can actually get much more thrust with much less mass of fuel, like a smaller fuel tank, but more thrust over time. So that's one possible way to go.
So it's conceivable that one day there could be a standalone unit that doesn't need thrusters that eject.
Oh, it still would look like a regular rocket because the back of the nozzle would still have like fire coming out the back, but it would just be superheated. Instead of lighting on fire to heat it up, you would there you go.
There we go. Here, nuclear propulsion, NTP.
Yeah. Nuclear
thermal propulsion. So the top one is traditional, and the second one's the nuclear one. Wow.
Yeah, so right. So there it is. That's the hydrogen coming in and flowing over the reactor. Instead of having liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, then all you need is a liquid hydrogen.
Wow.
So that's one way, but in the short term, the advance you're seeing there with that Starhopper is that it's still a traditional chemical propulsion rocket. So it's got fuel and oxidizer, which is liquid oxygen, because no oxygen up there. To have fire, you need the pyramid, right? So you need the oxygen and the fuel and the spark. And you have to bring your own oxygen if you're in space because you can't use you don't have the atmosphere anymore. So you carry liquid oxygen and some fuel. And in the Falcon 9, for example, it's basically kerosene. It's rocket fuel, but it's RP1, but it's basically kerosene mixed with liquid oxygen. The engine you saw in that Starhopper is advanced and different because what it uses, it still uses liquid oxygen, but instead of kerosene, it uses liquid methane. And it's actually not as efficient quite. It doesn't have quite the specific impulse, which is a measure of efficiency. It doesn't have that quite as good as hydrogen. It's better than kerosene, but not quite as good as hydrogen. But here's the thing. You can make it on Mars. And that's why Elon's building that engine. Because you can go to Mars and you don't have to bring your gas to come home.
Oh, so that was the big knock on going to Mars for the longest time, was that you'd never be able to return.
You have to wait 2 years for the trajectory for the planets to come back around, so you have a window to come home. So you do have to stay a while. But the beautiful thing is if you can go